Papalutong bahay man o sumptuous meal for special occasions, sagot na kayo ng tropang Kalanpag. Dahil atid sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang fun and exciting cooking show na Kalanpag, manood at matuto kung paano lutuin ang mga favorite nyong recipes. Sabayan pa ng fun and inspiring na kwentuhan sa kusina. I-upgrade na rin natin ang mga nakasanayang traditional dish ng pamilya. Plus, healthy tipid tips na ibabahagi ng tropang Kalanpag. Matuto, mabusog at good vibes dito lang sa Kalanpag tuwing Lunes, 10:30 AM sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Sup mga katribu, I'm Denise and welcome sa another episode ng Kalampag. Sabi nga nila, life begins after coffee. Tama guys, di ba? Oo naman, syempre. At ngayon, ihahanda natin ang isa sa pinakamasarap na coffee dessert. Ito ang coffee jelly. So excited na ba kayo? Tara, simulan natin. Here are the ingredients for our coffee jelly. Unflavored gelatin, coffee, sugar, condensed milk, all-purpose cream, water, and for the toppings, whipped cream and tablea chocolate. Sa isang bowl, ilalagay natin ang isang cup ng tubig at itong ating unflavored gelatin. Ayan, muna nating umalsa to. At habang hinintay natin, magpapakainit muna tayo ng tubig. Mga 3 tasa lang naman mga katribo. Yan. Habang hinihintay natin uminit ang tubig, may kikwento muna ako mga katribo. Alam nyo ba na ginawa kong negosyo ang coffee jelly noon? Tama, paano nangyari yon? Meron akong isang office mate noon sa trabaho na niregaluhan ang team namin ng coffee jelly. Tapos, first time kong makatikim ng coffee jelly, tapos sabi ko, masarap to ba't di ko kaya ibenta? Tapos, nakakatuwa yung excitement na naramdaman ko noon dahil, syempre, magnenegosyo ako sa office namin. Sa mga ka-office mate ko lang din ako nagbenta. At nakakatuwa dahil nagustuhan nila to at ubos. So, nakadalawang batch ako ng orders ng coffee jelly. So, ang coffee jelly, masarap kainin at ibenta. At pwede ito sa bata, matanda, o kahit na sinong pwede nyong pagbigyan. At pwede nyo rin itong pangregalo. Sakto din na Pasko nun, di ba? So, mga katribo, tandaan nyo, kahit Pasko o kahit anumang okasyon, pwede nyong gawing dessert sa bahay o kahit anumang okasyon o kahit ordinaryong araw lang, ang coffee jelly. So, pag nakalimutan nyo lang, panoorin nyo lang ulit itong episode na to. Ayan, medyo mainit na. So, lalagay lang natin ang kape at ang asukal. Yan. Ang bango-bango, may kape. Haluin natin. Tandaan niyo mga katribo, pag hinahalo natin ito, dapat tunaw na tunaw ang kape. Ang bango mga katribo, nakaka-inlove. Pagka natunaw na ang kape at asukal, ilalagay na natin itong mixture na to sa unflavored gelatin mixture natin kanina. So, dahan-dahan natin ilagay. Pag nalagay na natin lahat, haluin ng maigi. So, kailangan tuloy-tuloy lang paghalo mga katribo hanggang sa matanggal yung pagmumuo ng mga gelatins kanina. Ayan mga katribo, pagkatapos nating haluin after 2 to 3 minutes, ilalagay na natin ito sa flat na pan. Kung wala naman kayong ganito, dati nung nagnenegosyo ko, wala akong ganito kagandang pan. Ang ginamit ko ay microwavable container. Basta hindi na mainit, so okay lang, safe lang sa plastic. At kung wala kayong microwavable pan, pwede na sa kahit anong flat na malalagyan at may rectangular shape. So, pagkatapos dito, ilalagay na natin ito sa ref. At pagkatapos sa ref, kailangan 2 to 3 hours ang paglalagay nito sa freezer para tumigas ang ating gelatin. So, ready na! Habang hinihintay natin mga katribong tumigas ang ating gelatin, maghahalo muna tayo ng ating table cream at condensed milk. Woohoo! Uy, ang bango! So, lahat ng sweetness dito, i-boost na natin. Parang pag-ibig sa ating mga loved ones. Yan. So, tandaan nyo mga katibo, kapag magluluto tayo ng kahit ano, masarap man, simple o mahirap, kailangan laging may pag-ibig. Diba? Ayan, so haluin nating maigi para mag-even ang lasa ng tamis. Yan. Earlier mga katribo, naghanda na ako ng coffee jelly at ngayon matigas na, hihiwain na natin to. Ayan mga katribo, tapos na nating hiwain. Lapit na tayo matapos. At take note nga pala mga katribo, yung size ng coffee jelly cubes ay nakadepende sa inyo. So pwedeng maliit, malaki, depende sa gusto nyo. So pagkatapos nyan, i-ready na ang inyong baso cause it's assembly time. So yan, kukuha lang tayo ng konting coffee jelly. Ilalagay natin sa pinaka-ilalim. Ayan mga katribo, maglalagay naman tayo ngayon ng sweetened cream. So, pwede tayong maglagay ng 2 tablespoon o depende rin sa inyo kung mas gusto niyo mas matamis, why not? Ayan. Mukhang masarap. Wow mga katribo, ganda oh! At para sa ating finishing touch, maglalagay tayo ng whipped cream. So, mas maganda kung inyong whipped cream ay pinalamig sa ref. Ayan. Yee! At ang ating tablea tsokolate. Konti lang naman para maramdaman natin at malasahan ang konting pait. Ayan. So ito na guys, ang ating kalampag reveal. Titikman na natin ang ating ginawang coffee jelly. Ang sarap. Tama yung timpla ng whipped cream, itong tablea at coffee jelly. So tama ang tamis. So hindi kayo agad mauumay pag kinain to. Sarap. Isa pa nga. Sarap. Thank you guys for joining us today. Try nyo rin sanang gawin itong homemade coffee jelly sa inyong mga bahay. And if you do, don't forget to email us at kalampag_dailytribune@gmail.com. Watch fresh episodes of Kalampag every Monday at 10:30 a.m. on Daily Tribune's Facebook page and Tribune Now in YouTube. I'm your katropang Tinis. This has been Kalampag. Bye and stay safe!
Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang ating daming sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good morning mga katribu and welcome to another episode of Straight Talk. I am Venice Bautista and for today, International Women's Day, we will be joined by girl bosses who I one day aspire to be. I am so honored to be with them today and to also am so pleased to introduce them to you. We have Health Undersecretary Dr. Maria Rosario Vergire and entrepreneur, green advocate, and author Chit Juan. Welcome to Straight Talk!
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good
Magandang
morning
umaga po. Good morning.
Hello po. So, kumustahin ko muna po kayo today, no? Kayo, Yusek, di ba magkakaroon po tayo ngayon ng Bayanihan Bakunahan Program from March 10 to 12. Kamusta naman po kayo sa paghahanda nito?
As usual, ang DOH is very busy preparing with other agencies para po dito sa Bayanihan Bakunahan. Ang ating strategy kasi ngayon, mas focus tayo, mas pupuntahan natin ang mga bahay-bahay, mas targeted ang ating gagawin, so mas marami po tayong pinaplano. But nevertheless, we have already prepared, atin pong na-mobilize ng ating local governments and hopefully mas tumaas pa ho ang antas ng bakunahan sa ating bansa.
Yes. I'm so glad that for this one talagang pupunta na po sa mga bahay-bahay, no? Talagang, kumbaga, wala lang silang takas. Opo. So, kayo naman po, Miss Chit, di ba, ngayon International Women's Day, but then we also have the Women's Month for this March. And you're also known as an advocate for the women's empowerment through businesses. So do you have any plans for them this month?
Marami. We have a lot of activities lined up for this month.
Okay.
And maraming mga speaking engagements, ang lahat ng aming mga miyembro. I'm part of the Philippine Women's Economic Network.
Opo.
At dyan meron kaming iba't ibang mga organizations in corporate boards, Women's Business Council of the Philippines, Spark, mga aspiring entrepreneurs, NEW. Marami, no? So, sunod-sunod nga at napakaswerte namin ni Yusek na today kami na-slap in sa inyong sa inyong programa dahil marami talagang mga activities sabay-sabay this whole month.
Opo, and I'm sure very excited po yung mga talagang pupunta sa mga events and sa bakunahan. So now, let's venture on to a more personal questions no, sa inyo na po. Yusek, kayo po mauuna. Tell us something about empowerment in your field.
Empowerment in the health sector would be something like it's internal and external. When you talk about empowerment in the health sector, katulad ngayong may pandemya tayo, pag sinabi nating external, we were able to empower other agencies of government para makatulong sa response. Kapag tinitignan kasi natin ang temang pangkalusugan, ang laging pinag-uusapan at ang laging sinasabi, Department of Health yan. Pero nung nagkaroon ng pandemya, we were able to empower the other agencies that they too have a stake dito sa ginagawa nating response sa pandemya. Pumasok ang Department of Education, pumasok ang DILG, pumasok ang iba't ibang ahensya na nakatulong natin lahat, which was very vital in our response. And what would be most important, we were able to empower the local governments. Nakita natin kung paano kumilos at kung paano alagaan ng local governments ang kanilang mga constituents during this time of the pandemic. Now, if we talk about internal empowerment, nakita namin dito sa DOH because of the uncertainty of this virus, no, for this pandemic, nakita natin yung gaps namin sa health sector. Nakita natin yung mga kakulangan, pero nakita natin that a lot of experts and a lot of technical people or persons no dito sa DOH at saka sa ibang bahagi ng mga health sector natin nag-rise up to the occasion at sila po ay nakatulong ng husto para po magampanan natin itong ating ginagawa nating response. DOH was able to lead, we were able to empower, the national government agencies, the local governments, and other sectors. And also, we were able to empower our cadres dito po sa ating health sector. And that has helped us a lot in this response in the COVID-19.
Yes, totoo po. Talagang nakakamangha yung pagtulong-tulong ng bawat mga sectors and agencies na talagang it really doesn't take just one department or one agency to build a nation. So, kayo naman po, Miss Chit, like, tell us something about empowerment in your field or fields since you're in a lot.
Ayan. O nga eh. Medyo marami nga, no?
Opo.
In our field, sabi mo nga, unang-una sa farming sector. No? I'm very active in coffee. So, sa coffee, ine-empower natin ang mga kababaihan dahil sila ang merong taglay na skill to sort and grade and taste good coffee. No? Sabi nga nila, ewan ko, Dr. Vergere, baka makorek ako. Pero sabi nila, mas maraming, ewan ko, yung papille or whatever sa tongue, may sensory advantage ang kababaihan. So, sa pagtikim ng kape, hindi dati alam ng mga kababaihan yun. So ngayon, tinuturuan natin sila na sila ang tumitikim ng kape na masarap. Yan. So, women empowerment sa farming. Pangalawa, among entrepreneurs, kami sa Eco Store, meron kaming maliit na non-profit, Ecosi Foundation, kung saan nagme-mentor kami ng mga producers. Yung mga gumagawa ng mga hinahabi, yung mga gumagawa ng mga products like peanut butter, krope, kape, etc. At yan ay binibigyan natin ng market access. Kaya nga kami ay merong online store, no? Para ito ay mabigyan natin ng opportunity na matikman ng iba. Pangatlo, sa TESDA, kung saan merong kaming TESDA Women's Center at kami ay nasa advisory board, diyan natin nire-recognize naman ang empowerment ng women in non-traditional jobs. Kasi yung dati nating alam na pangkalalakihan lang, mga technicians, engineers. Ngayon, yan ay mga kababaihan na. And this, backed by science na jobs, pay more. So ngayon, nagkakaroon ng opportunity ang mga kababaihan to be engineers, scientists, construction, yung mga painters sa construction, yung finishing painters, kung saan nagagamit yung skill ng kababaihan on attention to detail. So, nire-recognize siya ng TESDA at na-empower natin even in construction, automotive. Yung mga dati, sabi nila, ay panglalaki lang yan. Ganon. And then, last but not the least is sa corporate, sa boardroom. Tayo ay nagre-recognize rin na kailangan sa boardroom ng mga publicly listed companies ay mayroong kababaihan. So in other words, diversity in a boardroom spells profitability. So yan naman ay ating ina-advocate through our organization called the Now CD or the Next Gen Organization of Women Corporate Directors, kung saan pwedeng pumili yung mga public corporations or even private ng independent directors na mga kababaihan. Kasi minsan ang reason nila, wala kaming kilala, ganon. So tinipon namin silang lahat, so wala ka na ngayong reason na magsabing wala kang makuhang babaeng direktor. Ayan.
Ayun, napakaganda po na talagang your plans, agendas are pushing for diversity and inclusivity sa workplace po, no? Kasi totoo naman po na everybody, women, can just do as much as men can. Time and time again, this has been proven. We just need to give them the right platforms and opportunities. So now, ladies, may I ask, were there times when someone told you that you can't make it sa kahit anumang agenda yan because you are a woman? What did you do? Yusek, kayo po muna.
Masyado tayong ang mga Pilipino, very courteous tayo, tsaka yung nandyan lagi yung hiya, no, para sabihan ka ng diretsuhan. So, etong mga times na mga sitwasyon na ganito, indirectly, they will let you feel, no, kapag kaganyan. Lalong-lalo na ngayong pandemya, no, na ipakita natin na just do your work, feel confident, and give them the results. And I think the respect will be given to you. So, ganun po yung ginawa natin. Indirectly, there would be this people who stereotype you because you're a woman.
Yes.
Especially now, no, na dito sa ating mga ginagawang mga trabaho sa pandemya, Parang kung nandun siguro tayo, siguro decades ago, sasabihin nila, this is the work of men. Hindi pwede ang babae dito. Pero nakita natin, all over the world, not just here in the Philippines, all over the world, we have New Zealand, that's a good example. We have Germany, we have Taiwan, who has good leaders, and all of them are women. And they were able to control the rise in the number of cases in their area because of their attributes as a woman. Sinasabi nga, no, nung ginamit nila yan, nagkaroon ng pag-aaral. Pinag-aralan ang mga women leaders during this time of the pandemic at naipakita yung competencies ng mga babae, yung mga minor, no, or mga simple lang na competencies natin na sabi nga ni Ma'am Chit kanina, attention to detail, yung ating compassion, yung ating pagkakalapit sa katotohanan, yung truth, yung empathy natin, lahat yan nag-work best, no, dito sa mga known leaders natin globally for this COVID-19 response. So I think yung stereotyping, that can easily be mau-overcome kapag ka napakita mo na nakakapag-produce ka ng resulta, nagiging kumpiyansa ka, at naipapakita mo sa kanila that you can lead, and you can do things na katulad nila, nagagawa mo rin. No? So indirectly, I have had several experiences where they just look at me and parang, you know, hindi kaya nito. Oo. Pero kailangan ipapakita mo. Kailangan yung challenge na dapat na ipoprove mo sa tao na it doesn't matter if you're a man, if you're a woman, as long as you can do the job and produce results, yun yung pinaka-importante.
Yes, very very good advice talagang. Just do your work, focus on it. And yung resulta ang magsasabi sa kanila, ang mag-take down ng mga haters. Ayan. How about you, Miss Chit? Were you like, did you experience any of
Yes.
those?
I want to echo nga what Yusek said, no? Yung iba kasing mga babae nahihiya. Di ba? Nahihiyang they don't want to come forward. Alam naman nila yung sagot. Ayaw nilang magtaas ng kamay, no? So ngayon yun ang ating parang ina-advocate, no? Na be counted. Get your seat at the table, di ba? For example, again, mabalik ako sa kape. Dati yan, only, sabi nga, blue suits in New York. Yan ang nagde-decide ng presyo ng kape sa buong mundo. Alam mo ba ngayon, ang International Coffee Organization, which, you know, gathers all the producers and consumers of coffee around the world. No? It's based in London. For the first time in its 70-year history, I think, ngayon lang nagkaroon ng leader na babae, na isang woman from Brazil. So kami lahat nag-cheer talaga. Meron kaming grupo na International Women's Coffee Alliance, no? Na globally yan. Siguro we have members from over 30 countries, coffee producing and coffee consuming. So ngayon, para bang binigyan ka ng United Nations of Coffee tapos ang head babae. Diba? So it's no longer male-dominated. Sa kape pa lang yan. But I'm sure kamukha ng sinabi ni Yusek, marami pang mga fields, no, where we can show that women can lead and women can excel. Na-explain na niya yung sila Jacinta ng New Zealand, no? Pero alam niyo ba, sa Europe ngayon, yung head ng European Central Bank, yung head ng mga nagpapatakbo ng European Union, no? Lahat sila babae. So, I think men are slowly saying, sige na nga, kayo naman, baka bumuti, di ba? So parang tayo ay napapagbigyan, pero nakikita nila na meron namang resulta.
Yes, that's true, ma'am. So, speaking of hiya, no po, tsaka yung being courteous, well, you both are leading, you know, in your fields. So, would you say that your upbringing has some kind of influence to how you break free from the discrimination, from the stereotypes? Do you think childhood has a big impact?
Si Yusek ba muna?
Miss Yusek, sige po.
Sige.
Teka, iinom yata si Yusek eh. Yusek, sige, ako muna.
Sige
Okay, ako muna. Sabi nga nila, cover muna ako. Kami, we grew up in an entrepreneurial family. So, hindi nakakayang magtinda, hindi nakakahiyang magtubo sa iba. Ganun, ano. And I think our parents actually, did not think that this job is just for a woman, this job. Lahat kami, nilipon niya, alika, lahat kayo tumulong sa negosyo. Ganon eh. So, hindi ka binox or ikinahon sa isang role na o ayan, para mag-asawa ka ng mabuti, tapos live happily ever after. Hindi, sa amin ay tutulong ka muna sa negosyo, matuto kang magtrabaho, tapos i-challenge ka niya na kailangan bang kapital? Sige, pwede kang umutang sa akin, pero isosoli mo. Yung ganong training, and I guess, even sa family upbringing, sabi mo, hindi namin sinasabi na just because dad says so, ano na yun. Kasi kumukontra rin yung mother namin. In other words, there is that dynamic na pwede kang magsalita. Hindi ka, ano ba yung tawag doon? Sinasawata. Hindi ka pinipigil, no? But I guess that upbringing made us all, and I guess coupled with education, I'm proudly a graduate of Philippine Women's for high school and University of the Philippines for college. So, pag tinitingnan ko yung history ko, oo nga, no? Parang doon, women were made to lead. Women were made to stand up. So, I guess malaking factor yun.
Women are born to lead and to stand up. I love that. How about you, Yusek?
Yes, no, thank you, Ma'am Chita, for covering for me. Well, I grew up in a household where there is dominance of women. My mother is very vocal. She's a lawyer. So, talagang malakas ang persona ng nanay ko. Tapos, meron akong sister na justice siya ng Court of Appeals. Tapos, yung aking kapatid din ay professional. So, pag tinignan natin, ang aming pamilya, kami ay may equality kasi 3 babae, 3 lalaki. Pero katulad ng sinabi ni Ma'am Cheat, never did we feel or experience when we were young na hindi ka pwede magsalita kasi babae ka. Hindi kahit kailan pinag-usapan sa pamilya namin kung ikaw ay babae o lalaki. As long as you can do whatever has to be done, we will do that, no? And my mom has always empowered us na kaya mo yan, no? Halimbawa, magdodoktor ka, hindi porke babae ka, hindi porke mas bata ka, hindi ka pwede magdoktor. You can follow whatever you want to do, your dreams and all, as long as you can produce and you can tell me and commit to me that you can finish your studies. So, ganun yung aming pinagkalakihan. Naniniwala ako na bawat isa sa atin, kung ano man ang ating meron tayo ngayon na pinapakita na attributes, would all stem from the values that we have learned when we were children. Lahat yan ay ituturo ng magulang o yung sa pamilya natin, yung ating core, kapag tayo ay lumalaki. Kung hindi man tayo lumaki sa ating pamilya, kung ano man ang kinalakihan natin, yung values na natututunan natin bata pa lang, dinadala natin yan hanggang pagtanda natin. At ako, malaki ang pasasalamat ko dyan kasi yung values na natutunan ko, hindi lamang dun sa magandang ugali, no? Sa mabuting ugali, kung hindi yung empowered ka at naniniwala ka na kaya mo, kahit na sinasabi nila minsan na, babae ka, lalaki ka. Wala kang sisinuhin if you are a male or a female because the values that had been given to us by our parents, pinakita na lahat tayo importante, pantay-pantay tayo. Kung kaya ng kuya mo, kaya mo rin gawin.
I love yung talagang empowered kayo from kabataan pa lang, kaya napapasa nyo rin itong empowering na to sa ating mga future generations, sa mga colleagues, employees, no? And so now, for the future, what do you think would be the biggest challenges naman po sa mga Filipino women natin? Ms. Cheat, kayo po muna.
Ang challenge talaga natin ay, for example, yung social effects nung, let's say, nung OFWs, no? Yung diaspora, yung pag-alis ng mga ina sa mga pamilya. Yan ay challenge dahil lumalaki ang bata, maaring sa lola, hindi naman masama si lola, no? Pero yung hindi ba yung kamukha ng values na yung nai-impart if there was sabi nga natin, face-to-face or person-to-person na pag-guide ng mga ina. So, habang ako ay natutuwa na kumikita sila ng malaki, nalulungkot naman ako na napapag-iwanan yung formation ng children. So, I think that's one challenge that men and women face, no? Our society faces, yun. Pangalawa, yung parang pag-condone natin dun sa mga occupations na hindi ka nais-nais. Minsan, na-force yung mga parents out of poverty to let their children go astray at a young age. Hindi na de-develop yung full potential ng mga bata dahil sa kahirapan or sa dire poverty talaga. No? So yun, sana ma-address. And third, education. I think yung education talaga napaka-importante kasi yan ang bedrock talaga ng ating values and our future. So ngayon na online schooling and all that, maraming loss, no? Maraming loss na tayo hindi natin ngayon mapapansin, but it is a loss that we may feel in the next generation. So intergenerational ang challenges for women and I think for the whole society.
It's true, ma'am. How about you, Yusek? What do you think are the biggest challenges that Filipino women would face in the next few years?
Yes, no? So, unang-una gusto kong susugan at mag-agree kay Ma'am Cheat dun sa mga sinabi niyang mga issues ng kababaihan. Maybe in the next years nga, in the next 5 years. Tama po yan, ano? You know, I think, no, base po sa aking opinion, it all stems from the fact that we are women, nanay tayo. So, yung kapakanan lagi, no, ng ating mga anak, yung kapakanan ng pamilya, laging forefront yan kapag ikaw ay babae. So having said that, marami talaga tayong mga kababaihang OFWs that they'd rather go far away from their families, mapakain lang niya ang kanyang mga anak. That they'd rather give up whatever they have para lang sa kanyang mga anak. And that is part of our culture, that's part of our values as women. Sometimes, it is of advantage because we are so caring, di ba? Hindi natin pababayaan ang ating mga anak. Pero sometimes, it becomes a disadvantage, especially if we talk about the sector of women. Ang isang pang gusto kong sabihin, ang isa sa tingin ko na magiging challenge natin in the coming years to come, aside from what Ma'am Cheat has mentioned, is the violence against women. You know, in this pandemic, na-emphasize, nakita natin, based on the reports that we had been receiving during this time of the pandemic, dumami ang gender-based violence. 1 out of 20, sabihin natin, na mga kababaihan experienced violence during this pandemic. Ang mga kabataan din ay naisama dito sa violence na meron tayo. Yung violence against women, spousal, 1 out of 4. Biruin mo yon, 25% na nagre-report, sila ay naka-experience ng ganito during this time of the pandemic. This is a gap and this is an issue that has been emphasized during this time of the pandemic. At sa tingin ko, kung hindi natin bibigyan ng solusyon at mabigyan ng appropriate na intervention, magtutuloy-tuloy ito in the next years to come. Because they were able to do that already during this time. Alam natin ang sitwasyon natin, naka-lockdown tayo lahat, so mas nagkaroon ng emphasis on this kind of issues. As to the values, the culture, the stereotyping, ang paniniwala ko, matagal nang naipakita ng mga kababaihan dito sa Pilipinas na kaya namin, kaya natin, na maging equal to men. I can just see in other countries that there is still this gender inequality. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, not so much, as to the stereotyping, this discrimination, because women really talagang pumapasok na sila sa forefronts. Ngayon, almost, I think, 50% ng ating mga Congress seats, mga kababaihan na yan. So, nandun na tayo, pumapasok ng kababaihan sa iba't ibang sektor na importante para makapagdesisyon para sa ating lahat na kababaihan dito sa Pilipinas. And that is very important. But that can also come as an issue in the coming years as well. Kasi dapat pangalagaan natin yung posisyon natin na andon. Na dapat lagi yung posisyon ng kababaihan na ipaglalaban dito sa mga sektor na ito. So these are the things that I'm looking at. But definitely, what I can tell you would be the challenge would always be there. But I think for these past decades that women has shown that they can also do that, like us, what we are doing right now. I think more and more, nagkakaroon ng kumpiyansa, nagkakaroon ng equality na tinatawag natin if ikukumpara natin doon sa mga ibang parte pa rin ng mga buong mundo na meron pa rin ganitong inequality among gender.
Totoo, ma'am. Talagang, even though we are so progressive, as a society now, ang dami pang kailangan nating pagtuunan ng mga focus, ng mga problems na kailangan pa natin i-develop. And sabi nyo nga, i-maintain natin at lalo pa nating pagandahin yung ating stance ngayon on gender equality. And so, before we continue our talk, grabe, kakasimula pa natin, but I'm already so moved by the conversation that we are having with these women. So, I'm sure na our katribus, our viewers are also excited to know more about you. But before we do, Straight Talk will be back. See you soon.
What's nice is that because of our innovative ways, we were able to keep almost 500 employees. We did not lay off anybody.
Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito niyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang What's Up. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa What's Up. This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Welcome back to Straight Talk, mga katribu. I am Venice Bautista, and still with us is Health Undersecretary Dr. Verhire and also the entrepreneur, green advocate, author, and all-around woman, Chitwan. And before we took a break, we were talking about the challenges that they faced in their work, and in every field as a woman. And we also talked about the challenges of Filipino women through the next few years. But now, may I ask, in this pandemic, in what way did you feel the women empower was best shown? Ms. Yusek, Kate.
Yes, thank you. Unang-una, katulad ng sabi ko, no, dito sa pandemyang ito, naipakita all over the world ang women empowerment. Nakita natin ang mga iba't ibang heads of states ng iba't ibang bansa katulad ng New Zealand, Taiwan, Germany, Finland, Denmark na meron silang mga kababaihan bilang pinuno nila. At naipakita nila that they were able to manage itong kanilang kinakaharap na crisis because of this COVID-19 pandemic with their competencies, yung kanilang attributes bilang babae. Dito sa ating bansa na ipakita natin on how we were able to empower women also. Makikita natin doon na lang sa cabinet, meron tayong mga cabinet officials ng ating present administration na mga kababaihan na hindi mo naman sila masisino dahil ang gagaling din naman. Secretary Liling Briones, Secretary Berna Romulo Puyat. Ito pong mga kababaihan na to ay napakagagaling kapag sila po ay in their own mandate, no? Pag tinignan natin. Dito po sa DOH, around about let's say 40% of our executives are women. Doon po sa aming Execom, ito po yung mga kataas-taasan ng mga opisyalis, no, mga senior officials natin. We are about 20%. Although medyo mas mababa po ang number ng babae, pero sa tingin ko, no, at sa palagay ko, kapag kami ay nag-uusap-usapan at nagtatrabaho, nakikita ho namin yung value talaga ng kababaihan dito sa ginagawang pandemya. Nung tayo po ay unang-unang nakadetect ng SARS-CoV-2 virus dito sa Pilipinas, ang unang-una pong namobilize na mga grupo sa Department of Health ay mga kababaihan. Kami po ang unang-unang nag-lead ng atin po mga ginagawa sa ating response. At ito po ay naipagpatuloy, no? At nakapag-empower tayo na mas mabababang mga tao o yung mga technical staff natin na mga mostly ay mga babae pa rin po. No? So empowerment here during this time of the pandemic, lumabas lahat ng mga kagalingan ng mga tao. Hindi lamang po sa DOH, hindi lamang sa gobyerno ng national, napakita rin ng ating mga eksperto. Pag naririnig niyo po yung ating mga eksperto na nagsasalita sa media, most of them are women. So I think empowerment ng ating mga kababaihan during this time of the pandemic, hindi tayo nagdalawang isip. Talagang hindi natin sasabihin na ay babae ka, hindi ka pwede. Hindi. Kasali lahat at babae ay nanguna dito sa pandemyang ginakaharap natin at sa response na ginagawa natin.
Agree, ma'am. Talagang maraming kababaihan na nag-step up sa kanilang mga roles. And kahit sa hindi nila role, talagang they just volunteer to do the things they needed to do on their own. How about you, Miss Chit? What did you see? What was the best representation of women empowerment na nakita nyo ngayong pandemic?
Alam mo, saludo ako sa mga entrepreneur. Marami akong kilala na talagang nagsumikap, no? Yung kahit na yung negosyo nila ay naapekto, nag-isip kagad sila, ano yung mga essential? Bumili sila ng mga kung ano-ano, mga alcohol, hand sanitizer, etc. Nagbenta sila sa kani-kanilang mga village. So marami akong kaibigan na ganyan, na hindi na ba nag-intay na ano kaya gagawin ko, wala akong trabaho ngayon. Lahat ay nag-isip ng paraan, una para mabisi, hindi lang para mabisi, para kumita. Diba kasi at the end of the day, sabi nila, hindi matiis ng ina ang kanyang mga anak. Isusubo na lang, ibibigay pa sa anak, di ba? Meron tayong mga saying na ganyan. And really, ang kababaihan, pag nabigyan ng pagkakataon na kumita ng pera, ang una niyang iniisip ay ang hapagkainan. Ang una niyang iniisip is to buy food for the table. Kaya nga sinasabi namin kahit sa mga pinapautang, marami pinapautang kababaihan kasi mas maganda ang repayment daw. Sabi nilang gano'n, no? We don't want to sound so parang such activists here for women, pero merong mga katangian ang kababaihan globally na yan sa pag-aaral, alam na nila magaling magbayad ng utang, mabilis magtayo ng negosyo. Kasi sabi nila, ewan ko ha, Yusek, you can coach me. Kasi sabi nila, the way our brains are wired are differently from the way men's brains are wired. Hindi ko po alam, hindi po ako doktor or dalubhasa, pero merong libro na ganyan eh. Yung How Women See Things and How Men See Things. Diba? So, nakakatuwa yung libro na yun. Like, parang ang title is parang Venus versus Mars, parang ganon, na ang babae, okay lang sa kanya mag-multitask. You know, habang nagpapakain ng bata, siguro anthropologically rin, dahil nung mga Stone Age daw, habang nag-aalaga ng bata, nagluluto. So talagang nagmo-multitask ang kababaihan. Pero sa mga lalaki, kung napansin natin, kailangan sa kanila, they're very good at linear and focused work. Pero pag habang nag-metro na trabaho yung lalaki at sinabi mo, oy mamaya, wag mong kalimutan, hindi nila yun ma-absorb. So it is taglay ng mga kababaihan niyang ability na yan to take everything in. Sige lang, sabihin nyo lang sabihin. And somehow, our brain helps us filter kung alin ang priority. Parang nagsasabay-sabay, no? Ako, yan ang na-observe ko sa women entrepreneurs. Kaya sila nga ay ating gina-guide. Actually, ang kailangan lang nila makaabot sa merkado. Kasi ang dami nilang bright ideas. for enterprises. Yan ang nakita ko sa pandemya.
Ma'am, talagang napansin ko nga rin po na yung mga umuusbong na mga businesses, especially nung pandemic, karamihan mga babae. Nakakatuwa po talaga. So now po, may I ask, who inspires you nowadays? Yusek.
Yan, si Yusek una dyan.
Well, unang-una gusto ko lang no na masabi na of course I would always be inspired by all of the hard work being done by everybody in this pandemic. So ikaw ba naman, hindi ka ba naman ma-inspire na kahit yung pinakamababa no na empleyado ay tumutulong para masupil natin at makontrol natin ang pagtaas ng kaso. Yung atin mga sinasabi ni Ma'am Chit, yung sabi na yung mga kababaihan na nagtulong-tulong para makapabuo ng mga sanitation or hygiene kits maybe, yung sa alcohol and all, may inspire ka talaga dun sa bayanihan na pinakita ng bawat Pilipino in this time of the pandemic. Nung nag-lockdown tayo, walang makakain, lahat tumutulong, nagkakaroon ng mga pantries and all. You get to be inspired with this kind of efforts na binibigay ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na pag nakita natin na merong mga taong kailangan ng ating tulong. But mostly, I am so inspired by people na nakakapagpakita na kaya nila kahit na napakalaki ng challenge. And I am inspired by these women leaders across the globe na nakapagpakita na in spite of all of these challenges na itaas nila yung antas no nung responde nila sa pandemya doon sa kanilang mga bansa. Dito sa Pilipinas, alam mo, ang gusto ko lang talagang masabi, I'm really inspired by all of our workers. Yung mga executives natin, yung mga pinuno natin, expected na yan sa kanila. Kailangan gagawin nila yan talaga. Pero ako, very inspired pag nakikita ko talaga na yung mga tao namin, talagang 24/7, I tell you, walang biro. Nung nag-umpisa tayo ng pandemya, 24/7. Matutulog na lang po kami, tutunog pa yung telepono namin, ay may kailangan uling gawin. And I'm so inspired kung paano nila yung commitment nila sa trabaho, kung paano nila pinakita na gusto nilang tumulong, kung paano na hindi tinumbasan ng kahit na anong monetary value yung ibinigay nilang tulong dito sa responde na ito. That inspires me so much. So sa tingin ko, itong inspiration natin should always come from those people who helps us to be, to be this person that you are now. Tulad ko po, ako po ay naging undersecretary, pero ang lagi kong sinasabi, kung wala po yung mga tao namin sa DOH na patuloy na tumutulong sa atin, we won't have this kind of opportunity to lead and to set an example to everybody. So yung inspiration comes from deep within because you are very grateful for all those people who have helped us in this time of the pandemic.
Yes, ma'am. Tsaka kitang-kita naman po ng bayan natin na talagang non-stop ang trabaho ng DOH. You guys keep making programs, plans, agendas na talagang tuloy-tuloy na kailangan bakunahan, ganyan, di ba? So, kitang-kita po namin and we applaud you for it. And now, Miss Chit, how about you po? Who inspires you nowadays?
Alam mo, sabi nga ni Yusek, yung mga nanunungkulan, trabaho nila yan, di ba?
Opo.
Ako naman, sa side or sa sector ng mga negosyante, alam mo, nakaka-inspire yung mga maliliit na mga entrepreneur, no? Kasi sila yung fearless eh. Kasi yung iba pag malaking korporasyon, parang it's such a heavy elephant, sabi nga kung gumalaw, no? Pero ang mga small entrepreneurs maliliksi. They're very agile, mabilis kumilos, no? Na-inspire ako. Tapos syempre, pangalawa, yung healthcare workers. Ako po, nakabisita rin sa ospital. Hindi naman na-confine, thank God. Pero nakabisita ako sa ospital. Ako nga, mag-mask lang ako buong araw. Ang hirap-hirap na eh. Pag nakita mo yung mga healthcare workers, no, na halos hindi na sila punta ng banyo, tapos sila ay naka-full gear, parang iniisip ko, paano kaya kung ako yan, no? nakaka-inspire that they've taken it na hindi nila alam kung sino magpapakain sa kanila bukas, hindi nila alam kung saan sila kukuha ng kape o ng pang-inom, di ba? Pero dahil sila ay very inspiring, marami silang na-inspire na tumulong. Sumali kami doon sa mga frontline feeders, yung nagpadala ng mga, ako po hindi nagluluto, so nagtatakal po ako ng kanin, no? And we did it for I think more than a month hanggang mag-open up nung end of May. Pero buong April gumigising kami para ako magtakal ng kanin kasi hindi nga ako nagluluto. Pero yun po ay parang yun na lang ang tulong namin doon sa mga healthcare workers na kung ako i-challenge nyo, mahirap po talaga yung ginagawa nila to be in that suit the whole day, 24/7. So yun po ang naka-inspire sa akin na engganyohin rin ang aking mga kaibigan. Tapos nung makita nila sa Facebook na nagtatakal ako ng kanin, ayan na, sabi nila, uy, gusto ko rin mag-donate. Uy, gusto ko rin mag-ganyan. So, one inspiration leads to another. And I think if you do inspiring work because you're inspired, marami pang susunod dyan na tutulong din. So yun, ang inspirasyon minsan hindi kailangan manggaling sa isang idolo, sa isang opisyal, sa ibang nanunungkulan, pero ito ay nanggagaling dun sa mga maliliit na they are unfazed by all the challenges. Yun. Pwede bang pang Miss Universe na ang sagot namin ni Yusek?
Kaya na pa ang Miss Universe ngayong taon. Talagang award-winning. Tsaka totoo, ma'am, talagang very admirable yung ginagawa nyo na tumutulong kayo sa mga frontliners especially kasi sila na nga po yung hirap na hirap, di ba? Ngayong, ngayong pandemic. So, ngayon po, do you feel a shift in your personas when you are at work and also when you're at home naman, Yusek?
Actually, no. Most of my values and most of how I do things when I lead would really be coming from the fact that nanay ako. Una-una, planning, and budgeting. Nanay ako, so pag umamalengke ako dito, may budget lang kami, I can do, budgeting and I'll be able to allocate or we have allotted food for 1 week, for example. That is also what we do at work. Diba? Ito yung binigay na budget sa atin ng national government. Kailangan paggustuhin mo yan na efficient ka dapat. Mabusog yung mga anak mo, mabusog din ang taong bayan at mabigay natin yung serbisyo na kailangan natin. So it's basically the same. When I try to discipline my kids, parang ganun din, pag leader ka, no? So I do not believe yung pinapalo, sinisigawan ang mga bata. Ako kinakausap ko. And that's how I do things at work. Hindi ako yung magre-reprimand. I am very collegial. So kakausapin ko sila. Pag-usapan natin, I'll point to you kung ano ang dapat mong gawin, ano ang hindi. And that's it. And they learn, no? They learn by doing. I do not really mentor na uupuan kita, ito dapat gawin mo. They see how I do things and they get to learn how I do things. So kung pag tinignan natin at ikumpara, not really different from the household, papunta sa trabaho, pareho lang kung ano yung persona ko dito, it's the same. Kaya lang, syempre, medyo mas uptight ako, no? Mas medyo parang serious ako pagdating sa trabaho. Kasi syempre, pag dito tayo sa ating pamilya, nandun na yung relaxed yung mood natin. We can joke around with them. Although we can still joke around at work, but mostly serious times yan. No? So, yung pagdating sa persona, I think I'm basically the same. The values that I have in raising up my children and trying to manage my household is basically the same when I am at work. But of course, sabi ko nga, mas nandun tayo sa mas serious side kapag nasa trabaho tayo.
Katawa lang po yung sinabi nyo about how you discipline your kids na talagang words, usap. Hindi yung kailangan maging violent or, di ba, mga ganon. And how about you, Miss Chit? Like, ano po ba ang persona ninyo sa bahay at sa trabaho?
Alam mo, ang entrepreneur, wala yang holiday. Kasi, every day can be a holiday.
Yes.
So, as an entrepreneur, pwede kang nagtatrabaho ng linggo, pero pwede ka naman mag-declare na Monday, relax day ka. Ganon. So, walang pagkakaiba yung ginagawa ko sa work days at sa days na naka-relax ako because sinasabi ko nga sa lahat ng gusto maging entrepreneur, naku, wala kayong holiday. Why? Kasi everyday can be a holiday. 'Di ba? So ang entrepreneur, you have to have control of your time. You have to plan, sabi ni Yusek, yan, no? Yung planning, kasi hindi ka pwedeng reactive. Kailangan ka ay proactive. Kailangan ahead of the curve ka parate. Hindi ka mag-iintay na, ay, baka tumaas ang gasolina. Hindi, nandun ka na sa, pag tumaas ang gasolina, anong gagawin ko? So, you are always thinking ahead. Kasi, as an entrepreneur, kailangan you roll with the punches. Kailangan, hindi kayong, naku, patay na, magsasara na ako. Ganon. You cannot do that because you're responsible for your people, you're responsible for your employees. Kailangan mas mabilis ka mag-isip kasi nakasalalay rin sa kanila, sa iyo ang kanilang kabuhayan, ang ipapakain nila sa kanilang pamilya. So you have to be a responsible, forward-looking leader as an entrepreneur.
Galing. Talagang gusto ko lang pala both kayo pa talaga na talaga parang same lang work and at home, no? It's just really goes to show na you're not faking anything. Talaga kung ano nakikita ng tao sa inyo, yun na yun. And ganun talaga eh. No? Talagang we have to just do our thing while we do our work for things to just go flowing. So now, ladies, what would be your message naman to the women of today? Miss Yusek.
Yes. Unang-una, I would like to encourage all the wanas, no, here in the country. We call them wana. Yun ating mga kababaihan. Let us take on the challenge. Let us speak up. Wag ho kayong mahihiya. Meron naman ho tayong dapat confidence sa ating sarili na kaya naman po natin kung ano man ang nagagawa ng ibang mga kasama natin sa trabaho. Pangalawa, always speak of the truth. Yun pong katotohanan kapag yan po ang ating binibigkas at pinananaligan araw-araw. Hindi po tayo magkakamali. Pangatlo, lagi ho tayong magkaroon ng compassion at saka empathy. Kahit saan man tayong trabahong meron, lagi po natin dadamdamin kung ano po ang nararamdaman ng mga taong kasama natin, nakakasalamuhan natin, para alam po natin kung ano yung magiging direksyon natin. It is not always technical. It is not always by the book kung ano ang dapat natin gawin. Dapat po nadadama din natin kung ano ang nadadama ng mga taong nakakasalamuha at binibigyan din natin ng serbisyo. Pangatlo, kailangan po, lagi po natin iisipin na kung ano man po ang nagagawa ng kahit na sino sa paligid natin, kayang-kaya po natin yan. Huwag ho tayong panghihinaan ng loob. Always take on the challenge. Huwag ho tayong manatili dun sa stereotype concept na ang babae ay mas mahina sa lalaki. Dahil tayo po, pag tinignan natin ngayon ang ating mundo, ang ating pong mga nakakasama sa trabaho, nakikita ho natin na ang kababaihan po ay naandun na dun sa rurok kung saan naipakita na po natin kung gaano po ang value o ang importansya ng kababaihan dito po sa ating bansa, sa lahat ng sektor na ating ginagalawan dito sa ating bansa. So lagi po natin tatandaan, taas noo po tayo, may ibubuga po tayo mga kababaihan dito po sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat po.
Very beautifully said. How about you, Miss Chit? Any advice
Siya na
to
talagang
us?
Miss Universe. Runner-up na lang ako. Ako, ang message ko is, unang-una, you have to recognize your gifts. Meron tayong mga katangian na sa atin lang binigay. No? Pag hindi natin vinalue yung gifts na meron tayo o yung skills na binigay sa atin, natutunan natin, hindi natin alam what our worth is. So you have to know what your worth is para ikaw ay magtaas ng kamay. 'Di ba? So kailangan tayong magnilay-nilay at isipin natin, o nga no, what do I have? 'Di ba? Pangalawa, gamitin natin 'yun. To raise our hand, to get our seat at the table, and to speak up. Yan, napakasimple naman yan. Pero yan ay pwede natin gawin mula sa tahanan. Sinasabihan natin lahat ng kababaihan, mula sa tahanan, gawin nyo yan. Kasi ayaw natin ng yung mga bawsi-bawsi, no? Yung mga ganon. Gusto natin tanggalin yung mga help desk na yan. Sana there will be a thing of the past. na ang mga kababaihan ay kailangan humingi ng tulong sa pulisya, etc. because of violence from a relative, di ba? So yan, tayo ay tumayo. Tapos sa negosyante, sa mga negosyante, tayo po ay magpursige. Tayo ay magtutulong-tulong at kami pong mga nakakatanda na do sa mga bata ay handa pong mag-mentor all the time. Thank you.
Sobrang inspiring ng episode na to, and I am kind of sad na we're ending na po, no? I wish na we could talk more. Ang dami pang kailangan pag-usapan, pwedeng pag-usapan, and as women talagang nakaka-inspire po kayong dalawa. And so, we hope to see you again, but for now, do you have any parting words for our viewers? Do you have any events or upcoming plans, agendas? How about you, Yusek?
Yes, no? So unang-una, bago tayo magtapos, gusto ko lang batiin ang lahat ng kababaihan sa buong Pilipinas at sa buong mundo. Happy International Women's Day, Ma'am Cheat. Happy Women's Day po. At saka syempre sa ating mabuting host, Happy Women's Day to you and to all of our staff, Happy Women's Day. Meron ho tayong parating na Bayanihan Bakunahan which will happen on March 10 to 12 kung saan sa bawat local governments po magkakaroon po tayo ng mga sites for vaccination. Pero ngayon po, hindi na lang fixed vaccination site, meron na rin po tayong iikot ng mga magbabakuna sa mga bahay-bahay, especially to look for our senior citizens and those with comorbidities para mabakunahan na rin po sila. So sana po, tulong-tulong po tayo lahat ng mamamayang Pilipino. Bigyan po natin ng proteksyon, hindi lang po ang ating sarili, kung hindi pati rin po ang ating pamilya at ang ating buong komunidad para sama-sama po nating makita yung atin pong inaasam na new normal dito sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, ma'am. How about you, Miss Chit?
Well, ang parting shot lang is tayo ay magtuloy ng ating discussion sa social media. So kami po ay nasa Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, ang Echo Store. At meron din po akong page sa Facebook. Pwede po kayo mag-message kung ano po ang inyong mga mungkahi para sa mga negosyante, para sa mga nagkakape na kababaihan. And for all the women out there, especially to you, Sec Vergere, and to you, Miss Venice, Happy International Women's Day. Marami po tayong ma-attend ngayon ng mga webinars at mga Zoom na makakapag-inspire sa iba na hindi mawalan ng pag-asa dahil kaya natin ito. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you so much once again, ladies, for gracing our show today. We enjoyed this talk and we hope to see you again. God bless and good luck on your endeavors po. So there we go, mga katriboy. Thank you din po for tuning in today, and I hope you enjoyed this episode as much as I did. You can watch Straight Talk live every Tuesday at 10 a.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and also on Tribune now on YouTube. Happy International Women's Day. I am Venice Bautista, and this has been Straight Talk. Thank you.
The most important thing that I teach them and my daughters is humility. I said, you cannot grow, you cannot be successful if you are not a humble person.
Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito nyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang WhatsApp. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa WhatsApp.
Hello, I'm Poch Concepcion. Welcome to What's Up. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. Ngayon po, ang makakasama natin ay isang broadcast journalist, o media personality, author ng mga libro, makata, musician, at ngayon painter na rin. At sabi ng isang kaibigan, ang ganda ng description sa kanya, malikot ang utak. Let's find out more. What's up with Lourdes de Vera? Yay!
Grabe, Poch, kinikilig ako. narinig ko ulit yung broadcaster voice mode, man. Parang ano lang ah.
Ano?
Oo,
Kamusta?
hindi. Hindi nyo ba alam si Pocholo ay isang mga legendary DJs dati yan. Ano,
Hindi totoo
haligi
yan.
yan si Pocholo.
Hindi totoo yan. Ang gusto ko itanong sa'yo muna, sino nagpangalan sa yung Lord?
Apparently, nanay ko kasi pinanganak ako noong February 11, which is the feast of Our Lady of Lourdes.
Sabi ko na nga ba, Lord. So,
Oo, so Lourdes.
oo.
Yung mga panahon na yun, wala pa yatang ultrasound. Sobrang lakas ng drugs, yung mga pain medication.
Okay.
So inisip ng nanay ko na lalaki, may bigote yung baby. So tanggalin na lang yung ES. Gawin na lang Lord, parang gano'n.
Okay.
Which,
Mhm.
up until siguro mga mid-90s,
Mhm.
alaman ko, ang ibig sabihin pala ng ang Lord is French for heavy. Pero silent E, Lord.
Talaga?
Oo.
Ayun.
Nagsabi sa akin si Kidlat Tahimik. Alam mo ang pangalan mo in French? Tapos sa isang Air France flight,
Aha.
kinabitan nila yung tag ko ng may nakasulat, Lord. Sabi ko, wow! Specialized talaga yung Air France.
Mhm.
Tapos, yung katabi ko rin sa yung bagahe na nilagyan din ng Lord. Lord din yung pangalan niya. So yun pala, ibig sabihin nun,
Heavy.
may mabigat or hefty.
Heavy gut.
Oo.
Teka, napakarami mong ginagawa. Ikaw ang parang renaissance man.
O hindi.
Oo. Di ba?
Ano lang, tawag doon, Jack of all trades, master of none. Ibig sabihin, dilettante, dabbler, tawag doon, poet taster, yun, yung mga, hindi naman ganun kumbaga, marami lang sinasawsawang mga kung ano pa.
Kilalang kilala ka sa media because you're a media personality. Palagi ko, kung hindi konti, walang nakakaalam sa background mo na isa kang, well, ang unang narinig ko sa'yo, scholar ka na Inquirer. Tama?
Oo, na hindi natuloy kasi
Ganun.
nag-face hiring sila, men.
Mhm.
Oo, ang nagsabi pa sa akin si Isigani Yambot.
Si Isagani.
Pero ang nag-interview sa akin for the scholarship, si Mr. Yambot, si Marixie Prieto,
Wow.
and the late great Leti Jimenez Magsano.
Yung tatlo na yun.
Yung tatlo na yun, men. Hindi.
Mhm.
Kaya yung final interview, siya, late pa ako.
Na-late ka.
Tumakbo ko from, nasa may UN Avenue pa yung Empire. Inabot mo ba yung UN Avenue office po?
Yes, yes. Oo.
Yun.
Mm.
Tumakbo ko from Taft all the way to the Inquirer office. Tapos kahit nakapolo ako, mahaba ng buhok ko, nakakayat pumasok ako ng pawis na pawis ako, man.
Siyempre, oo.
Tapos, kasilip ko, yung tatlo na doon, tapos unang nagsalita si Ma'am Letty, sabi niya, Haribol.
Tapos,
Haribol.
so hindi na tuloy. Hindi ka natuloy.
Yun natuloy, kaya nag-apply ako sa Today.
Ayun. Inquirer's loss was today's gain.
Oo, pero sa mga coverage, inaasar ako ng mga kasabay ko reporter na taga-Inquirer. Sige Lord kasi magbabakasyon ba ako sa States kasi nag-ano na kami, nag-profit sharing na kami.
Pare, UST ka, no? Anong major mo? Journalism? Hindi, English.
Jorn.
Jorn.
Pero coach, kasi ang weird kasi yung Jorn sa UST.
Bakit?
Parang kalahati niya ay literature subjects.
Okay. Which is, maganda yun, di ba? Para sa'yo. Oo.
Para sa akin maganda kasi basically maraming kang time. Tapos marami ka ring readings sa panitikan, sa creative writing. Ganun. So, mas, I think, nagkakaroon ng dimension yung journalism mo, quote-unquote.
Oo. Nadagdagan, hindi lang siya reportage. Oo.
Naalala ko na ng mga batches before me, yung mga joint majors, karamihan sa kanila ay mga creative writers din.
Okay.
Kung hindi sila mga playwright, sila ay mga makata o fictionist. Alala ko si Walt Contreras, di ba? Inquirer. Kahit sa akin yun.
Okay.
Creative writer din yun.
Madami kayo sa UST eh.
Ano kaya yun? Parang compensatory mechanism
Bakit?
na hindi ka taga-Diliman, hindi ka taga-Katipunan. Doon ka sa binabahang kali.
Pero nakita mo ba sarili mo ano? Actually, ginawa mo. Naging literary ka. Nanalo ka pa.
Oo. Ikaw lit major ka din, di ba?
Yes, oo.
Ano bang thesis mo, Poch? Undergraduate thesis mo?
Hindi ako Actually, kulang ako ng units eh.
Oo.
Oo. Dahil inabutan ako ng EDSA Revolution.
Galing!
So, hindi tinigil na namin. Nandun kami sa kalye, nag-rally.
Oo. Pero, ano yung kung lit major ka, ano yung parang, anong genre ng literature yung mas kinikilingan mo noon?
Nalala ko kasi ang gagaling ng teachers ko eh, si Rilo. Okay, another UST, di ba? Teacher ko si Cirilo sa poetry.
Wow.
Okay. Freddy Salanga.
Uy, hindi nga.
Totoo.
Nasal pala siya. Parang sa Pineo lang sa
Nagturo. Parang, di ba sila, kumukuha ng ilang subjects sa Ateneo.
Galing. Kamusta si Freddy Salanga's teacher? Alam ko, kilala ko siya as writer, pero kamusta siya magturo at kamusta siya as teacher? Para ba siyang Zen guru na
presence eh. Tapos, tatawagin ka niya ako, kasi lagi ako naka-jacket ng sabi niya, the guy in the fatigue. Ganun.
Hindi. May basto na siya nun.
Wala pa. Oo. Anyway.
Nagsulat nun
Oo. Isa pa si Marcia Vasco, teacher ko.
Alam mo sinong kagaya mo rin na rockstar na lit major? Sa Lasal pa ha? Si Diego Mapa.
Okay.
Diego Mapa ng Pedicab.
Nakita ko siya sa 19 babanggitin ko nga. Nag-usap tayo.
Lit siya, men.
Okay. So, habang nasa UST ka, nakikita mo sarili mong writer? Hindi.
Writer hindi. Pero nung second year, parang mas mas yung tipong great appreciator of the written word. Para mas ganun. Hindi pa practitioner siguro.
Pero nung nasa Today ka na, nag-enjoy ka naman. Teddy boy.
Ang galing magturo. Alam mo yung, it's one of those subjects na yung literally life-changing talaga siya.
Si Teddy
Parang
boy. Oo.
Sa isang upuan ko pa lang, alam ko na okay, parang gusto ko to tahakin for the rest of my life.
Okay.
Tapos about the same time, nanghihiram ako ng mga libro sa Thomas Jefferson
Yes.
sa may Buendia. Nung nasa Buendia pa siya, no? Ganda ng mga libro, man. Yun, so parang weekly ritual namin ng ilang tropa ko na pupunta kami ron, tapos natambay lang. Doon sa British Council, nung pwede ka pang tumambay.
Oo. Sa Broadway ba? Oo.
Sa Broadway noon.
Tama, oo.
So apart from mga British poetry, babasa kami ng NME, mga ganyan. Mga bago Melody Maker, mga British notes. Cream.
Ano sa tingin mo? Kasi National Bookstore, nawala na yung mga libro di ba? Fully booked na lang.
Hindi, meron pa rin naman.
Meron pa ba?
Depende kung saan national ka pumupunta. Kung sa yung main branch, sa superstore, meron pa rin. Alam ko yung sinasabi mo, Poch, no? And I can actually understand where you're coming from. Pero ako mas natutuwa ako na kahit sabihin mo maliit lang yung let's say mga books, quote-unquote, na hindi textbooks sa National Bookstore, kahit pa paano, kahit sabihin mo parang corner store lang yan, at least medyo lumalaki yung presence ng Pinoy authors. Ako mas doon pa ako natutuwa.
Oo nga. Pati sa fully booked. Marami. Oo.
Sorry?
Sa fully booked, di ba?
Ganun din.
Oo. Ang daming Filipino authors.
Kasi kung maalala mo nun, ng National Bookstore, parang 2 shelf lang yung mga Filipino eh. Tapos kalahati pa nun, ikabudbudwit.
Okay.
Oo. The Great Nonoy Marcelo.
Yes.
Ulit.
Oo.
Ngayon, punong-puno siya, men. So, ibig sabihin, may market siya.
May market talaga. Oo. Okay.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Q. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there, mga katribu!
What's nice is that because of our innovative ways, we were able to keep almost 500 employees. We did not lay off anybody.
Nagbabalik po ang What's Up. Bago kami nawala. Kasama si Lourdes de Vera.
Sinasabotahe na tayo, Cholo.
Sinasabotahe tayo. The wonders of technology.
Oo nga eh. Pero okay yan. Parang 99% 1991. Naalala mo yon?
Panahon ni Ramos.
Hindi nun, men, no?
Oo. Oo.
Freshman ata ako nun.
Okay.
Tapos, isipin mo, walang kuryente, walang aircon, sumisigaw yung teacher. Tapos minsan candlelight lang pagdating ng hapon.
Talaga?
Oo. Nasa jingle ka ba nun?
Naalala ko noon na madalas ako sa Dino Records. Naalala mo si Dodong Viray?
Oo naman.
Oo. So brownout, nakahubad kami sa office niya.
Wow.
Dadating si
Baka may
Deng.
baka yung ginagawa nun.
Ha?
Baka yung ginagawa.
Oh, kandila eh.
Masusunog yun.
Dadating si Dengko Emil. Oo.
Dengkoy, no?
Oo. Oo.
Hindi. Coach, sino namang na-interview mo? So, what's up?
Dami na. Cowboy Santos, kung sino-sino. Bago ikaw si ano eh. Bukod kay Junji Marcelo, si Ebe Dancel.
Puro musicians talaga in-interview?
Hindi, halo-halo. May artista rin. Oo. May, paano ka napasok sa TV?
Okay. Meron na, yung boss ko, si Patrick Paes.
Okay.
Uh,
TV na yun
One
eh.
time, from ABS-CBN, no?
Yes.
Correspondent, producer siya dati.
Oo.
Reporter siya dati, sige producer.
Okay.
One time, inoferan niya ako, sabi niya, merong tinatayong programa noon sa TV5, no? Pangalan, The Evening News. So, 10 p.m. tapos para siyang countdown. So, 10 important stories of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yun. So, sabi niya, bibigyan kita ng 3 to 4 minutes na segment. Bahala ka kung gusto mong gawin.
Mm-hmm.
So, wala naman akong alam sa broadcasting, yung background ko ipagsusulat.
Yes.
So, inisip, ang closest thing na alam ko sa television production is music videos.
Mm-hmm.
So, inisip ko paghaluin ng dalawang elemento ng komentaryo, tsaka yung music video aesthetic with a hint of sarcasm.
Yes. Oo.
Yun. Nakakatawa kasi yung panahon na yon medyo pausbong pa lang yung social media.
Mm-hmm.
Pero wala pa mga troll commenters. Okay. So, dahil, of course, this was the pre-Manny V. Pangilinan TV5, which means mga 5 tao lang ang nanonood. So, nagkaroon ng YouTube, nagkaroon ng Facebook, ina-upload nung yung ilang episodes nung segment ko, which I decided to call Word of the Lord.
Yes. Oo.
Oo. Yun, tapos akala ng marami ay online show siya.
Kasi nasa YouTube. Oo.
Tsaka wala nanonood ng TV5 doon. Hanggang ngayon naman, mga 10 lang ata nanonood.
Di naman. Oo.
15, mga ganyan.
Oo.
Or pag may PBA, pag may laruan nila.
Okay.
Yun. Tapos, yung mga panahon na yun, umalis na ako ng dyaryo kasi after 6 years, nagkataon na nanalo ako ng grant sa NCCA.
Anong klaseng grant? Anong klaseng grant?
It was the first ever Writer's Prize. Yung Writer's Prize, iba-ibang genre siya. So nagsubmit ako for poetry. Yung sa akin yung nanalo, 1 winner per category lang. So ang premyo noon is they gave you 250,000 and a book project for 1 year. Yun, di ba? So inisip ko, isang taon, game na to. Kasi mula college, hindi ako nagkaroon ng break ever. Hindi ako nagkaroon ng pahinga.
Mula college?
Habang nasa college pa lang ako, nagko-contribute na ako sa dyaryo.
Okay.
Sa Today. So,
Today,
immediately after graduation, in theory, hindi ako nagmarcha.
Mm-hmm.
Sabak agad. So, alam mo naman trabaho, napaka-stressful yung dyaryo, men.
Oo.
Lalo na noon, wala pang internet. Talaga, kailangan pumunta ng office, wala kang fax machine. Kung
Tama.
nagsasarado ka ng pahina, talagang duduguin ka talaga ng yelo, mga ganyan.
Oo, oo.
Yun, tapos after 6 years, inisip ko parang, sige, parang itong pagkakataon na to. Yun. Kung saan ako pupunta pagkatapos, bahala na si Batman.
Okay.
Yun. So 1 year to work on a book. Ang galing, hindi ko natapos yung libro.
Hindi nagalit ang NCCA? Hindi nagalit?
Ano naman, option naman kasi yun kung pa-publish mo. Hindi ako satisfied
Okay.
So na-realize ko na parang left to my own devices. Pag walang deadline, nananarantado pala ako. So natapos ko rin eventually manuscript after 2 more years. Galing, no? 2 more years.
Well, better late than never. Oo. Ano yun?
Oo.
Anong libro yan?
It's a collection of poems called Insectissimo. Yan. Na pinablish siya rin ng UST. Ito pala, may kopya pala ako.
Diyan.
Yan.
Ayun.
Tapos, ang weird, kasi di ba pag, hindi ko alam ngayon, ano? Pero kasi, di ba sa dyaryo, ang ora de peligro mo lagi ay the hours from 3 o 3:30 hanggang 6 p.m.
Yes, tama.
Yung first week ko na umalis na ako, na sa bahay lang ako, work ng manuscript. Hindi ako mapakali ng alas 4, alas 5. Sabi ko, ina, parang may mali dito Pero wala naman kasi umalis na ako. Paalam ako na maayos.
Nahanap ng katawan mo.
Oo, yung adrenaline level.
Mm.
Ginagawa ko man everyday, tumatawag ako ng office. Anong balita dyan, Roger? Para marinig ko lang yung mga fax machine, nagsisigawa mga or mga ganyan, yung mga printer, the dot matrix pa. Oo. Hanggang yun. Hanggang once a week na lang. Weird pala ng ganon, men, ano?
Pero nag-take off yung yung word of the Lord. Sumikat ka doon.
Medyo nakabola siya.
Oo. Binigyan ka ba ng bonus? Nung takeover ng MVP group?
Hindi naman. Ang pinaka-bonus ko ay dati parang 1,000 naman. Parang 1,000 or 2,000 naman lang yata bayad sa. Tapos, binigyan ako ng shows, ibang shows eventually.
Oo.
Tapos, semi-regular. Yun. Tapos, nag-expand. Binigyan ako ng show on Philippine history. Tapos, mga may radio show, binigyan ng radio show.
Radio show, oo.
Na yun yung pinaka-break ko actually. I mean, pinaka-pahinga ko kasi Sabado siya. Tapos wala siya, nung una may structure pa pero nakakapagod kinakarir mo talaga.
Oo.
So, ginagawa na lang namin noon, parang sounds kami, kwentuhan.
Oo, naging freeform kasama si Bert.
Oo, tapos, nagtagal siya ng 8 years kasi Sabado ng gabi. Sabado ng mga past prime time. So, Sabado ng mga 8 or 9 p.m. ba yun? Hindi nakikinig yung mga boss, men. Napatunayan ko yan one time. Kasi gines namin si Baron Geisler.
Okay.
Nawasak talaga siya. Mumura talaga.
Talaga? Oo.
Kasi Dong Abay, nawasak din. Mumura din. So wala akong trabaho. Nung Monday, walang
Wala memo.
Doon ko na-conclude, nagpapahinga yung mga boss ng Sabado ng gabi.
Bakit tumagal ng 8 years? Nagre-rate.
Yung underbelly siya ng schedule So siya yung parang obscure area na pinag-gloss over ng mga otoridad sa amin na parang, meron palang ganito. Yun. So freak siya.
Okay. Parang masarap magradyo, no?
Masarap magradyo at naiintindihan ko kung bakit sinasabi nila na parang addictive ang radio. Pero I guess iba yung Poch iba yung radio niyo noon Iba na rin ngayon.
Oo, maraming distractions ngayon, no? Oo. Hindi ka tulad dati, tutok-tutok.
Maraming distractions. Na ngayon, you have to take into consideration of course, the listeners, no? Pero dati, di ba, ikaw yung nagko-control talaga, ikaw namimili ng sounds. Depende na lang kung may request.
Tama.
Kung coops ka, pwede mo, di ba, baba ng telepono yung nagre-request.
Okay.
Yan, kailangan mo basahin ng comments, kailangan maging mindful ka sa sasabihin ng mga nakikinig sa'yo, mga ganyan.
Okay, speaking of comments, pag nagpo-post ka sa Facebook, daan-daan, libo-libo eh. Tapos ang daming naaasar din sa'yo. Napipikong ka ba minsan?
Hindi, kasi hindi na ako nagbabasa ng comment section.
Okay.
Kasi nakaka-stress lang eh.
Tama. O, pag humaba, naging thread, no? O.
Pag naging thread, tapos alam mo naman na kinukupal ka lang ng kausap mo kasi ang profile picture niya ay agila o kaya kung hindi agila ay kamao, mga ganyan.
Oo.
Tapos alam mo hindi na tunay na pangalan yun.
Oo.
Yun eh. Yung pagpatol, para kasing minsan yun po, yung binatukan ka sa loob ng isang crowded bar. Tapos binatukan ka, tapos pag lumingon ka, hindi mo alam kung sino bumatok sa'yo.
Parang galon. Oo. Ang mo.
Ganun yung dating eh.
Oo.
Tapos iniisip ko, dati nag-engage ako, pinapatulan ko. Ano mga sino, ang una, no? Wala pa yata yung term na troll noon. Sa realize ko, putya, ilang minuto rito ng buhay ko, dinevote ko dito. Kung nagbasa na lang ako ng ilang pahina ng great works of literature, di ba?
Okay.
Di ba, na-enrich pa yung buhay ko. Yun.
Ito, serious question. Etong mga kausap mo na dati ina-engage mo, ngayon hindi mo na pinapansin, pinababayaan mo lang sila. Ito ba sa tingin mo, boboto ba yung mga yan?
Hindi. Matagal na naman yata, Poch, na napatunayan na hindi nagtatranslate sa real life electoral results ang social media. Kasi kung tutuusin mo, dapat senador na si Willie Ong.
Di ba? Oo, yun eh. Yun ang Yung kagad na naisip ko eh. Ilan ang followers niya? 7 million or something?
Di ba?
Oo.
Pero hindi siya guarantee eh.
Bakit kaya?
Kasi karamihan sa kanila ay, paano nga ba?
Nakarehistro sa probinsya.
Pwede na sa probinsya. Alam mo naman, effort mag-register din eh.
Oo nga.
Diba? Effort siya mag-register eh. Tapos, ngayon na-realize ko, even yung idea ng fame and popularity ay napaka-relative sa social media. Marami tayong kilala na mga quote-unquote influencers na super sikat sa kanilang market.
Yes.
Pero hindi natin kilala. Ganon.
Dami niyan. Oh.
Maraming ganon. So, dito ko na, doon ako na iintriga, lalo na sa sounds. Kasi kunyari, since wala nang mainstream radio, as we know it,
Spotify.
may kanya-kanya siyang mga para mga specialized, mga little pockets of fandom, mga ganon, magugulat ka na, may sarili silang eksena na hindi natin alam.
Tama, oo. Hindi ko ma-imagine eh. May isang artist, 30 million, 20 million views.
Correct.
Totoo kaya yun?
Posible.
O kasi, nasa counter.
Posible. Tapos ngayon, ang nagiging rule of thumb ay nanggagaling na sa social media yung mga artists na pumupunta sa mainstream.
Tama.
Ganun. At ano sa palagay mo, Coach? Dahil walang mga ANR at ang ANR lang nila is almost real-time public approval.
Yes.
Mas tumataas ba yung skill level nila, kumbaga mas nagkakaroon ba ng mas matinding pagsasala sa mga performers?
Hindi natin masasagot agad dyan Pero may point ka. Oo. Dati dumadaan sa process di ba? Pero, well, napansin ko lang, pare-pareho yung style yung mga sikat.
Alam mo, iniisip ko rin yan dati. Pero naalala ko yung sinasabi lagi ng mga naunang henerasyon sa atin na ang Led Zepp at ang mga Black Sabbath at ang Cream ay pare-pareho lang yung tunog. So every time nag-iisip na ako ng ganun, oh wait. Kailangan ko muna i-check yung ano ko, baka nagiging tumitito or lumololo mode na ako.
Ganun din pala tayo, no? Yung mga pinapakinggan natin.
Oo, sa totoo lang.
Oo.
Baka may mga nuances na hindi na natin nagigets o nami-miss natin.
Oo, kasi hindi natin generation.
Oo.
Teka, nabanggit mo yung 70s. Mga kaibigan, si Lord po ay pamangkin ni Mike Hanopol. Ano ang memories mo sa kanya nung bata ka pa? Kay Mike?
Hindi kasi, nung lumalaki ako, maliit pa lang ako noon, pumunta na siya ng States.
Okay. Oo.
So, bumalik siya rito noong 1991 or 92 or 93.
Yung Buhay Amerika. Oo.
Yun, nag-roadie ako sa kanya.
Okay.
Oo. So, yun, mga weekends naman yung mga gigs. Tagadala ako ng gitara, taga-set up ako ng mamahaling effects system. Wireless.
Wireless Oo.
Yun. Mga dami mga bistro sa Amoranto, mga ganyan.
Yun ang ika nga ni Conrad de Quiros, high point ng bistro sa Amoranto. Yung performance ni Mike.
Talaga?
Oo.
Tapos, pero ang kasayahan doon din, Poch, pag nagro-roadie ako sa kanya, parang nagro-roadie na rin ako, well, in effect, nagro-roadie din ako kay Bosyo. No? Ako nagsiset up nung...
Okay.
Pag sa probinsya, walang mga drum stool doon. So, kabisado ko kunyari kung ilang stacks ng monoblock yung
pagpapatong-patong mo.
Oo. Tatlo. Tatlo. Kasi nakatingkayad siya pag pumapalo.
Okay.
Yun.
Dumaan ka pala doon sa ganun. Sumama ka sa kanya. Oo. Tapos si Bosyo ang drums.
Si Bosyo yung drums. Kailan mabait na mama, sobra.
Masarap kasama,
Mas ako napaka-wow. Parang good soul talaga si Bosyo. Talagang lovable human being.
Oo. Malawak din no?
Malawak. Tapos, okay, gets ko na kung saan galing yung mga linggo nila. Kasi parang, kung tutuusin mo, parang siya yung pinaka-cool sa kanila.
Sa lahat.
Sorry sa kaluluwa ni Piaps at ni Wally.
Oo.
Merong innate coolness si Bosyo na very caring, nakangiti lang siya. Yung iba dark Oo. Si Pepe, kahit clownish si Pepe, dark siya.
Oo. Totoo yun.
Oo. Kasi I can tell na gano'n yung nature ni Bosyo. Kasi nakapunta ako sa bahay nila. Tapos, yung mga clippings niya from the past, kahit yung nasa Japan siya.
Kompleto. Yes.
Sa Las Piñas, iniipon niya yung mga clippings niya. So, meron siya mga, hindi ko na-check kung kompleto sa recording. So. Pero you contrast that with Pepe na binigyan ko ng reissue nung dalawang Speed, Glue and Sinky na album. Australian reissue siya Tapos sabi niya, nawasak siya kasi parang 40 or 30 years na raw hindi naririnig yung album na yun. Yung dalawang album na yun. Tapos, yun, true enough, kinabukasan, winala niya agad.
Okay.
Yung tiyuhin ko, si Mike, pagka-uwi, unang tinanong sa akin kung meron daw ba akong mga recordings ng Juan de la Cruz Band.
Wala rin siya.
Ganda, di ba?
Mm.
May hindi sila nag-iipon, hindi nila iniipon.
Pero si Bosyo meron. Hindi lang
Kung
kumpleto.
meron siyang mga clippings, ini-imagine ko baka meron din siya ng mga recordings na yun. Oo. Na-realize ko may dalawang klaseng mga tao, mga musicians or mga rock stars.
Ano?
Yun nga,
Yung
iniipon nila yung ginawa or meron silang, hindi ko rin alam, Poch, kasi baka iniisip din nila yata na ina-arbor yung gamit nila. Papiprint naman to ulit eh. Hanggang
wala na pala.
sa araw, nawala na lang yun.
Oo. Then may mga maiingat din.
Meron din.
Oo. Ikaw naman, paano ka natuto mag-gitara?
Nung high school ako, ay in-enroll ako ni Ermat sa Yamaha School of Music. Tapos sa extension course sa UP College of Music.
Uy,
Oo. Pero, classical guitar din.
so, mahirap pumasa dun ha. So nagbabasa ka.
Extension lang naman. Extension.
Okay.
Oo.
Oo.
So, nagbabasa naman ako ng notes. Natuto naman ako. Pero classical. Hindi ka tuturuan mag-solo ron.
So nagbabasa ka ng nota? Oo.
Pinag-aaral ako lahat kaming magkakapatid pinag-aaral ng piano ni Ermat. Yun. Tapos, pag nasa Yamaha sa Cubao, pag may extra 20 ako, pupunta ako ng National Bookstore sa Alimol at bibili ako ng jingle, man.
Of course, oo.
Oo. Tapos titignan ko yung mga yung mga new wave na mga kanta, kung may mga una sipra nila Mr. Guillermo. Ayan.
Doon ka natutong magdagdag ng repertoire ng
Medyo ganun.
Oo.
Tapos, hanggang dito sa kalye, may mga kapitbahay, mga anak din ng pulis, tayo kami ng banda. Tapos, medyo lumawak yung network, may kumuha sa akin. Yun.
Tuloy-tuloy na. Oo. Radioactive sa guna. Oo.
Wala pa.
Banda-banda muna ng
Punks ako, men.
Punk.
Kasi
Oo.
oo. Yung mga, sa isang araw, nakita ko ng sarili ko nasa tandem. Katambayan ko yung mga skinhead, tsaka sila Oli ng RDA, yung mga ganyan.
Okay.
Yun. Tapos, nung college, naging teacher ko si Alde Malanta ng Dead End.
Nag-abot kayo sa UST.
Naging teacher ko siya. Tapos, nung fourth album, kinuha niya ako mag-gitara
Okay.
sa Dead Ends. So, yun. So, kumbaga yung last incarnation ng Dead Ends, mahahaba na yung mga buhok.
Kailan mo inumpisahan niyang pagpipinta?
Nung namatay si Ermats, siguro after a month, parang COVID yun, di ba? Tapos work from home. Habang nagmo-monitor ako ng mga hearing sa ABS-CBN na franchise,
Okay.
hindi ko siya matutukan kasi parang nakakabwisit pakinggan sila Marcoleta. So, ginagawa ko nung high school, yung nagdududal-dudal lang habang nakikinig sa teacher. Pero na-absorb mo naman yung pinapakinggan mo. Ganun, parang ganun ginawa ko. Tapos, nag-expand na nilagay ng may kulay, lumalaki yung mga pinagdodrawingan, yun. Pero kasi, Coach, nung bata ako, nagdodrawing talaga ako.
May natural may pinanggalingan.
Oo, gumagawa ko ng mga comics noon, mga Rambo type stories.
Teka,
Tapos, inisip ko rin, na-realize ko later on, parang nag-full circle kasi si Ermats yung nagdadala sa akin sa on the spot drawing painting contests. Na talo ko lagi siya. Pero idea lang na nandun ka. Tapos, hindi ko na may gawa ng iba.
Oo. Teka muna, yung nasa likod mo, mga putol ng kamay yan
Pero kung makita mo ito, ano yan, drawing, parang yung tuta ko yan, si Toto. So, nasa desktop kasi
Yung
ako.
black, aso yan?
Oo, nasa apps siya.
Okay.
Mhm.
Lord, nabanggit mo ang father mo, no? Was a police officer.
Mhm.
Nagkaroon ba ng conflict yan sa ano mo? Sa paglaki mo, kasi artist ka eh.
Surprisingly, hindi niya kami pinakialaman masyado. In fact, ang mas iron-fisted pa sa amin si Ermats. Oo. Pero nagulat lang ako na it was fairly lately nung nagbabanding kami noon by taking him to Pacquiao fights sa sinehan.
Sa sinehan.
Oo, kasi super boxing fan talaga yun. Nanonood kami ng Pacquiao, tapos pag magla-lunch kami afterwards, bigla siya magkikwento ng mga from out of nowhere lang, yung mga horror stories na sa WPD.
Uy.
O parang, bakit kayo mo lang kinikwento sa akin? Ganun. Kasi siguro inisip niya, hindi makwento nung bata kami. Basta ganun, mga medyo tao siya kasi ni ni Lim.
Uy.
Tapos, yung batch nila ng police ng WPD, sila yung mga rookie cops noong first quarter storm.
Ganun?
Oo, so sabi niya nung nagpapahaba ako ng buhok noon, may binanggit siya nun sabi niya, huwag ganyan yung mga buhok ng mga pinapalo namin sa Mindoro.
Okay. May isa pang tao si Lim eh. Naging senador, si Barbers. I'm sure kilala ng tatay mo.
Naging boss niya. Si Barbers naging boss
si
niya.
Barbers. Oo.
Mahal na mahal ang AirPods ko si Lim, men. Sinasabi niya lagi na, yan ang boss. Kasi parang reklamo.
Okay.
Nireklamo for extortion. Petty extortion. Nalaman daw ni Lim, pinatawag daw. Tapos, tinanong daw yung dahilan. Sir, kasi enrollment daw ng anak. Tapos pinurang-mura na rin yung tao, sabi raw ni Lim, sa susunod, pag may kailangan kayong ganyan, mga pan-tuition, wag lang pang sugal o pang inom, lumapit kayo sa akin, ako bahala. Ganun. Wag lang kayo mga extort.
So maayos pala, maayos si Fred Lim ha?
Oo, yung straight old school moral compass.
Tama.
Pero pagdating kunyari sa EJK or mga ganong
ganun din ang
iba yung moral compass.
Iba.
Ano kasi sila, men, ang term dyan ni Vince Rafael, yung hubs yan, parang an eye for an eye.
Ganun eh, oo.
Di ko makalimutan to, men.
Sige.
Pwede mo tanggalin to. One time, sumama ako sa AirPods ko sa presinto.
Okay.
Dadaan lang daw.
WPD,
Hindi pa sa headquarters to, one of those satellite, sa may likod ng grandstand.
Okay.
So, naki-CR ako, punta ako sa likod, may nakita ako na nakatali. Kasi sabi ko, Dad, nung nasa sakyan ako, nakakaawa naman yung nakatali. Ano bang mangyari doon? Naka-freezer yun. Parang food nila yun for basta parang pagdating ng gabi. Tapos, awang-awa ako to the point na gusto ko na siya awayin. Bakit naman sila ginaganon? Tapos, bigla niyang kinuwento, hindi na nakapagpigil. Alam mo ba yun, yung taong yun, parang 5 times na raw labas-masok sa kulungan. Robbery hold-up. Yung pinakahuli daw, ng hold-up ng jeep, may isang kolehiyala na may suot na singsing na hindi raw matanggal yung singsing. Sa pagmamadali, pinutol na lang daw yung daliri.
Shucks.
Yun.
Mga ganon, oo.
So, nagreklamo yung magulang.
Oo.
Tapos nag-decide yung mga lesbo na iligpit yung taong yun. Hindi ko sinasabi kasama AirPods ko doon. Pero sinasabi ko lang, meron silang sabihin natin na old school biblical way of
Oo.
uh,
Old Testament,
distributing justice. O,
Oo.
Old Testament.
Mm.
Na gano'n. Na parang Duterte yan, di ba?
Oo. Okay, Lord. May papakita kami mga litrato, Mag-comment ka sa litrato at sa mga tao na kasama mo.
Game.
Yan.
Okay. Magko-comment ako sa mga tao or on the photograph itself?
Sa photograph, pwede rin. Saan yan?
Yan. Okay. The photograph itself, yung nakaitim dyan na walang baba, na nakasombrero at may salamin, swerte yung mokong na yan. Kasi he gets to breathe the same air as these two consummate professionals.
Luchi Cruz Valdez.
Yan, Luchi Cruz Valdez, ang aming boss sa newsroom noon. Hanggang ngayon pa naman. At si Ed Lingaw. At every day, may natututuhan ako sa kanila. Yung may balbas na yan.
Okay.
Tinotolerate siya.
Uy, estado. Yan, Lord.
Ang nakasurround sa akin are probably some of the most brilliant people in arts and entertainment.
Okay.
Parang mga nakikita natin yung clownish side nila, pero single-handedly, mga henyo yung mga yan. They're brilliant creative minds, each one of them. Si Ramon Bautista.
Yes.
Ganyan-ganyan lang yan. Tuturo ng yan. Tuturo yan sa UP Institute of Film.
Oh, okay.
Si Erning.
Si Erning pala yan? Oo.
Si Erning, ay kung tutuusin mo, siya yung galing Pisay, tapos ang mga kurso niya sa UP ay yung pinakamadugong pasukan daw noon na quota course, no? Kalases si Atom Araulio. So, henyo yan. R.A. Rivera,
yes,
para sa akin, isa sa mga pinakamauusay na direktor ng kanyang henerasyon. No? Short format lang ang preferred niya. Para siyang Jorge Luis Borges. Kung makikwento ko siya in 5 pages, bakit baka magsusulat ng nobela?
okay.
Tado, kilala natin si Tado.
Si Tado, oo.
Henyo, biting humor that crosses the underground to the mainstream. Jun Sabayton.
Yes, isa pa.
No explanation needed.
Si Bayaw.
Tama yung mga yan. Boom! Tindi yung mga yan.
Saan kayo nagkasama? Yung grupo na yan?
Ako yung parang medyo latecomer sa grupong yan eh. Kasi before me, Strange Brew na sila, buo.
Oo.
Si R.A. Rivera, naging judge ako sa isang Gawad CCP para sa alternatibong cinema.
Okay.
Tapos kasali si R.A. doon. Nag-judge ako sa isang category, nanalo siya doon.
Okay.
Doon ko siya nakilala. Tapos after a few months, nag-go between si Jun Sabayton at sabi ni R.A. gusto raw niyang gawa ng video yung kanta namin na Astro. Yun.
Okay.
Pagkado ko na siya kasi malapit siya sa akin nakatara. The rest is history.
Alright, next photo. Nako. Sino yung sa gitna?
Si Isko.
Si Isko yan
Oo, may laman pa ng konti si Isko, no? Actually, may laman pa dyan. Yan yung mga panahon na na hindi mo alam yung mga nakakausap mo na kala mo starlet lang dati sa That's Entertainment. Starlet na konsehal sa Maynila.
Oo.
Yung magiging rockstar pala. Oo.
Si Martin kasama niya sa 5, no? Tama, oo.
Oo, sa morning show, tagal lang yung magkasama niyan. At sino mag-aakala na si Andanar ay magiging communication secretary, my God.
Okay. Next photo.
Yeah, next photo.
Okay rin yan.
Kami rin yan. Oo.
Oo.
Pero let me just say na yung suot kong shirt dyan ay bigay ni Mayor Lito Atienza, literal.
Okay.
Oo.
Collection niya.
Collection niya. Dami pala niyang ganyan. Yan.
Saan kaya bumibili ng ano yun, no? Hawaiian shirts?
Sabi niya, hindi na raw siya bumibili, puro regalo daw.
Okay.
Oo. Tapos, mga imported yan. O hindi yan mga chipas lang na nabibili mo sa ano?
Tiyangge? Hindi, oo. Yung suot mo nga parang painting eh.
May brand siya, men. Hindi. Yun.
Okay. Malayo pa
Diba?
pero.
Tindi niya si Jose Marichan. Nakakatawa. Alam mo yung joke na nag-guest siya sa isang show namin yung Kontrabando. Tapos, whenever yung Christmas in Our Hearts, yung first version, whenever selling lanterns on the street, I remember, ginawa ni Jun sa Bayton, I remember the boy, but I don't remember him. Ginawa niya ganun. Pucha, alam mo sabi niya si Marichan?
Ano?
Ako rin ang nag-compose nun.
Oh, shucks!
Tangina, di ba? Masa?
Okay.
Hindi. Pero, alam mo, ang pinaka na-enjoy ko na album ni Jose Marichan of all his works,
Luma.
yan yung kinompile na mga ano niya, mga commercial jingles niya.
Meron?
Ang galing! Tapos marirealize mo na, pucha siya pala yun, kaya pala. So anything from,
Pal.
of course, Pal. Kleenex, yung Radio Romance. Ganda na Radio Romance. Yung Great Taste, tapos yung may radio station pa Tama Radio Romance. There are Chinese soups and there are Chinese soups, but there is nothing like no real Chinese soup. Yun, si Marichan.
Yun, So,
Galing. Bakarak. Bakarak yan.
Bakarak. Oo.
Galing.
Tune Smith,
Pero, doon sa interview namin, nagulat ako, hindi pala siya magaling magpiano. Post niya lang pala yun, men. Oo, mas gitara pala siya. Nagsipo-compose siya sa gitara.
Gitara ginagamit niya.
Para siyang si Jim Paredes.
Bakit hindi naman magpiano si Jim?
Marunong naman, pero hindi sila pianista talaga.
Parang hindi parang John Lennon.
Hindi ganon. Piano, mas hasa sila sa gitara magsulat.
Okay.
Ganon.
Alright.
Next photo.
Ayan na.
Yun, no? Yung picture na yan, pinakauna naming gig yan whenever ng Kapitan Kulam. Hindi pa namin alam ang magiging dating namin. Pero sa edad na yan, dahil halos puro matatanda na yung mga yan, halos ka edad ko lang yung parang nasa point na kami na wala na kami pakialam, puput na lang tayo. In fact, sa line-up yata ng gig na yan sa MOS, kami yata yung pinakamatatanda, men. Ito po, ewan ko lang kung napansin mo sa mga gigs ngayon. Karamihan ng mga banda, hindi na umiinom yung mga bata, hindi na rin naninigarilyo. Kadalasan. At fit na fit.
Nakitsura.
Fit sila, men. Yung mga shirt. Yung alam mo, nag-workout, tumatakbo, mga triathlete. Ang isang theory ako dyan, kasi may time nun sa Route 196 or sa Gio, para katabi namin tables ibang mga banda. Kaloy, may napansin ka? Tayo lang yung bandang umiinom dito, tayo yung pinakamatanda. Kasi realize namin, okay. Konti lang ang diferensya namin sa edad ng mga magulang nila. At sigurado ko, iniisip ko, yung mga magulang nila, yung mga rock and roll dati, ganyan. Yung mga tumodo. Just iniisip ko, feeling ko, nagre-rebel sila against that.
Lifestyle.
Oo, ayaw nila yung ganun.
Ayaw nila.
Oo. So gusto nila parang clean.
Oo. Kasi nakita nila yung downside.
Oo eh.
Oo.
Kami naman, no? Kami, naka-red horse kami. Sila, ano, water jug na ganyan kakapal sa may lemon sa loob.
Okay.
Ganun.
Pero magagaling naman.
Magagaling.
Musicality yun, meron eh, no? Oo. So it's not
Diba?
it's not the devices around.
Hindi natin alam.
Okay.
Oo.
Alright.
Merong technically proficient, pero merong yung transcendental eh. Technically proficient na, pero alam mo yung may ibang connect sa kaluluwa mo. Ibang usapan yun. Hindi laging ganun.
Oo nga. Okay. Ayan.
Nako, Diyos ko. Si sister. Coverage ito ng SONA.
Sona. Duterte?
Anong year ba ito? 2017 ata siya. Tapos every year, naging ritual ko na mag-cover ng SONA na actually boring doon sa loob ng Congress mismo. Mas exciting sa labas.
Sa labas.
Oo, kasi mas maraming kulay. Yan. Ito si sister, kung naalala natin siya yung pinadeport ba siya?
Pinadeport eh.
Hindi, no? Pati madre, pinapatulan. Yun.
Okay. Masarap siya kausap, no?
Alam mo, hindi ko siya nakausap. Nagpa-picture lang ako sa kanya.
Okay. Sige.
Hindi naman ako kilala eh. Siguro inisip na, katibak to, ganyan.
Okay.
Yan, Pocholo, yan ang dapat na maging senador sa susunod na eleksyon. Kasi binoboto ng mga both in terms of skills, ability, track record, Nery Colmenares dapat.
Oo. Maayos, ano?
Ayos, men. Galing. Brilliant.
Abogadong maayos.
Abogadong maayos. His heart's in the right place. At napatunayan natin na ang lahat ng mga advocacies yung nasa Kongreso siya ay pro-people. Whether it's high electricity prices, PhilHealth, etc. Yung mga hindi nabubusisi kasi masyadong legalistic, pero alam niya may epekto sa tao, boom, dun siya. Hindi yung pumuporma lang for media mileage.
Buti na isama, no? Sana manalo siya.
Sana manalo.
Oo. Lord,
Tapos, nga pala,
sige.
nung December, tumambay kami sa bahay niya. Ang galing kumanta.
Kumakanta.
Beatles fan.
Oh, okay.
Beatles fan siya. Although hindi pa niya napapanood yung Get Back. Kailangan ko siya bigyan ng kopya.
Oo nga. Oo. Mag-i-enjoy yun.
Nagustuhan mo ba?
Oo.
Anong favorite part mo sa Get Back?
Nag-away. Hindi, yung first time yung parang parang hindi naman nakakasagabal si Yoko, di ba?
Talaga, sa tingin mo nakakasagabal?
Hindi nga di ba? Di ba ang perception natin parang, di ba? Kasi dumarating din si Linda McCartney, di ba?
Oo.
Di ba?
Pero pansin mo si Yoko kasi, marunong pumesto. Parang kung alam niya hagip tong lente, doon siya eh.
Alam niya no?
Pero hindi naman siya intrusive, di ba?
Hindi. Oo.
Ambay lang siya doon.
Oo.
Ako gusto kong part lagi yung super bored si Ringo na parang, alam niyo, tawagin na lang ako kung kasundo na kayo.
Nagtatalo. Sige.
Nagtatalo. Doon lang siya.
Palo. Pero si McCartney, no, ibang klase bumuo ng kanta, no?
Oo. Right there and then, you know?
Oo. Ganda.
Genius.
Okay. From the Beatles, let's go to from Nery to
The Beatles are bigger than Jesus, sabi nila noon. Pucha, Bella Flores is bigger than the Beatles.
classic. Paano mo na hagip yang si Si Madam.
May talk show kami noon.
Okay.
Tapos naging guest namin siya. Diyos ko, Poch, ang bait-bait.
Kabaligtaran, ha? Ang karakter, ha?
Oo. Tapos, sabi ko, request ko sa picture, Ma'am Bella, pwede mo bang sakalin niyo ako? Sige. Sige. Tapos, yung picture, sakal niya, parang ano pa, yung, huwag naman iho. Pwede mo bang tutahanin niyo ako? Ganun. Ayaw niya. Tapos after a few years, namatay.
Oo nga. Classic yan.
Minsan yung nahanap ko, mga lumang larawan na yan. Kahit yata ako, nahanapin yun.
Kanina lang yan.
Kanina lang.
Lord, ano masasabi mo sa naging buhay mo so far? What is life?
Swerte.
Swerte lang?
Sorry?
Swerte lang?
Swerte na sinamahan ng gandang lalaki. Seryoso. Swerte lang ako kasi alam ko na maraming mas magaling magsulat sa akin. Maraming mas magaling tumugtog sa akin. Hindi naman ako kumakanta. Nagka-record deal yung banda ko, ang Radio Active Circle Project noon.
Oo.
Marami akong kilalang mga bukalista ng banda na hindi nakilala, hindi nagkaroon ng record deal.
Oo nga, no?
Hindi ako yung pinakamagaling na broadcaster sa TV. Hindi ako pinakamagaling na broadcast journalist. Pero nakadenggoy tayo.
Okay.
Wala kahit paano.
Hindi, meron ka kasing sariling identity. Yan ang gusto ng tao. Na natagpuan mo.
Oo, pero marami rin naman, di ba, na given the right breaks, ay magka-craft ng sarili ng identity.
Hindi, tsaka yung mga tinatakal mo, like history, yung martial law, yung
Oo.
iba-iba eh.
Pero kasi
Details,
inisip ko, baka nagagawa ko yun kasi wala nanonood ng TV5 na. Oo.
Otherwise, babarilin yung mga ideas mo, gano'n.
Na-imagine pinagagawa ko, gawin ko sa 7 yan, wala pa akong 1 linggo, tanggal na ako sa trabaho.
Alright.
Swerte rin, nagkaroon ako ng mga boss na binigyan ako ng liberty na i-pursue yung mga topics na never akong pinakialaman. Never akong pinigilan kung ano yung mga tabu na i-discuss yung mga topics. Yun.
Oo nga. Yun, swerte ka doon.
Oo, Poch. Pero bagay sila to Yung intro mo pa lang, sabi ko, putsa, sinisig. Yun eh.
Ano pa gusto mong gawin? In the next several years?
Hindi ko alam kasi lahat ng nangyayari sa buhay ko, never kong pinlano.
Oh, okay.
Oo. Parang, sa mga paborito kong quote, comes from the great Kurt Vonnegut.
Alright.
Sabi ni Kurt Vonnegut, unannounced changes in life's itineraries are like dancing lessons from God. Ganda, no? Unannounced changes in life's itineraries are like dancing lessons from God. Sa dancing lesson, di ba, hindi mo alam kung hinihila ka parito, paroon.
Oo.
Pero for some reason, susunod ka na lang eh.
Diyos ang magtuturo sa'yo eh. Di ba?
Diyos or fate or vicissitudes. Or
Vicissitudes.
di mo alam. Ganun.
Yung the unknown.
Whatever you might call it. Doon tayo. So, hindi ko alam. Men, itong pinta-pinta drawing,
Oo.
wala sa agenda ko to ever.
Talaga?
Men.
Oo. You just pick up the brush?
Sorry?
Nung nagkasakit ng mother mo, sabi mo, inumpisahan mo yan.
Oo.
Bumili ka ng brush, ng oil, ng
Hindi,
gamit?
lumang pentel pen, tapos mga scratch. Tapos,
Oo.
pinicturean ko, tapos gumawa ko ng Instagram account para sa drawings, para mapilitan ako magkaroon ng output. Ang cheap, no? Kailangan ng external validation ng tao.
Hindi, may pinanggalingan eh. Nagdo-drawing ka na eh. I think everything is interconnected.
Tagal ko walang buti na lang may YouTube.
Nagising eh. Di ba?
Oo. Tapos, naiintindihan ko na siya kung bakit siya tinawag na an old man's art.
Painting?
Oo.
Why?
Self-sufficient siya. Pwede ko siyang gawin na tanggap ko na walang titingin sa kanya. Tapos, yun, hindi ka dependent sa ibang tao. No? Unlike writing, ito, old man's art talaga na parang bukod sa nakaka-relax,
Totoo ba yan?
parang,
Nakaka-relax talaga.
oo, sa totoo lang, coach, compared to writing,
You'd rather paint.
oo,
Talaga? Oo.
may nakaka-stress magsulat.
Oh, sinabi mo.
Tsaka writing reminds me of work. Alam mo yun?
Of course.
Sabi mo tumutula ka.
Oo. Oo.
O hindi. May ibang siya na ini-engage frequency sa'yo.
Grabe. Mas mahirap gumawa ng tula.
Hindi.
Hindi.
Una poch, parang feeling ko, kahit sino pwedeng pwedeng mag-engage sa visual arts. Kasi maraming sabi na, hindi naman ako magaling mag-drawing eh. Bakit? Ang art ba ay limitado lamang sa pagiging parang photocopy ng mukha ni Superman or ni Spider-Man yung kaya may drawing? Hindi naman ganoon, di ba?
Tama. Yun ang pinatunayan mo sa style ng ginagawa mo.
Hindi. Kumbaga, marami nang nangyari sa kasaysayan ng sining,
Yes. Oh.
no? Na pwede mong i-engage yung visual arts na hindi mo kailangan of course, yung rudiments nandun. Pero, well, baka mas may mata ka for the abstract or collage. Hindi natin masabi. Yun.
Lord, final parting words sa mga nanonood sa atin. Malapit na eleksyon. Bilang broadcaster, ano ang mensahe mo sa mga tao?
Si PG Ork, may magandang title lang.
Okay. Huwag naman.
Pero si PG Ork, sorry, kamamatay lang idol.
Oo nga, kamamatay lang. Tapos may si Eric Caruncho na yung nagpunta sa Manila, di ba? Gumawa siya ng libro.
Pumunta siya.
Oo.
Yung reportage siya na nasa libro niya ng Holidays in Hell. Pumunta pa siya ng Baclaran. Nakita pa ni Legis ni Cory. Kaya pumunta siya ng Payatas.
Talaga lumibot Oo.
Oo. Final words, ewan.
So,
Kung ganun talaga,
Oo.
let it be. Kung ganun talaga, kung nakatadhana, kung nakaguhit talaga sa tadhana.
Kung nakaguhit sa tadhana, wala tayong magagawa.
Sa akin masakit yung 6 years. Pero kasi habang hindi napupunta yung rain sa kanila or makuha yung gusto nila, albatros lagi sa liig natin yung pamilya na yan. Laging nandyan yan, hovering over the shadow. Sige, okay. Let it be.
Nanalo. Kung nanalo.
Nanalo, okay. Tingnan natin kung
Sige nga. Sige nga.
tanggalin na natin yung issue kunyari nung nakaraan, Okay, wala tayong magagawa ron.
Clean slate?
Narrative nila.
Parang clean slate? Ibig mo sabihin?
Sabihin natin clean slate. Tingnan na natin yung skill level, yung competence.
Doon na magkakasubukan.
Tingnan natin. Wala pa yung nakaraan doon eh.
Wala pa.
Mukhang nanalo yung narrative nila. Kasi yung demystification of that myth ay nangyari nung kay Pinoy.
Yes.
After the second Aquino. Na kung tutuusin mo, wala naman talaga masamang nangyari sa atin nun. No?
Totoo.
Maganda pa ito. Ito, tingnan natin. Kung mag-perform siya, the better for all of us.
Tama.
Oh,
Finally,
Hmm.
ma-unite tayo.
sana. Kung palpak, si I told you so, si we told you so.
Oo.
Parang sige na, bigay na ako. Prove your worth. Tingnan natin. No, kasi iyan ang hindi mo maloloko ang tao. Pag nakaupo ka na.
Tama. Wala ka na magagawa eh. Nandiyan ka na eh. Nakaupo ka na. Hindi na pwedeng dyan. Hindi
Oo.
pwedeng nakascript ka.
Oo, hindi.
Maraming salamat. Lord De Vera. Ang sarap.
Poch,
Pwede pa tayo
Poch, ha?
Oo.
Tapos, sa mga mahilig sa plaka, abangan niyo sa August, lalabas yung plaka ng bago kong banda na Kapitan Kulam.
Uy! Ano yan? Debut album?
Nakapaglabas na kami ng EP.
Okay.
Maingay siya, Poch.
Oo, narinig ko. Okay lang. So, vinyl?
Vinyl.
Vinyl, of course.
Yeah. Pero meron kami EP na nasa Spotify.
Okay. Abangan
Yeah,
nila.
salamat, Poch, ha?
Oo. Saan ka nila pwedeng masundan? Bukod sa Facebook, sa Instagram.
Instagram, at Lord DV. Tsaka yung sa art ay at Lord Doodling.
Okay. Alright.
Thank
You just heard the word of the Lord. Broadcast
What's up?
journalist,
What's
author, musician, lahat na, painter.
Magandang lalaki.
Magandang lalaki. Sinuwerte. Salamat. This has been Poch Concepcion. Salamat, Lord De Vera. Catch us every Tuesday at 2 p.m. on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapa-local man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas. We shall fly, soar, fight, and win!
Hello, Katribu! Welcome to Tribune with Miguel Paulo Tagonan. The three most important things people bring with them when they step out of the house are their wallets, their keys, and their phones. These days, we do everything through our phone. Read the news, post photos, and keep in touch with friends on social media, check email, and do other work pay bills, and of course, communicate with each other. Indeed, the telephone has come a long way since its invention. Alexander Graham Bell, a Scottish-born inventor, scientist, and engineer, is credited for having invented and patented the first practical telephone.
You are my heart, Alexander Graham Bell.
In 1885, he also co-founded with Gardiner Green Hubbard and Thomas Sanders the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, or AT&T. Mr. Bell conceived the idea of electronic speech while visiting his hearing-impaired mother in Canada. His wife, Mabel Gardiner Hubbard, was also deaf. Ang kapansanan ng kanyang ina at asawa ang nagtulak kay Bell na lumikha ng paraan para madali silang makarinig at makapagsalita. Should we know that aside from inventing the telephone, Bell likewise invented a metal detector to save lives. The assassination of US President James Garfield led Bell to develop an electromagnetic machine that he tested on Civil War veterans who had bullets lodged in their bodies. He was summoned twice to Garfield's bedside with his machine, but his induction balance failed to locate the bullet due to interference caused by steel wires in the bed mattress. The president's doctor permitted a search only on the right side of Garfield's body. The bullet was found on the left side only after Garfield died from the bullet wound. Bell is likewise credited for his work on optical telecommunications, hydrofoils, and aeronautics. For past episodes of the show, like our official Daily Tribune and Gossip News Central Facebook pages. Like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Tribune. See ya!
Hello mga katribo and welcome to another creative episode of Perfect. I am Francine Marquez and obviously I'm not with Dina Ventura who we are missing today. So who are you?
And I am Alvin Casiba, and first of all I'd like to greet all women a happy International Women's Month. And yesterday we celebrated International Women's Day.
Yes, we're live.
So yeah, we applaud all strong and independent women making a change and leaving a mark in all aspects.
Of course, female energy is the greatest.
Yes. Okay, Miss F?
Yes, Alvin, our guests are perfect for this occasion for being the super women that they are.
Indeed.
We have a creative director and a multimedia producer and photographer.
Yeah, and yes, and these women seem to have a lot on their plate already, but they still established a business and na-manage nila together.
Ah, really?
Yeah,
Wow, galing.
and this all happened within the pandemic.
Ah,
diba?
nako.
So, isipin mo na lang yung struggles and yung basically yung hirap nga paano mag-put up ng business during a pandemic na yun nga marami nagka-close down ng businesses and human interaction is very limited, ganun.
So, I can imagine fearless at saka
Fearless.
dogged determination. No? So, wag na natin patagalin. Let us welcome the 2 out of 7 founders of Atom Studios na nagte-trending ngayon sa social
very
media,
trendy
di ba?
in TikTok, Instagram,
Yeah.
Facebook.
We have
Twitter.
Thea Panagiton and Bria
Bria
Cardenas.
Cardenas.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Welcome to Perfect.
Welcome to Perfect.
Good afternoon.
Yes, so how are you today? Tell us where you are.
Apparently, they're in 2 separate locations now.
Oo nga eh, oo nga eh. Before we ask you who came up with the concept of a self-photo studio and why a self-operating studio, siguro busugin niyo muna kami visually. Pasample nga ng tour dyan.
Oo nga. So, curious ako, ano yung
Visual
difference
muna
ng self-photo studio sa conventional na photo studio na... So, paano nga ba siya nag-work, di ba? So, ayun.
Sige nga.
Okay,
So,
sige. We'll
Bria?
tour you around. Wow.
Exciting.
Okay. So we have this. Lights, camera, Atom.
Sweet yarn.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Yun na yung tour.
Yun lang yung tour.
Okay,
And that's
okay.
it. Thank you for waiting. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Ay, no,
So,
meron pa. Wait, there's
lang.
more.
There's more. So, nasaan na tayo
Okay.
ngayon, Bria?
We are here at the lobby area and we have customers.
Okay.
They're waiting for their prints.
Okay.
So, okay. So, this is the view.
Oh.
Okay. So, okay. Pagpasok natin, meron tayong QC pass, of course.
Okay.
And we must not forget that.
Contact tracing,
Oo,
syempre.
tama.
Gotta
And then the
comply on that.
alcohol.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going in. Ito po yung ating interior. Tayo ay backwards. Di ba? May reverse. Sabi ko.
Wow. So, may photo collage wall pa pala dyan.
Yeah. Ganda.
Yes.
Yung photos na ba na naandyan, Bria, are those photos of your former clients dyan?
Oo.
Or yung mga
Yeah,
first?
former client.
Parang best of the best. Wow.
Yan.
Nice.
And then, yung studio.
And then the studio, we are here.
Oh.
Tadaan! We have 3 backdrop options. We have pink.
Oo.
This is pink, sorry. And then white, and then the wheat.
Okay.
So right now, ayan. Later, we will turn on the softbox. Para kita ko na lang ulit.
Okay.
Sige.
So ayan, yun yung quick tour natin.
Okay.
Very pala. But this is the most interesting part because nakalagay, welcome to your
Safe space.
safe
Ah,
space.
tama. Yeah.
Kasi
So,
syempre
yan.
yung parang maganda nga, parang ang fun nga na may nakalagay na this is a safe space. Kasi sometimes,
Tama.
di ba, when you're doing
Yeah.
selfies, you're
Oo.
taking photos of yourself, parang nakakahiya na
Kaya nga
pag may nakita sa'yo ng
eh.
ibang tao na in
Oo.
public, nagtitiktok ka, gano'n.
Kaya nga, at least
Or
yan,
nag-selfie ka.
pwede mo gawin lahat ng gusto mong gawin pag sa studio.
At least you can be as creative as you can, di ba?
Oo.
So, yun nga, Atom Studios
Thank
has...
you.
Thank you for the tour, Bia. Kahit medyo hassle dyan. But
Parang
anyway,
nagda-drive lang.
So, Atom Studios has 7 founders, and although they have creative backgrounds, you guys have different fields, di ba? Like we said earlier, Thea, you're a singer-songwriter and an entrepreneur. Grabe yung scope ng ng CV niya.
Music, no?
Ayun. And Bria, you are a multimedia producer and a photographer. Actually, yun nga, college schoolmate ko siya. And yun, nagkakasama kami sa mga shoots before, sa mga
okay.
events, since I was a photographer too back in UST. So, ayun. Then you also have a creative director, frontman of a band, marketer, designer, legal profession, and other entrepreneurs. So, I'm assuming si Bono yung sa legal profession, di ba? So,
all bases covered.
Yeah, all
May
bases
lawyer,
covered. So,
singer, creative director.
sobrang dynamic eh. No? Parang wala na silang poproblemahin sa legal aspects ng business, sa promote.
Tama.
At doon na lahat ng mga tao eh. No? Ang galing. So yun, how was the conceptualization among such a diverse group? Like paano yun siya nabuo? Ano yung mga naging pros and cons and basically, how did it start?
Okay, so actually, I had an idea of having a not really a self-photo studio. I had an idea of a traditional photo studio before. So you know that place where you can just rent and hire a photographer, hire a makeup artist, So I just really had that simple idea. And then sooner or later, I asked my sister, who is also a photographer, to join me in this idea to make it happen. And then I remembered Bria, because Bria was the one who took my photos when I released my songs last year. And I realized that I really had a good time when I was with her. It wasn't like work for me. So I realized if I'm gonna have partners, I want my partners to be like the safe people I can be myself with them. So I asked Bria if I could call her, and then I'll just pitch an idea about the studio, and she was game agad. So it became me, my sister, and Bria at first. And then we kind of just let the idea stand by. We didn't push with it. We just said, if the timing is right, I think the idea will come back, and then it will have its own timeline. So after a few months, I had an idea of inviting other people who might be really interested in the idea of a studio, and then we developed it. Now, maging self-photo, because there's no self-photo studio pa in the Philippines. So, this idea was inspired from Korea, South Korea. So, they have the self-photo studios talaga there since 2018. And I was very much interested then because we didn't have one here, and I didn't know if it would actually work here, the market here. So we just risked it, and we said, if we enjoy what we're doing, the customers will follow, the money will follow. So we said, let's just do this out of love and out of our passion. Let's not pressure ourselves too much to be successful. And yeah, that's how it started. It just developed on its own.
Okay.
Yeah, and why was it called Atom?
Yeah.
With a
Who
double
came up with
M.
that name?
I came up with the name actually.
Random
okay.
randomly. Like parang,
rin yung hashtag nila yung it all starts with Atom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The nucleus of everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know how atom it's the basic unit of life
Yes,
in
yes.
science, diba? Siya yung pinaka simple, basic, but without it, life doesn't exist.
Yeah,
So
wouldn't
parang ganun yung
exist.
naisip namin to keep it as simple as possible yung concept. And then from then on, life can follow. So atom is just dapat atom. Pero sabi ko, I don't think it would make a mark or it would ring a bell if 1M lang siya.
So dagdagan pa natin ng isa. Medyo gawin na unique, no?
Yeah,
It's really random, but I think it's working so far.
But you know what? MM stands for like 2000, right? So it's millennial. It's the millennium. So it also stands for the moment. Diba Roman
So pwede nyo nang
numerals?
i-add up sa explanation.
Diba? It's the era, epoch. It's what
exactly.
MM is all about.
And I'm assuming na most of your clients are millennials, di ba? Since
Yeah, millennials.
yeah, we
and Gen Z.
millennials are very fond of taking selfies, di ba? Sa
Yes,
stories pa nga lang.
Yes.
So,
We
pasok
millennials are so in the moment. Joke lang.
Tama ka?
Tita-lennial pala. Tita-lennials. No, joke lang. Yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah. So, Atom Studios just opened in December 28, 2021. Fairly
Months
very
ago.
new. You've only been a quarter surviving. Weren't you worried about opening a business and the continuous shifting of alert levels? Well, at least we're alert level 1
One
right
na,
now,
oo.
no? Di ba kayo natakot? You took that risk?
Actually, of course, there's always the fear there. When you start something big, I don't think the fear will go away. But I just had a good feeling that I can trust my team and I could trust everyone's skills. Now we can actually push through with anything, even if it's the pandemic. So at first talaga, sabi namin, will someone book? May magbubook ba ng slot sa atin? So, there was the doubt din naman, and there were questions. But, again, like what I said earlier, if you push through with what you love to do, I think it will show naman in your work, and the right customers will come. And that's why now we're fully booked until May. So, I think...
Until the middle of the year, di ba?
Siguro what inspired us also is that sila Instagram, Pinterest was created na at the crisis pa. Kasi parang yun yung first na, anong tawag nito, yung sa America, 'di ba? Parang that time nagkaroon ng crisis sa kanila. So, I think that was our inspiration also. I mean, siguro marami na rin nangyari. So, talagang, I think this was the time already. And we just put our faith on it. And, yeah.
Ang galing! So, this is a clear example that your fears can be your treasures. Diba?
Yeah, and being a risk-taker pays off.
Yes.
Kasi yun nga, doon talaga ako pinaka-amaze actually na in the middle of the pandemic, ang daming crisis na nangyayari, ang daming issues, and yun nga, medyo new ideas sa market or sa industry, sa creative industry, minsan hindi siya agad nagbo-boom or hindi siya agad nasasagap ng mga tao eh. Pero I guess, bukod sa pagiging unique, siguro ng idea nyo, Bria and Thea, dito sa Philippines, siguro yung right skills and yung skills ng bawat isang founders, naka-add up talaga siya para, makapag-build ng image and ng recall with people. Katulad nung technique nga, yung move na ginawa niya na lagyan pa ng isang M.
Yeah.
Okay. Ayun, so ayun nga, another question nga, do people need to have a creative industry or background to use Atom Studios, or is it beginner friendly for the viewers who are interested in booking a slot or a schedule?
Gaano ba ka-inclusive yung Atom Studios?
Baka kasi may iba na tao na pag wala silang creative background or experience in photography, some might be intimidated with equipment, diba, on the cameras, on how they will use it. So, how does that work? Kaya, Bria.
No naman, everybody is welcome. As in, may times na may mga other professionals na nagpupunta here. First time nila. Tapos, when they just receive yung remote na, as in yung shorter natin, wala, happy na sila afterwards. As in, parang hindi nila expect na they can really achieve great photos also. Parang within 15 minutes. Tapos nandun na. So, yeah, wala siyang intimidating factor. Parang everybody can be themselves, relax lang, and then enjoy. That's it. Yun lang talaga eh. Because at the end of the day, diba, parang it's the moment you share with your loved ones or your family or friends. So, relax lang talaga. Enjoy na enjoy sila na kahit anong field pa yan. Diba, Thea?
Yeah, correct.
Yes. So we're curious about your hashtag, It All Starts with Atom. Can you expound on this?
Bria, you made that.
Yeah, so Bria, ikaw pala nakaisip ng It All Starts with
The
Atom.
nucleus of it all.
Yeah.
Actually, very random talaga din. As in, parang, ano kayang hashtag pwede? Kasi parang every time before, back in our uni, may prof po kami na nagsasabi na, what's your big idea?
Kilala ko yan.
So we have a professor in AdPrac, si Sir Tieng, sabi niya, lagi niya tinatanong. Lagi niya tinatanong, what's your big idea? So I was thinking, randomly lang, night time to, diba, Thea? Parang, spur of the moment, as in parang nag-rest lang ako from my work, and then, ano kaya hashtag natin? It all starts with Atom. Doon na nagsimula. Hanggang sa, eksakto eh. Even the branding, the colors, the interior. Basta everything eh. Sakto talaga na it all starts with Atom. Na parang, di ba? Atom.
Yeah. From different. Yeah, no, it's new.
So, siguro I want to ask also, what sort of it all starts with Atom? What does this mean? Like, if I'm a photographer and I want to use it, parang I'll be renting the place, or is it more of the service of me wanting to get myself a self-portrait? How does it go? What are the services like in your studio?
Like,
Diba?
of course,
like, I ask Alvin to take a picture of me, or you have a project, you bring people to the studio, or I just want to have my picture. How does it go? How does the services go?
Yun nga. Pati rin, naisip ko din na what if yung the client nag-rent, nagpa-schedule, doesn't really have a background in photography and he or she doesn't know how to
Gusto lang mag-operate ng camera.
Yeah, parang basically zero knowledge on operating a camera. So, how will that work? Of
ano
course,
ba yung mga services, right? Oo.
Okay, so we have
Okay,
three
so-
packages. Okay,
Yeah,
game Thea. O yun, sabay kami.
Bria, go.
All
Sabay
together.
tayo. Bria,
Okay,
go
go
first.
ladies.
Go. So yeah, we have three packages. Package A, package B, package C.
Mm-hmm.
And then for package A and package B, we have 15 minutes shoot. Tapos ito yung newest natin. The one you can see right now playing is package C. Yung latest natin. So, which is 30 minutes. You can get 2 postcards size and then 2 grid prints. Kasi sa A, 1 lang yung ating postcard and then 1 lang yung ating grid print.
Okay.
And then sa B, no prints, right? There.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So, when you asked about how is it when they don't know how to operate, so we always, us owners, we're always there in the studio. Like, walang naiiwan sa studio na, because we have interns now, but we don't leave them alone. So, we want to make sure na every customer that goes there, we can guide them on what to do. So, we introduce how the system works when they're in the studio. So, it's very simple actually. I think anyone can operate it talaga. It's just the camera, the monitor, and your remote. And all they have to do is click the remote and look at the camera.
Okay.
So that's the reason why it becomes convenient for the customers. Kasi they don't have to be shy or they don't have to think of their angles, their poses, kasi they have 15 minutes or 30 minutes liberty on what to do inside the studio. So, they see it kasi for real time in the monitor. Every shot they take will automatically mirror in the monitor. So, they already know if the shot is good or they want to try another one. So, at the end of the day, it's such a fun experience. Even for us, when we first tried it, when we first had our dry rod, we were so happy how the photos turned out. Kasi it's such a simple setup, pero wow, ako nag-picture niyan. So, I think yun yung factor niya why people actually wanna try
I get it.
So basically, the setup is it is similar to a commercial studio shoot setup, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah, yung nga may monitor, tapos actually curious ako nung una, paano yung self-photo, like ita-timer ko ba? So may, nga pala, may trigger, may remote.
May trigger.
Okay.
As in, ano talaga tayo, as in the setup is professional. Like, ano talaga, strobe light tayo, hindi tayo, ano.
Yeah, I can see that, strobe nga.
So talaga yung inhibition siguro ng subject or client mawawala kasi ikaw mismo nagko-control ng image mo, no?
Pero siguro parang if you're gonna go there, medyo maghanap ka na ng mood boards mo, yung mga poses na gano'n.
Actually, may iba gumagawa. Diba?
Nandala na sila.
Pinterest ko, itong post na to
Pero kanina sabi nyo, we can get the makeup artist from the studio na lang. Parang you can source it for us or stylist. Meron bang ganon?
None at the moment. As in
Okay.
Right now.
Oo.
So they come in prepared na po.
Yeah, prepared.
Okay.
Yes.
Kailangan on
Get
fleek
it.
na yung makeup natin.
Okay, gawin na tayo. Ganon.
Are there clients ba who keep coming back?
And why?
And why? And ano yung feedback nila? Ganyan.
At ano mga mood boards nila? Hindi joke.
Mga may ganun ba? Mga may clients ba kayo may pumupunta na?
Ginanahan.
Na silang poses. Mga
diba?
gumaganong-ganon na.
Tell us about your clients.
Yes, meron na, di ba, Saya?
Madami na actually yung probably yung isa naming client. So, nakabook siya kunyari on a Monday and then nagbook ulit siya on a Wednesday. Ganun kabilis yung turnaround.
Dami oras.
Dami yan tayo.
Dami time.
They bring other people.
Yes.
So, when they experience it na, kunyari sila lang, couple sila kunyari, the next time, they bring their family na, they bring their pets. So, they realize na, I want everyone to experience it also. So, I think that's the best feeling that we receive after their shoot when they see it, their prints, and they see the soft copy. They're so happy na they actually have a really nice photo. So, yun, okay siya with the repeat business, like yung customers, we really establish a connection with each one of them. So, hindi siya yung passing lang na may customer, tas alis na. What happens is, we actually become friends with them. We follow each other on Instagram. And then, may connection talaga siya because I think one remark that really stuck with us was when he said, I feel seen in this studio. So that was really nice.
Galing.
Okay,
Parang may joy talaga,
So
no?
somehow it's not just a business no? Parang at least you're making people feel good about themselves.
Tsaka
and
parang may community na
may
rin.
community nga din.
Yes!
So may I ask, sino na yung sino yung mga parang prominent or celebrities kung meron na kayo naging clients, di ba, na who came in, di ba? Kasi...
Teka. Okay. Marites.
Sorry. Prominent people na lang siguro mga gano'n.
Marites. Boyet, ikaw ba yan? Okay, go. Yes. Oo nga. Sige na. Curious na rin nga ako.
Di ba?
Meron ba mga famous personalities dyan?
Si Bria po. Joke lang. Si Bria po.
Na pwede niya i-ano.
Ano po, sila, Agin, Bernos. Ayun, yung frequent booker natin siya.
Binibining Pilipinas siya, di ba?
Oo.
Miss Universe.
Miss Universe pala. Sorry, oo nga pala.
Miss Universe, si Agin Bernos. Lagi siya nagbo-book sa amin.
Nice.
I mean, sino pa ba? Thea, sila Landam, Rika, and Rain sa PBB, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there are a lot naman po who are influential. Yes.
Grabe na talaga yung reach ng business nila and yun.
Oo nga. So parang ang lakas naman maka-encourage nitong Atom Studios. We want to ask more questions, but for now, let's pause for a short break. Perfect will be back after these reminders.
Yeah, stay tuned, guys.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas.
Lilipad na ang agila, magtatanggol, magmamahal sa ating bansa. We shall fly, soar, fight, and win!
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there, mga katribu! Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng yan mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang ating damin sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube.
So welcome back to Perfect, and still with us are two of the founders of Atom Studios, Thea Panagiton and Bria Cardenas. Before we took a short break, we were talking about the concept of a self-photo studio and how the clients love it. So ladies, last week you announced that Atom Studios is fully booked until May. How do you manage your loyal clientele?
Oo.
Paano nila na-schedule lahat?
Siyempre, yung Monday pa lang nagpa-shoot, Wednesday bumalik, tapos sa June na ulit. Di ba? Paano? How do you manage them?
Actually, yun.
Yeah, actually, ano naman po, from the very beginning when we started the booking pa lang, or we opened the booking, we already tried to make it efficient, both for the customers and for us. So, that's the reason why wala naman nag-overlap the bookings, or very organized. When they come here, it's already reflecting on our calendar na it's them. So, when it comes to managing the bookings, we have to thank our other partners there. Sila yung back-end team namin. So that's Bono, that's Josh, and Max. So they're the ones handling all the inquiries on social media, on email. So with that, na-accommodate talaga bawat customer na may inquiry. And then, I guess that's a very big factor when we respond fast and when we actually take time to read their messages. So, I think that's one factor kung bakit na ma-manage namin yung loyalty din ng mga customers, because they know na they're actually talking to real people. So, with that, we're able to establish agad the connection with them. So, from the very start pa lang of their inquiry, we already established like trust with them. And then afterwards, when they're in the studio, they enjoy the service. And then that's the reason why we keep coming back. And I guess, yun nga sabi nyo, June na yung next booking. We always receive that na, book na ba talaga kayo till May? So, parang we just show the calendar na lang na hindi kami naglalay. Talagang book na talaga siya. But yeah, I guess that's the reason why we also are trying to put up more slots, and we're trying to do our best talaga at the back end to open more slots so we can accommodate a lot of people pa. So, we always receive everyday messages if they could we could manually book them. But yun to be fair for everyone, we really have to be, we have to follow kung sino talaga yung nakabook, yun talaga yung makakapasok lang sa studio. So, yeah, I guess that's gonna be my answer for that question po.
Follow up lang, when did this start na nag-come in yung rush
yun
ng
nga
mga
diba?
Clients para magpa-book, diba? And anong na-feel nyo, and ano yung for sure siguro nabigla kayo or what na suddenly after a month a lot of people have been booking the studio. How did you manage that?
Yeah, how did you start boosting the business? Siyempre, una marketing, Instagram and all. Just how did you get into this kind of outrageous bookings from clients? Paano nangyari?
We made sure po, we have the You Can Book Me website. So talagang doon talaga sila makakapag-book. Unless, for example, they want to cancel or something, they have to email us within 48 hours before their booking. For example, today, nag-book ako, tapos ika-cancel ko sa tomorrow. Bawal na po yan. So, yeah.
Yeah, we automatically sell it online. Like, we use an ID story talaga. Para there's more chances for others to actually experience the studio. So, at first po talaga, sabi namin, baka wala mag-book. So we opened a lot of slots talaga. Kasi, we realized nga na we didn't put a lunch break and a rest day for the team.
Okay.
So simultaneous
so I guess you have to work for the whole week.
Oo nga
No more parties
that was
muna.
really funny. When we realized it na, I remember in a group chat, the Atom team, we're like, guys, we didn't put any lunch break at all, starting January to May.
Oh my goodness.
It was very funny kasi nga inisip namin, wala naman masyadong magbo-book. So, maraming time to, have a break. Until then, we tried to tweak it now. We adjusted our manpower, our scheduling. So, the operations came in na after. And then, the outage of the booking, I don't know how the back-end team feels kasi hindi kami ni Bria yung nag-handle nun. So, yung mga boys of the team, sila yung taga-sagot, sila yung taga-manage ng influx of inquiries. But so far naman, we really have happy customers when we know na kunyari, yung may mga cancellations, we're very considerate, especially it's still the pandemic. So we're not, I don't want to say we're not strict, but we're very considerate and we always try to understand the customer's needs first, and then we try to adjust to them. So yun lang, I think that's how we manage it. Just really good customer relations with them.
So you think that's what boosted the reservations, the schedules amongst clients? Client service, and then probably marketing, no? Digital marketing helped a lot.
Yes.
So I guess, Bria, na-apply mo talaga yung AdPrac lessons
Na-apply ko
ng
yan.
college, di ba?
Apply ko. Kasi yung isang partner din namin, yung ate niya, si Mercy, talagang very marketing din siya. So, siya yung actually nag-head dun sa overall marketing, which also helped a lot. Kaya, ayun, dun natin nakuha ang ating mga customers. Thank you so much.
Did you start out as the first parang models of your self-portrait studio? Ganun ba?
Si Thea po. Si Thea, yes. She's the model.
Pinapirate mo muna yung photos mo sa Instagram.
That's super funny kasi sobrang self-photo na kahit yung team, lahat sariling sikap, sariling model, sariling
Bria, di mo man lang sinot, Bria. Para mabilis no? Okay? Para kailangan daw may experience din ng mga oras. Agad pala dito. Chic!
Yes, true to life po lahat yun. Nung mga advertisements namin, talagang we use the setup na of the studio.
Yes.
Parang galing. So, ayun, tawag dito, pero hindi pa rin ako makaget over sa part na walang lunch breaks Parang, okay guys, I guess we're not gonna eat. Papayat tayong lahat. Pero it shows yung hard work and determination nila sa
Tama.
dedication nila dun sa business, and it's good to see na yung mga owners ganon on treating their businesses and their clients as well.
Tsaka inalam muna nila kung ano yung customer experience.
Yun.
Right?
Actually important yan. Tama.
What about health protocols pala? I mean, we're still in quarantine. How do we go about it? Ano na ba rules ngayon? May papakita pa bang vax card and all and everything? Paano ba?
Yes. Actually, we still follow that. Especially in Quezon City, we're very strict. So, especially in alert level 3 po in last January, we really make sure that they're fully vaccinated, and then the kids not allowed yet. And we sanitize talaga the studio. We have air purifiers. We every after customer session, we do a very deep sanitation kasi nagtatanggal ng mask, diba? So, kami rin, we're very careful din sa studio. We don't just let the studio be nang walang sanitation every customer. So, that's how we observe the health protocols. And then, we always ask them to wear mask agad paglabas ng studio area. And I think all of us kasi then have different experiences with the pandemic, so we try to be careful then protect ourselves in the studio.
Okay. May I ask pala, saan exactly located yung yung studio niyo? So that the people may know.
Yeah.
Okay, we're located here sa Robinson, San Mateo, Batasan. Combination pala.
Okay. So, do you guys have plans ba, since we can see the early success of the studio, do you guys have plans on expanding or setting up a new branch, a new studio of Atom, so that, since San Mateo, di ba, medyo malayo from the people here sa South, sa Makati, sa Manila, and maraming active na, maraming millennials na talaga into that, na andito sa Metro Manila. So, ayun lang, add up lang, bakit sa San Mateo, and yun nga, do you have plans on setting up a new branch?
Yes, let's go.
Pressure ba?
Take it away.
Yes, that's what we're doing right now.
Right.
We are finalizing when we can open the second branch, and yes, it will be in the South. So, to everyone who's been asking stay tuned na lang for updates.
Feeling ko sa Alabang to. Alabang, bro.
Maybe.
Nakakaramdam ako sa may part na yun. South daw kasi.
Yeah. So, that will be the future of Atom Studios, no? Expansion, yun ba yung plan nyo for your world domination?
But anyway, ayun. Yung mga clients nyo, ano yung usually reason nila pag pumupunta dyan? Like, is it for a birthday? May reason ba, may celebration ba? Parang ganun, you know, to immortalize yung moment na yun. For sure, nakakwentuhan niya sila di ba?
Halo-halo sila. Some birthday, minsan prenup or like, sinakto talaga nila right after their kasal. Diba? Actually yun, parang one of the friends of Bono or partners yun, yung after kasal talagang pumunta sila here. Bono didn't know, we didn't know na may friend siya na nag-book. Tapos yun, right after the kasal pala. So, minsan naman may iba na parang pet day lang, happy day lang, parang treat yourself day, ganon. As in, nasasaktahan talaga nila na, okay, magbubuk ako on this day. So, yun, mix talaga of everything. Talagang, they just wanna take photos.
Talagang ano lang talaga, for...
maybe to capture a milestone.
Yung mga
diba?
ganun.
Yes!
I see. So, ayun, what is your advice to people who want to put up their own businesses, especially to kids, to millennials, yung mga kids natin, ganyan, na they're still in their early or mid-20s, na minsan kasi intimidating yung ganyang idea, medyo nakakatakot, like what I said earlier, na mag-put up ng ganitong business at this age.
Yeah, ano yung mga business learnings nyo?
Yeah.
Kasi yung day job ko kasi, I really handle business operations, so food and beverage yung mga hinahandle kong business. So, what I learned from there talaga is, number one, you have to trust yourself first, that you can do it, that you can manage anything that you put in your mind. And I think that's very important kasi in any field, if you wanted to, to fly or to be successful, you have to start trusting yourself that you can do it. So, when someone wants to start up a business or they ask for advice, that's the first thing I tell. And then the next one is, I listen and I learn. So I try to be humble most of the time, if not all the time.
That's the key.
I really try to learn. I really try to learn from those who actually know the business, like the elders, like my dad, or the managers. They know more than me. So sometimes when there are learnings talaga na very important, it actually comes from those people. So ayun, just trust yourself, and then always be humble, and then listen to others who have actually more experience, and then just go for it. Go for what you want talaga. That's what would make it work.
Wow, such sage advice, no? What about on the side of the creatives? What would you advise to people who want to enhance their skills and improve their talents? What did it take for you on your part, for example, in terms of the creative side? How did you prepare for this business?
So that it can accommodate people who don't have skills, creative skills or experience, diba?
Or maybe to upskill themselves.
To upskill themselves also. Yeah.
So, Bria?
Parang nag-glow tayo dyan.
Oo nga eh. Yeah. So how did you prepare creative-wise? Kasi we talked about business. Ito naman, yung creative side ng concept na to.
So parang inalam po namin first kung ano talaga yung grounding ng atom. Tama po ba? Parang doon namin talaga hinanap. In terms of talagang roots, looking for the roots. So that's why, actually, doon po nagsimula din yung mga color. I mentioned earlier, di ba, yung branding. Doon tayo yung mga colors natin ng atom. Very natural, very organic, very raw and real. So that's why yung colors natin laging nagsistick to pink, white, green, or bluish, and then Sa lights naman natin, very natural lang din. Actually, enough na nga yun for the set eh. Pag kunwari mag-shoot ng isang group, minsan okay na yung isang strobe. So, parang, swak na talaga sa kanilang needs.
Sa vibe na habol nila. Ganun.
So, nagkaroon kayo ng parang brainstorming about
yes.
the palettes, colors, yung
Talagang nagsimula po with that. Pati yun, sa names, talagang dun talaga namin inukit. Kasi before, like what Thea said earlier, parang we were thinking na regular studio lang siya. Na parang the usual ones na but ayun, na-inspire kami with the South Korean studios. So, ayun, dun na lang din nag-derive. Tapos humugot na lang din kami from ourselves mismo na each founder has their different what do you call this? Thea, can you come in?
Call a friend? You got Barbie up here, bro.
No, but yeah, that's what
I can't put it into words eh. As a creative, parang visual person talaga, parang ano yung word?
Yeah. No, but you were saying it naman correctly na we were just being true to ourselves. So ito yung color palette na gusto ko talaga, yan yung type of palette ko. Tapos si Bria, yan talaga yung lighting na gusto niya when she does photo shoots. And then my sister, this is how she likes the Instagram feed to look like. So we just respected each other's preferences. And then nagsakto-sakto lang siya for Atom.
Parang overall collaboration siya of the team.
Napansin ko lang yung mga self-portrait. Well, siguro kasi yung background is using mga solid colors, no? Yung ba yung part ng vision nyo na parang malilinis lang na litrato?
Actually, I noticed na puro pastels yung colors na ginamit nila.
Tapos ang linis ng itsura ng photos. Ganun ba yung vision nyo for the pictures that will come out?
Yes. Actually, we just wanted it to be simple lang talaga. Simple but really nice. And na pag nakita mo yung picture, sa Atom to kinuhanan. So that was just our vision. We want to keep things simple. And then we want the customers to have the liberty talaga to be creative. Their poses, their color palette. Kasi even the customers really prepare what they're going to wear. And what backdrop will match their outfit. So, I think that's how we envisioned it lang din po. The minimalist, simple, and then light and warm like that.
I see.
Yeah. So, question ka pa?
Actually, wala na
Photographer?
Yung sa photographer too, ay nakita ko na you guys did it well eh. Kasi yun nga, ang linis ng background, malinis yung lighting, tama lang yung positioning. Kaya natuwa ako and yun nga, like what you guys said earlier na once makita mo yung photos na to, parang gets mo na from Atom to. Kasi ako din pag I have friends na naging client nyo din na nakita ko pala yung IG post nila, sa Atom to. Tapos pagtingin ka, sa Atom nga. Ang galing eh, nakaka-amaze.
No? At saka sinetap na talaga nila for the client. Okay na to. Perfect setup. Yeah, so for this segment, we have what we call fast talk.
Yeah, for the last segment.
Where we ask you different scenarios and you have to answer quickly.
Kung ano yung una-una nyo maisip, yun na yun. So, can we start? Ready na kayo?
Yes, ready.
Go!
So, okay, for the first question, first thing that comes to mind when you think of women empowerment?
Rosie derivative. Sure. Tama ba?
So, we started Bria.
Nag-start
na.
Rosie derivative. Yung person na
Okay.
Sorry, tama ba siya? Rosie the Riveter. Yun yung unang pumasok eh.
Okay. Wala namang wrong answer.
Wala namang wrong answer.
Thea?
For women empowerment, first thing that came up to me was strength. That's the word that came up.
Tama.
So my question, what motivates you, Thea?
Oh my gosh. What motivates me? Probably it's my family. So,
Yeah.
so I really want like the best for me and my family. So that's why I keep going.
And Bria, what motivates you?
Family also. My mom.
Ganun talaga, iba talaga yung role ng family na
Yeah.
pag-support. So, okay, for the third question, a woman you look up to.
Thea?
Woman I look up to would be my aunt. She used to be the Chief Justice, so she's really an amazing person. So I look up to her.
Who is?
Chief Justice Sereno.
Sereno!
So,
Wow!
Hey! And
Inspired
Bria.
talaga.
Yeah, Bria.
So, Bria.
A
Ako, I'll go back to my mom again.
Okay, tita.
Of course, of course.
Grabe yung exposure mo dito, din.
Of course.
Okay. Yung
And then my fourth question, what is something you love about yourself? We asked Bria first. Something you love about yourself.
The ability to empathize with other people. Yun lang. Hello?
Yes, and Thea.
siguro my ability to be resilient. Like,
Wow, what a match.
What a match talaga.
Oo.
Grabe.
Ito
Sobrang
naman,
importante yung resilience.
life-changing question from Alvin.
Okay, what is your morning routine? The first thing you do when you wake up to motivate you, to inspire
Basta
you
morning
na
routine lang.
mas magsipag for the day.
Oo.
Bria.
Me first.
Nagkahiyaan pa kayo
I look for my dog.
Okay.
Parang routine ko siya. Yun yung first. And then, wala, nagkweto na. Sige, go.
Oo.
Well,
Kaya?
I just take time muna. Like, I try not to do anything first. Just speak. Just quiet lang muna. And then, I prep na myself na, okay, this is the day today. We can do it.
Okay.
Okay,
And then, what is something you look forward to? It could be anything like an occasion, a person, or a thing. Something to look forward to siguro next month.
Actually, I really look forward to the next plans of Atom kasi there's so much talaga that we want to execute. So that's actually the most exciting part of going to the studio, brainstorming with the team.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Si Bria? Same lang? Okay.
Well, yeah, we're really excited for that kasi there's really more
We're
to
excited
come.
for you guys.
Marami pang mangyayari.
Diba, parang, I think it's such a blessing to be able to say that I love my job.
Yes!
Yes.
So, okay, for the seventh question, describe the 7 founders of Atom Studios in 1 year.
Oo, dito na malalaman.
Dito na
Magkakalaman na.
So, isa-summarize na in 1 word yung mga ganap sa group chat nila.
Oo. So, we start with, sino gusto mauna?
Oh my gosh. Sige, I'll start. So, 1 word per founder po.
Yes.
Hindi, for the 7 founders, diba? 1 word.
Okay.
1 word na lang per person para we know them also.
Sige.
Okay.
Per person.
For Bria, she's the kalog one.
Okay.
She makes everybody happy talaga in the studio with her
Okay.
jokes and remarks. And then Murphy, my sister, she's really the creative one.
Okay.
Everything comes from her. She leads the marketing, she leads the posts and everything. And then Josh, he's the funny one because even if he's the one handling all the social media inquiries, and then when there are like challenges with the booking, he just knows how to crack a joke in the middle of a conversation. Bono, oh my gosh, Priya, help me with Bono. Bono is also really funny. They're the boys really, they're like funnier than us girls.
Yes,
so
yes.
that's what I could say. Then Kuya Joseph, he's the one that leads us. He's a leader. So he knows what he's saying, and then he really directs the team on the next expansion, on the next project, next idea. And then Max, yeah, she'd also be the creative one. She and my sister. So yeah, that's for me. Ria's turn.
Oh my God. Okay, sige. One word per... Oh, sige, let's start with the boys.
Okay.
Sige.
Kay Bono muna.
Kay Bono talaga.
Siyempre, ba?
Sige, si Bono. Yeah, mysterious but funny din siya. Wait, may feedback.
Okay naman, we can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you.
Akin ba yun?
Or is it yours, Thea?
Okay, go lang, Bria. We can hear
I'm
you.
on mute.
Okay, ayan, sorry. Okay, round 2, take 2.
Okay.
Okay, Bono. Mysterious but he knows what he's doing. I mean, kasi parang nagjo-joke kasi siya, tapos hindi ko alam kung minsan funny or hindi. Joke.
Bono, hindi ka daw funny, oh. Naumi yung tropa ko, ah.
Hindi, joke lang. Hindi, memerist natin
Memerist.
siya.
Alright.
Memer.
Okay.
Bono, memer. Pero responsible si Bono. He answers like all yung mga sa email din. So parang direct to the point siya. Memer but direct to the point. Okay,
Let's
next.
go.
Okay. Si Josh, funny din siya pero like sa IG naman siya na person, but he's very responsible and then may tugtog pa on the side yan.
May tugtugpak pa.
Okay. Joseph, yon. Leader din siya. He directs all. As in, talagang ginaguide niya kami with the operation. So, okay. The girls na tayo. Thea guides all of us also. Kasi, yun nga, operations. Pero, I would say na she's also a visualizer. What? May ganon.
Wow.
Tapos si Murphy, creative din siya. Magaling din na leader.
Excuse me.
Pero more on the creative side. And then, kay Max naman, I would say na visualizer din. Creative din in terms of like sa graphics and everything. By the way, she made our logo.
Wow.
And overall brand identity din. Na parang,
galing. Oo. Ang galing ng team nyo. Talagang...
Alright, wow.
So parang wala ka talagang hahanapin pa sa team nila. No? Everything's complete. It's really a synergized group.
Alright. So, eto, last question na lang for the two of you. Your favorite thing about Atom Studio? To cap it off.
Favorite thing about Atom? It's the team. They're my favorite part of Atom. I grew so much with them over the past months, and I learned. Kasi in my day job, it's usually just me making decisions. So it's really nice to have a team that you can listen to, and you have different perspectives. Na sometimes I'm not correct. Like my decisions are not really the perfect ones or the right ones. So it's nice to have a team na they could actually help you more. Like, mas maganda pa yung results because of the team and not just because I said so. Ganun. So yeah, that's my favorite part of Atom
Team talaga.
Yes.
Pansin ko kanina pa talaga nila binabanggit yung team. Ibig sabihin, ganun talaga yung
solid.
Working environment
And
nila sa
Bria.
Yeah, I like to say na Atom team. Then yung favorite ko, aside from the interior char, hindi. Pero aside from that, yeah, Atom team talaga because my day job also na parang it's different din kasi. So, what I would like to say din na everything is a collaboration na parang each has something to say. Lagi kang may natutunan from each and every one, and that's what I like about it. And
part also.
And yeah, baka maging luhaan na ako.
Okay.
So yun, there we have it. So yun nga, nasagot na nung dalawang strong and empowered ladies
Yes,
of Atom
very
Studio.
creative.
Very creative. So, ayun,
Innovative.
Yeah, innovative. And thank you so much, Thea and Bria. And this was really fun. But before we let you go, can you give us a some parting words for our viewers? And if you wanna promote your business, your social media pages, this is your chance now. So, yeah.
Thea?
Okay. Thea, or both.
Okay. Both. Sabihin lang. Or
We're inviting everyone to stay tuned sa ating Atom Studios social media pages, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube soon. And of course, for everyone creatives, practice makes progress, so believe in yourselves. And we are here, Atom Studios team are here for your photography photo shoot, sorry. Thea?
Well said.
Yes, actually same lang din po. Just stay tuned lang po with Atom, and we really have big vision for the studio. Yun lang po.
Thank you, ladies. And once again, thank you, Thea and Bria, for being
you,
part of our
guys.
show and for sharing your journey with us.
Yeah. So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So to our dear guests, watch fresh episodes of Perfect Live every Wednesday at 2 p.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube. I'm Francine.
and I am Alvin. And this has been Perfect.
Thank you.
Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready ng mamangha at matuwa every Thursday alas 2 ng hapon dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good afternoon and welcome to another inspiring episode of Spotlight. My name is Venice Bautista.
And I'm Dina Ventura. Today we are joined by extraordinary women, a mother and daughter duo.
Yes, and they are the two-woman team behind the exhibition Forget Me Not that's currently running at Pinto Art Museum.
I can't wait to see their works, Venice. So without further ado, let's welcome Daphne and Scarlett Aguilar.
Yes, happy International Women's Month!
Happy International Women's Month!
Thank you for having us! Hi, Jenny.
So how are you po today? Like, how are things going at the exhibition?
Well, we're doing great. We're doing fine. Thanks for having us in your show. And we're so excited to discuss all the details about our ongoing show at Pinto with you.
Yes, please tell us more about the exhibition. Is that your first time to exhibit together, and why is it called Forget Me Not?
This is the first part back-to-back or duo show with me and Scarlett. But Scarlett and I had previous shows before that we were together in some group exhibitions for Women's Month also, which is also called Bloom. Which showcased several various women artists. That was I think several years ago, and then also last year an online show. But for this year, Forget Me Not is the first two-woman show or a mother-daughter exhibition that I have with Scarlett, and it highlights or showcases our different points of view and how Scarlett and I process our day-to-day experiences differently.
So the exhibit speaks about memories and how we value these memories, and it's shown in the different ways that we collect them and how we recollect these memories, and also in the differences in how we process or make sense of these memories. So it makes this like our own individual narratives.
So different styles. I'm interested to know about your distinct styles, diba? But later on.
Yes, later on. For now, Daphne, you have 12 paintings in the exhibition, right? So are they related to one another? Can you tell us about them?
Okay. With my works for Forget Me Not, I actually used flowers to express memories. So these works are actually like related with one another, like in a group of paintings that I have, which I call Tiny Flower series. So these are like flowers that I observed on a day-to-day basis, and I chose to showcase small flowers or tiny flowers, the ones that you see on the day, like every day. You can see them almost all around, and I observed them for several years. Some of these flowers I even grew myself. So I think kasi these memories that are like just to value little things, like little memories that are neatly tucked in, so that creates a sense of nostalgia.
Yes, Forget Me Not. That's a kind of flower though, isn't it? Diba?
Yes, Forget Me Not is actually also a name of a flower, which is like those are blue flowers that has a very distinct blue flower hue, but it also comes in sometimes pink or yellow
or white, I think.
Or white, yes.
Okay, what about you, Scarlett? You have 13 pieces in total.
Yes. So actually, I wanted to tackle memory in a way that because I think memory is actually a very overwhelming and melancholic experience, because I believe that we're all like victims of nostalgia. It's like every time the happier the memories are, the more sadder the experience is, because we are aware that we're no longer able to go back to that place. So in my works, I wanted to show the process of memory in like two opposite ends. So there's creating the memory, and then there's also like making sense of the memory. So in my oil paintings, we have A Tall Glass of Everything, and a diptych that's titled Always Too Full for the Last Bite and the Last Bite. So I wanted to depict like the constant consuming of information in my oil paintings. And for the assemblage, I wanted to show the other, like the opposite end of this processing of memory, which is like, because we are archiving all of these memories that we have, it has to be shaped or categorized in a way that we're able to digest it more or easily. So because of that, these memories become like much more like simpler versions of themselves, and what's left are like the shapes and the colors of them. So they have this tendency to like intertwine with each other and to mesh into each other. So yeah, that's what I wanted to tackle with memory.
So kind of distilled memories.
Yes. Grabe, like the intricate details and how they express themselves. So much work, both body and soul, are put into all of these pieces, and with every piece that you will create in the future. So I want to know, like, how long does it usually take for you guys to compile the works for an exhibition?
Okay, well, me, I always say that like 80% of my creative process is in the thinking and the planning, and like 20% of the time is the actual making of it. So there's a lot of sketching, a lot of writing, researching, reading, and then just creating these studies and drafts for like for each piece. So I think with that aspect in, it could take me up to a month to make a piece because of the like planning
process. Yeah.
The research, the creation of drafts. Talaga. A month, no?
Yeah.
So for 13 pieces, that should have taken you about a year.
It's like I planned them all like at the same time, so there's like I have a lot of notes and sketches in my studio now, just like, oh my gosh, I have to do this and just get it all ready.
Mom, with me, the process usually is like I observe my surroundings. I want to connect with my surroundings prior to like really coming up with studies or drafts, and then I choose subjects that really relates to me, and you know it echoes something that is really kind of intimate or really it's intertwined with my day-to-day activities. That's why, like in one of my pieces that's included in Forget Me Not show, it's with the title Five Summers. It's like I worked on it for several years. Like I always go back to that painting. Like I started it in sometime around 2016, and then I'd go back to that every now and then, just add a few more layers or a few more objects, a few more flowers or blooms, because I really wanted to hang on to that because of that thing. Parang it's the intimacy. It's like having a conversation with someone that who knows you very well and whom I know very well, and then it's like, you know, like a long summer day or a warm afternoon, and then just like a cozy afternoon that it's relaxed and just enjoy doing it, and it's something that I didn't even want to end. And in one of the pieces that that's also included in the show, the title is Night Song, which features an image of an owl and some flowers. These flowers, they actually like still have very vibrant colors. I observed that they still have very vibrant colors even at nighttime, and then with a night owl, I guess, symbolizing someone that enjoys the evening. And the title is Night Song because it actually represents lullabies. And for me, lullabies, it also triggers memories in some ways, that it's like it's the first song that a mother sings to a child, and then it can possibly also be the first song that the child remembers. And it's, in some ways, it's a way of passing knowledge and tradition in a very informal yet very intimate way.
Different for each of them. How much of your time in a day spent painting? I'm curious lang. Do you paint every day? I mean, do you spend a little bit of your time every day doing your art?
Yeah. Well, I spend most of my days thinking, in a thinking chair, just like, what should I paint next? And then just conceptualizing it. So it takes a lot of time for me to just manifest the piece of work. So yeah, most of my days just like me in my yellow thinking chair, just going. Yeah.
That's a sight to see. Do you have a picture? Sayang. Your thinking chair. What about you, Daphne?
I think part na rin, it became, I make it like a really part of my daily routine. Like I would go around and observe, and because we have like a backyard garden here, so I observe how plants and flowers and seedlings and all those living things behave in relation to these plants and flowers. So I take a lot of photos, like really hundreds and hundreds of photos every day. Most of them I post on my personal social media accounts. So and I think that is part of the process na naka-ingrain na rin yun sa process with the process of creating and visualizing and conceptualizing.
It's like a diary. Like a diary, no? Yeah.
Is going to be some of the pieces that
Even their conceptualization is different. Scarlett's just thinking in her chair.
Yeah, then Daphne is like moving around taking photos.
Yeah.
But here's another question. Other than that, your art or your creative process, other than that, what else occupies your time?
Yes, me, I love nature. I love plants and animals, and that's where most of the inspiration comes from, and it what keeps me from coming up with new works. Like for example, in some of my works with tiny flowers, the titles are like based on common names of plants and also their botanical names, because I also want to be able to encourage other people to find out more about all those plants, other plant species that are available, that are readily, that are there around us within our surroundings, so that we can be more part with nature, so that we can be more familiar with not only our surroundings but also those, those plants that are part of our environment and our ecosystem.
Which we normally ignore, no?
Yes.
So often overlooked, but they are so, they're simple. They are very simple flowers, but they also offer us, this air of complexity in them, and that I think for me that what makes them very interesting subjects.
I agree.
Well, me, I'm a very busy girl. So yeah, I have a lot on my list all the time. So I have like separate work and then separate projects as well, other than my art. Then I'm also like in school right now. So I'm doing a lot of things. That's why my walls are filled with just sticky notes and notes and everything that I need to do. So you can also like see that in my art, all the like overwhelming things that I have to do. And yeah, it feels like I'm always like doing something. So when I'm not doing something, I'm asleep. So
Okay, or eating.
Yeah, always moving.
Hopefully. But I was looking at your works. They're very bare minimum. I don't know, simple. So it's like there's a disconnect there for me when you say that you're always like busy and everything, because your final product, it's clean. I don't know. Did you
I
notice
get it,
that?
I get it. Yeah.
That's why like I used a lot of bright colors. So the overwhelming aspect of it is in the bright colors that I'm using. So actually what I'm using are like complementary colors. So we have blues and then yellows. So they're the elements with the cool elements and then the warm elements are used together and used with pure colors to make this sort of vibration that will make you feel some anxiety or like some form of like uneasiness, because being overwhelmed with a lot of things, you always you want for your slate or your task list to be clean, but sometimes there are things in the backdrops that are like, hey, you have to do me next, hey, I'm still on your list right now. So yeah, so I use colors in that way, that aspect naman.
Okay, I understand now.
No, but I just want to notice the background, the guitarist on the wall. You guys play instruments?
A little bit.
Yes, a little.
Mostly my dad
Oh,
is
so
the
that's your dad.
player.
Oh, okay. So before we continue to getting to know you more and just basically admire your artworks and your processes, we're gonna take a short break. Spotlight will be back.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas.
Lilipad na ang agila, magtatanggol, magmamahal sa ating bansa.
We shall lie, soar, fight, and win!
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Q. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu! Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Welcome back to Spotlight, everybody. Before the break, Daphne and Scarlett were explaining to us their concepts and stories behind the work. So, if you just joined us, Daphne and Scarlett here are the mother and daughter duo of the two-woman exhibition entitled Forget Me Not at Pinto Art Museum. So, ladies, kanina na-mention nyo, the guitars sa background are your dad. Yeah, so are there any other artists in the family?
Yes, we're actually like a family of artists. So my husband and my two boys, Crimson and Frank, are also artists.
Oh.
So like it's actually like really interesting to see that
It's okay.
I think it's very interesting to see that we're living under the same roof. So that means like we're having these same experiences, but the way that we're interpreting these experiences or expressing our thoughts, they're very different. So our own like individual.
Okay, so like I'm curious, like being in a family of artists, is there some kind of pressure to be different, to be distinct, or parang like competition within each other, but like in a very subtle way?
Yeah. Baka naman wala,
Yeah,
diba?
oh, yeah.
I mean, I think that there isn't pressure, but because we have this understanding of each other that we're very different people and we're all our own individuals. So, for example, I actually think I noticed that there's a lot of generational similarities. So, for example, my dad, Alex, I would say that he's a surrealist. Hello, welcome my mom back.
Welcome back.
So, his work, I think, he's here so na his work often looks and like feels like a dream to me, but it's like rendered in this very realistic manner. So it makes these depictions of these dreams or visions more vivid and clear. And like my mom, who's in the same generation, she also like renders it in a very like realistic way, in the realism of flowers and using like colors that are more found or more seen in nature. And so for Crimson and I, from the same generation. I would like notice that there's some sort of like sadness or loneliness in both our works. So like it seems that it comes from something very internal as opposed to like interpreting the external environment. So I think it's because
There
our
you
generation
go.
Wow.
like the nostalgic generation, nostalgia ulit. So there was such a shift in our childhoods when like we grew up in the digital age. So in a way, the things that we saw when we were kids, they don't exist anymore. And like it wasn't that long ago that all these things existed, but now they're not. So that's why Crimson, he says na in his symbolism in his work, there's a lot of loss and a lot of chaos that he feels, and it resonates well with me because we were swept up in this chaos of the changing times, but at the same time we were also growing up, so there is a lot of feelings of loss. And Franco, our like Gen Zer, already born into this digital age, so he's a digital painter. So he has like fan arts of his favorite streamers, VTubers, right? And he also like creates these like very elaborate stories and worlds with like detailed like original characters. And so it seems like anything is possible in their generation. So yeah, that's Crimson's work there. Yes.
Oh, I see that melancholiness.
Yeah.
The world is at a click of a button, no? For them. So yeah, that's Crimson's work there.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Very internal. Kanyang expression.
Wow. Very distinct, no? So, wala, medyo na-stun ako doon. That was a very nice way. Very nice way of explaining the differences in your styles because nga naman generational, 'di ba? So, and it's nga no, naiintindihan ko na ngayon. Anyway, so Daphne, let's talk about your works naman. Why do you think you're more into earth tones and nature themed works?
Well, I like that. Well, since the subjects are mostly with that relates with nature, I think the earth tone the earth tone palette becomes more suitable for the subject. Not only that, it's that yung preference din siguro na yung lumalabas it's the earth tones, it's the warm, it's the warm colors because I like that feeling of like cozy, warm feeling. It's like being hugged.
Yes. Oo nga.
Hug from that. So that gives a rather comforting feel. But so medyo relaxed.
Okay, that's the mom nurturing side of you.
That's the mom.
So parang it's nice, parang I can see that really a part of the artist comes out in the work, no? So you get a sense of the person making the
when you
piece.
see the art, yeah. So what about you, Scarlett? You said earlier you use a lot of bright colors, and then you also have the circular paintings you have in the exhibition right now. So why those elements? Why those things in your work?
Yeah. I like juxtaposing the colors that are normally depicted as like happy, bright colors, or like uplifting colors, but with subject matter that's a little more melancholic and a little more lonely. So, because I feel like it's how I treat my experiences, like despite being aware of my own sadness or my own loneliness, I still like being positive and optimistic. I want my energy, the energy that I give out to the world comes back to me. So it's almost like my use of bright colors are like the fight or like the revolt against my own sadness, my own melancholy. And I feel like everything in life is just a cycle, everything repeats itself. So that's why I like using circles as well, because everything just comes back to its original place,
Ang galing, nag-iisip. She really thinks.
Yeah, she's really on her thinking chair thinking.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, that's true. Yung parang I get how she feels about internal melancholy or like loneliness, and then you're just trying to be this happy-go-lucky person and just try to be a light for everybody else, diba? It's always such a nice way of just coping with the internal struggles.
Yes, balancing your chi.
Yeah.
Anyway. And okay, so I'm sure you've had exhibits before, as you mentioned, but for you, what's the most rewarding thing about seeing your works in an exhibition?
Well, firstly, it's really such a different experience to see one's work, or to see my works showcased in the gallery. With Pinto Art Museum specifically, a very reputable art institution. It's really such an honor to be one of the featured artists for this month. And it's also rewarding to find out that, when your works are showcased and then when someone gets to relate or to connect with your work, it's really a different feeling.
And the pieces look like really different when they're on the wall than when you're making them. So it's like the cherry on top, and like my mom said, to have our works exhibited somewhere like in Pinto, it's such a great experience. And the community is also really supportive, And other than that, also it's amazing like to see the art galleries today who are very open to younger and upcoming artists, to be able to give these artists an opportunity to showcase their work. So galleries like White Walls Gallery and like Gravity Art Space, which is actually like an artist-run space. So it's very much a really nice environment in the art community today in this time. So
I agree.
Yeah.
Even virtually, you can express yourself. You can share your art.
And it's such a great time today. It's a great time for artists to feature their works kasi nga everything is all through digital now, diba?
So more accessible for
everyone. So ladies, I want to ask what your advice is to people who want to express themselves through art.
Well,
like joke.
people experience and people experience things differently in a different way, and you'd analyze or interpret things and express distinctly and differently each and every person, each and every individual. So parang wala siyang advice na one size fits all for me. Yeah, so the one thing I can advise siguro is that just follow your heart and do what makes you happy, and listen.
I'd say just go for it. Like don't be pressured to think that your art has to look a certain way so that it's accepted. So like determine what your core truths are, what your intuitions are, and like your true sensibilities. And people don't have to understand your art, but in creating your world, there's always a chance that someone out there can finally feel seen.
Wow.
Oh,
galing.
yeah, that's true. Totoo naman, diba? I mean, art is an expression of yourself. So just do you. Just follow your heart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid.
Yes.
Go for it.
Okay, so wow. So since you were born, Scarlett, you've been exposed to this kind of artistic environment.
It's a whirlwind of a world. Colors, materials.
Yeah,
Dami
kasi
nangyayari
your
lagi.
parents are artists, diba?
Yeah,
So, ever since you were born, you're just in that space of art.
Yeah,
And
and
creative
when
processes.
when did you first start to make your own painting?
My mom can answer that. When did I?
Oh, well, I think Scarlett started very, very early when it comes to drawing, to those, even writing her own stories, keeping her own journals. She's really very creative right from the start. I knew that right from the start.
Okay, parang born with a
Yeah.
pen or
Yeah.
paintbrush or something. Anyway, so we've learned so much from this interview, but we're not ready to let you go just yet. So we'll just take another short break, and when we return, we'll play a short game. Spotlight will be back. Stay with us.
Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Makinig at makisali sa usapan every Friday night at 6 p.m. sa I Speak Katribu Podcast. Samahan sina Daniel at Alvin na pag-usapan ang mga relevant topic na tiyak kakarelatean nyo mga katribu. At pagdating ng Sunday at 7 p.m., Speak Your Mind with our I Speak program na sasagot sa mga tanong regarding the latest and relevant issues sa paligid natin. I-like at i-follow nyo ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube para updated ka sa mga latest episode namin mga katribu.
Hi, welcome back to Spotlight. And for this segment, we have a quick game to play with the ladies. And this is what we call Would You Rather, where we give you two scenarios, but you only have to choose one. Are you ready?
Okay, first, would you rather be an Oscar-winning film or a best-selling novel?
Best-selling
Novel. Tapos hindi ba pwedeng like magiging film siya later on?
Pwede.
Yeah.
Novel.
Why? Why a book? Why a novel?
Well, there's really a certain sa akin, especially when you read the book, like read the actual physical book. It's a very it's an experience wherein you get to like depict that how fast you want to read, how fast you want to finish.
There's so
and
many
you can
things.
go back to other chapters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many things you can do with words. Ang daming words in the world eh. So there's so many like things you can do with it. Mas flowery siya, mas descriptive.
Tama.
Are you also, Scarlett, are you also choosing the novel or a film?
Novel na lang.
Okay.
Tapos ask me again 10 years later, sabihin natin film.
Okay.
Hindi, yung novel niya magiging film yun.
She can be both. All right. What about this? Would you rather hear animals talk or plants talk?
I'd rather hear plants talk.
Of course.
What about you, Scarlett?
Animals. I already talk to animals. I just, hope they can talk back to me.
Because I can hear animals already. Like I can hear a cat's meow or a dog's bark.
I
And,
see.
from the sound of their bark, or if they're happy, or
They can already communicate.
Plants. Hearing plants talk, or their sounds. It's got to be something that's really very interesting. Like
Oh yeah.
a certain tree sound like, or a certain flower sound.
Oo nga. Ako yung plants ko sa bahay, nagtutalk din sila sa akin. Parang namamatay. Parang, sana sinabi mo na lang. Anyway, would you rather have more time or more money?
Oh, definitely more
Time.
Yeah, ako din actually. 24 hours in a day is just not enough.
Not enough.
You can earn the money, you can't get the time back.
Yeah.
Ang galing mo, Scarlett. We have poetry. I mean, let's publish them. Okay.
Okay, next question. Would you rather give gifts or receive them?
Oh, gifts. Give.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, giving gifts is para a gift in itself. It's like having that feeling of, sharing and giving gifts at different senses. Joy.
Yeah, I like giving gifts too. Kasi sometimes when I receive the gift, I feel so overwhelmed. Like, wow, thank you so much. And ano mo yun? Parang, sige.
Oo nga, when you give, di ba, parang that's like a receiving something for yourself. Galing. Okay, would you rather hear the good news first or the bad news?
Good news first. Kasi, maikli yung attention span ko. Matidinig yung bad news.
Okay.
I feel like, good news first. Kasi kapag inuna mo yung bad news, na ako.
Oo, na-dampen na yung mood mo, no?
Yeah.
Parang gano'n.
Good news first.
Okay.
Ikaw, ay sinagot mo.
Ikaw, ma'am. I think I would rather hear the bad news first. Yeah. Just so that I could have, mamaya pwede na ulit akong ngumiti or happy.
Iba-iba talaga.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Inspire others or be inspired.
Parang loop siya.
Oo nga eh.
It's like, for you to inspire others, you need to be inspired also. And then, inspired ka, syempre. you can you also put yourself in a position to inspire others. You can't pour from an empty cup.
Oh,
Yes.
Here we go again. Let's call it in her poetry.
Yeah. Okay, last. Would you rather give up the wine or the coffee? I don't even know if they drink wine or coffee.
I think they do.
Say goodbye to coffee.
Oh.
Whoops.
Whoops, bye.
Wine mom ka pala.
I'll say goodbye to wine.
No changing answers.
No changing answers. Sige.
Ako, I can give up wine. I need my coffee. I need it. I need it.
Yeah, actually me too. I need my coffee. I literally have migraines if I don't
have coffee.
Coffee in a day.
Really?
Yes.
Have you had already your cup
Yes.
for the day?
Yes, I make sure that's the first thing I do.
Okay.
My day.
Right.
So thank you so much, you guys, for joining us today and for being such a good sport with our games. You're such lovely guests, and we hope that we have more time to just chat away. This didn't feel like an interview at all.
I know,
Yeah.
right? Mag-poetry reading tayo sa susunod.
Over coffee, ganun. Yeah, but before we let you go, please give us some parting shots. Invite our viewers to see your exhibition. Yeah.
Forget Me Not is a two-woman exhibition currently on view at Pinto Art Museum. Pinto Art Museum is on Sierra Madre Street, Grand Heights, Antipolo. And the show will be on view until March 27.
Yes, and follow us on our social media handles at _Scar Aguilar and at Daphne.Aguilar on Instagram if you want to see more of our art and our lives.
Yeah. Thank you once again, ladies, for joining us today and sharing such intricate or, being open with us
Yes.
about your lives and your works. And we wish you more success on your exhibition.
Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, thank you. Thank you to our contributors also for tuning in today. You can watch Spotlight live every Thursday at 2 p.m. on Daily Tribune's Facebook page and also on Tribune Now on YouTube. I am Venice Bautista.
And I'm Dina Ventura.
And this has been Spotlight.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkulusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa health and wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Magandang hapon po mga katribo. Matanong ko nga kayong lahat at mga eksperto dito sa Pilipinas at sa buong mundo, lalo-lalo na ang World Health Organization, COVID-19. Is it the beginning of the end? Ano kaya ang sagot? Let's welcome the past president of the CDC Philippines, concerned doctors and citizens of the Philippines, si Dr. Benigno Agbayani. Siya po ay balik kalinang katribo. Hi, Doc.
Hi, Cory. Thank you for inviting me once again to your...
Good news or bad news?
Absolutely good news.
Ay, galing. Palakpakan po natin yan. Okay. Doc, bakit good news?
Well, number one, yung ating hospitalization rate and number of deaths, I think is already not all-time low, pero very near the all-time low. I think I checked yesterday, talagang very few deaths na lang eh. And this is the whole Philippines. Less than 200 if I remember right for the whole Philippines. So, paki-double check na lang po, no? But even the cases, so less than 800. So that really is a sign. Correct. If you look at the graph, ang bilis pati ng baba. We probably peaked no mga mid-January. Ang daming cases talaga. I think we had the most number of cases in January. But because it was Omicron, ano siya? Hindi siya deadly. And we did not have a it didn't overwhelm the hospitals.
So, Doc, totoo palang sinasabi ng mga doktor, lalong-lalo ng CDC Philippines, di ba? Saka mga eksperto sa Amerika at sa Europe, no? Sabi nila, nung pag-umpisa pa lang ng Omicron, sabi nila, we welcome Omicron.
Ano yan? Ganito. Nung umpisa nga, sinasabi nila, be careful, this is more contagious. Kaya lang, nakikita ko na sa South Africa na hindi siya dangerous, it's contagious, but it wasn't hospitalizing a lot of people in South Africa because yun nga sabi nila, it originated from South Africa. That was like November pa. Tataka ako bakit pinagkakalat pa nila na be careful, gano'n, etc. But of course, we played it safe. So, ganun na nga nangyari, ang dami nagkasakit. Pero great, tama nga. Talagang hindi siya very deadly. Unfortunately, meron pa rin namatay. I'm not saying naman na no deaths at all, pero meron pa rin mga namatay.
Doc, bakit? Meron sa mga namatay, no? I'm sorry about that. Pero bakit pa rin merong mamamatay sa COVID-19 kung yung Omicron ay ang tawag nila doon, napaka-benign, no? Napaka-mahingin.
Kasi yung benign is relative to flu. Parang yun ang ginagawa nating standard eh, di ba? Kasi pag flu, parang we didn't do much when there was a flu. We just advised the elderly and the very young to have a vaccination. Pero advice lang, hindi pa nga mandatory eh. So parang yun ang benchmark. So kung ganun karami namamatay sa flu, and meron pa rin namamatay sa COVID, mukhang pareho lang yung numbers now between the previous years na flu and the present numbers of COVID deaths. Pareho na lang, hindi na siya iba. So we can look at Omicron like the average flu, which can still kill, which still affects a lot of people, pero hindi na siya emergency.
Pero Doc, sa tulad ng sinabi nyo, yung vaccination for influenza hindi mandatory.
Correct. And it should be the case for any vaccine actually. Because remember, ang aim naman po ng vaccination is try to protect the vulnerable. And we know for a fact that 1,000 times more vulnerable compared to children, yung elderly. There was a data that I saw, parang 880 times more likely mamatay ang elderly compared to someone who is only 5 years old. So, syempre, the attention should be to vaccinate the elderly. especially if you have a new vaccine. Kasi yung safety issues about new vaccines are not yet well defined. So you cannot just inject everyone. You want to inject the ones that are really high risk. Kasi sila nga yung madaling mamatay and you want to save them. And that is what we did for all other diseases. Hindi naman lahat ini-injection na ng flu, for example. Depende do sa high risk or dengue. We did not recommend dengue vaccines for everyone. We recommended it for a certain age group.
No, pag sinabi niyong high risk, sino-sino sila?
For COVID, it's the elderly above 50 meron ng risk, ano? Pero siyempre the highest risk is above 65. And those with at least one or more comorbidities. But some data has shown that yung talaga pong diabetes, heart conditions, respiratory illnesses like TB or asthma, autoimmune diseases. So, but the most common, I think, is really about diabetes. And anything that would relate to obesity is one of those factors. Kasi the reason I think nakasama yung heart problem is because a lot of those people with heart diseases also have diabetes. So kaya lang ang cause of death nila is the heart problem, but it was caused by a pre-diabetes or diabetes. And there's data already with that. There are many studies showing that it looks like diabetes is one of the main causes of mortality or being vulnerable to COVID-19.
So pag sinabi niyong diabetes, medically diagnosed may diabetes na yung tao, pero merong maraming mga tao na hindi nila alam meron na silang pre-diabetic condition. Kasama din sila sa high risk?
Correct. In fact, the study I read shows that the pre-diabetic might actually be more of a problem. Kasi they're not on a diet, they're not on any medication. So they're not aware of it, and then they don't even want to check. They just do a COVID test and then find out later on may mataas pala sugar nila and they become dehydrated, and that could trigger a stroke, a heart condition. Kung from pre-diabetes bigla kang maging diabetes, grabe yun. Masyado mabilis yung progress. And I've seen it happen.
Mabilis?
Yeah, I've seen it happen even in young people. I had a patient who's 40 years old who was a known diabetic. Hindi siya known diabetic, pero nung nagka-COVID siya, ang taas ng blood sugar niya. Like 300s and 400s. So, that's how diabetes COVID-19 could affect your system. And most of these are, of course, pre-diabetic already. I'm not saying naman not everyone, but also I've seen normal people, hindi pre-diabetic, will develop some kind of diabetes, but not as bad as the pre-diabetic.
So, pag sinabi niyong develop some kind of condition like pre-diabetes, pero makokontrol pa rin nila yung sugar nila.
Yes, yeah. And diet is the best pa rin. Ano? People think, magagamot lang ako, okay na. Talagang diet eh. It has something to do about the way food would stimulate the insulin. And unfortunately, our medications will control your blood sugar but still allows your body to react and produce still lots of insulin. And I think that's a big factor.
Para sa kaalaman ng ating mga katribo, kailangan ng katawan ng insulin. Kasi ginagamit ng katawan, yung insulin na yun, ay ginagamit niya yung matamis o asukal na galing sa carbohydrate, mga matatamis na pagkain, mga asukal, ganon, kahit na mga prutas na sobrang mataas sa sugar, no, Doc? At saka sa alcohol, di ba? All of that, ginagamit ng ating katawan yun, kino-convert niya into energy. Tapos pag hindi magamit ng katawan, so sobra naman ang insulin sa katawan, di ba, Doc?
Correct, because the insulin will convert the excess sugar to fat. That is how insulin does control the sugar. So, and if you have excess sugars, your insulin will become parang mapapagod siya.
Right.
and then becomes resistant. Yun yung tinatawag naman natin insulin resistance.
Right.
Which is called the pre-diabetic stage.
Nako, pero isang blood test lang, malalaman na natin yan, no, Doc?
Okay, caution din dyan. Most of the time, I see a lot of patients who will do a fasting blood sugar and they are normal kahit pre-diabetic sila. Because the laboratories are asking for an 8-hour fasting. They should only do a 6-hour fasting. Masyadong matagal na yung 8 hours kasi we consume glucose Even if you're seated down, your mind works, your metabolism is moving, so you're consuming the sugar. Dapat sinusukat siya dun sa time na na-digest na lahat yung sugar. So that's about 6 hours. In fact, you can start doing your fasting blood sugar at 6 hours. Pero tayo pag sinabihan, 10 hours po, minsan dadagdagan pa natin. Sa 12 hours tayo magpapakuha ng blood test. So nami-miss. So that's a very important point.
Let's say pag 10 hours na o 12 hours, babagsak naman ang sugar mo. Sobra.
Correct. Kaya hindi mahuhuli yung borderline diabetic. Kasi you know what, I always see, alam mo yung itsura ng diabetic And then she shows me a blood test na normal yung fasting blood sugar. So sasabihin ko, ma'am, let's do an HbA1c. Let's do an HbA1c because it will measure your 3-month blood sugar. And oftentimes, borderline diabetic kami or even diabetic. So what I would recommend if you are going to have a blood test is try to get it at 6 hours fasting blood sugar. Or have both fasting blood sugar and HbA1c.
Oo. Okay, ito naman kasi pinag-usapan natin yung diabetes kasi sabi nyo, ito ay isa sa mga preconditions kung saan nagiging mas vulnerable ang katawan ng isang tao sa COVID-19. Tama ba yun? We are most vulnerable if we have a diabetic condition. Okay, kung inayos na yan, let's look at the new advisory, Alert Level 1. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Can we flash the Alert Level 1 notice from the IATF on the screen? Pag-aralan nga natin yan, Doc.
Parang mahigpit pa rin I saw yung sa masking.
Ito,
parang sinasabi nila, you still have to wear mask. May mga limitations pa rin. Very happy with it because I think this is the time actually that you will allow people to on their own decide whether to wear masks, especially outside kasi you take advantage of that You can breathe air normally and unfortunately the mask that most Filipinos wear is not your N95. Siya lang may mga cloth mask. It actually doesn't work lalo na sa outdoors. So kung ngayon naman napaka-konti, kung napaka-konti naman ng cases, I would make alert level 1 optional ang masking. And I think other countries are doing it. Yeah, if you want to wear it because you are concerned about getting it, for whatever reason, you can decide on your own. I think sa alert level 1, sa public transport, you're still required to wear masks. Yan ang lang. Kasi 100% na.
Papasahin ko, Doc, ha? Anyway, nandyan sa screen yung alert level 1. Kanong ibig sabihin nun? It means, sabi daw mga katribo, mask-free in level 1. Open areas. Pero sabi daw ng IATF, posible lang if cases drop further. Anong ibig sabihin ng if cases drop further, Doc? I mean, bumababa na nga di ba?
Yeah.
Ano yung ibig sabihin ng further? 500 cases a day? Hindi naman nila sinabi, no?
Correct.
Tapos, slow ditching of the face mask requirement in open areas under alert level 1 is possible. Yun lang na, is possible if cases continue to go down. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa sure. Ayon kay Dr. Ted Herbosa sa isang laging handa public briefing, the National Task Force Against COVID-19 Special Medical Advisor siya, sabi niya, it may be considered as one of the adjustments under the so-called new normal. Ito, ang susunod nito ay maaari yung pagsuot ng mask sa outdoor areas. So sa indoor na lang tayo magmamask. Lalong-lalo na kung bababa ang mga cases. So it's still conditional.
Yeah.
Okay, ito naman. Pag-usapan natin, kasi as of a few days ago, 800 cases lang yata ang COVID-19.
Yeah, yung average, 7-day average. Yeah.
Oo. Tapos overall active cases, 50,000 active cases down from the previous days, 866. So, dati 853, ngayon, dati 866, tapos ngayon 853. This was a few days ago. Ayun. So, Doc, sinabi nyo na yung mask itself cannot really prevent infection. Totoo ba yun? Yes or no?
Totoo yun.
Ayun, sa aming pagpapalit po, mga katribo, sasagutin ni Dr. Benigno at Paya. Huwag po kayong aalis.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas.
Lilipad na ang agila, magtatanggol, magmamahal sa ating bansa.
We shall fly, soar, fight, and win!
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Welcome back mga katribo para sa ating kaalaman, ang interpretasyon ng Alert Level 1. Ibig sabihin more freedom for all of us mga katribo. At nandito po si Dr. Benigno Agbayani. Kailangan pa ba mag-mask o hindi? Doc, your expert opinion.
Okay, kasi ganito yan eh. When you mandate something, kailangan very, very strong evidence. Kasi, siyempre, gagamitin ng maraming Pilipino, kung hindi naman pala efficacious. Pangalawa, baka naman hindi safe. You are forcing people to use it. So, what is the evidence sa mask? Wala pa hong talagang magandang randomized controlled study kasi sa mask. And in fact, even before pandemic, hindi alam ang sagot niyan. They did the search of the past 30 years if we should recommend for the public to use mask kung merong epidemic. And they could not answer that question. Mukhang hindi kasi. So, in the last 2 years, may nag-attempt. There were 2 studies and mahina yung result. It's not a very good outcome. Although yung isa sinasabi, may konting benefit. But again, that was a local study. Baka iba naman sa ibang bansa. So to me, kung hindi malakas yung evidence mo and you don't even have any safety studies as well, kasi may nagsasabi rin naman na wearing mask every time can cause pulmonary problems. But we don't even have a study of that.
Ako lang ba yun, no? Kasi minsan nahihirapan akong huminga.
Yes.
Pag nakasuot ng face mask, I have to take it out sometimes.
Correct. And in fact, the mask that they recommend is yung N95. Kailangan yan saradong-sarado. Yung hangin na papasok, kailangan mag-filter through the mask. Hindi pa pwedeng papasok sa gilid. Pag pumasok sa gilid, it's as if you're not wearing a mask. So yun ang point ko. We don't have randomized control studies. We don't know the safety. The mask that the public is using is not the same mask that we would have promoted anyway. So let's junk it. Ang dami natin mabe-benefit sa walang mask eh. Unang-una nakakatipid tayo. Pangalawa, makikita mo yung mga ngiti ng mga babae. Sayang naman yung mga lipstick nila, sayang. 'Di ba? And I think guys,
alam po ninyo, Doc, sorry to interrupt, Doc, pero alam po ninyo, may study sa Amerika daw. They're noticing, napapansin po nila, inoobserbahan po nila yung mga kabataan, lalong-lalo na yung mga bata. It is causing speech impairment daw.
Correct. Because communication is also looking at the features of you can detect kung anong sinasabi niya based on the facial expression. And you use that. That's a natural thing for humans. Ako nga sa pasyente ko, in the last 2 years, halos hindi ko nakikita mukha nila. Parang hindi ako connected with my patients. I really feel na there's something lacking.
Oo nga.
Because how could you trust someone wearing a mask?
Yun nga. Diba?
Parang mali eh.
Katido lang ang merong mask eh.
Oh, so I ask my patients if they want to wear a mask, they can wear it. Kasi ang feeling ko naman, this Omicron is so weak. I actually felt I already had it and I'm taking my vitamin D. So probably my risk is less like the flu. And before, ganun naman eh. We knew every Christmas or every magkakaroon ng flu season. But I don't ask my patients to wear mask or myself wearing a mask. Kasi it was never really proven.
Nung sinabi nyo na baka na-infect na rin kayo, so what made you say that?
Kasi yun yung peak season na ang dami nagkaka-COVID.
In December.
Parang coincidence naman na ako rin, yung wife ko, and my mother-in-law magkakasakit. Although my 7-year-old hindi nagkasakit.
Pero Doc, was that COVID or was just the ordinary flu or cold?
I think kung lahat kami nagkaroon, hindi siguro flu yun. Most likely it's Omicron.
Ganon ba yun, Doc?
Oh, and I had about 100 patients na about 90% parang trangkaso lang daw. I mean, 2 days of fever. Some even have very, very mild symptoms like 1 day of fever. Tapos may ubo, sipon for about 2 to 3 weeks. Which I also had. Pero wala, kasi you already felt stronger. Parang Parang hindi siguro COVID to. No?
Pero hindi na kayo nagpa-test, Doc.
Di na. Kasi baka ma-monitor pa ako eh.
Pero
Hindi,
Doc,
hindi.
pag magpa-blood test kayo, baka may antibodies na kayo.
Correct. I would do that. Actually, I'm planning to do it. Di ko lang magawa-gawa. Pero again, if you are sick, I'm not saying naman that you should go out and mix with people. Of course, may symptoms ka eh. Dapat consider yourself likely to be contagious. So I'm not saying naman na and if you really have to go out, syempre make sure na yung pupuntahan nyo hindi naman matao and wear a mask. That's the only time. Kasi may symptoms. But I do not recommend na wala kang sakit, you feel good, magmamask ka pa rin. I mean, that's already too much.
Oo, okay. Kasi totoo sinabi nyo, nung December, ang daming mga piyesta. Pumunta ako sa isang piyesta, sa isang mesa, yung maraming nakaupo nakapaligid sa akin, lahat sila bumagsak. Meron silang cough, cold, may mild fever, slight fever. Ako may sore throat. But I could not tell if it was Omicron or not kasi normally naman at that time of the year, merong cough and cold, di ba? That's cough and cold season.
Pero walang fever, di ba? Kasi ang criteria yung temperature check eh.
Oh.
And then they just tell you na pag you have cough and colds, please isolate. Pero hindi very strict about that kasi sa when you enter a mall, they just check your fever. So hindi talaga. But luckily, Omicron was parang God-given. In fact, even Bill Gates has been quoted to say na is even better than the vaccine. Natawa ako sa comment na yun because probably he knows na despite the fact may na-hospitalize, baka mas marami pa na-hospitalize sa vaccine kaysa sa Omicron. Hindi, pero yun ang aking interpretation. How could he, the vaccine tyrant of the world, vaccine tyrant of the world would say something like that? Because the fact is very obvious. Talaga namang maraming hindi masyadong nagkasakit, nagkaroon lang ng mild symptoms. I would even say 98%. Ganun karami ang nagkasakit na mild.
So Doc, ayon sa IATF Alert Level 1 ruling, bukas na yung mga gyms, bukas na yung mga simbahan, bukas na yung movie theaters, pati yung mga restaurants. Tuwa na yung mga restaurant owners.
Yes, correct.
Kahit sinasabi nila wear a mask indoors, napapansin ko sa mga restaurants, walang gumagamit ng mask sa loob.
Paano nga naman kakain, di ba? One of those things doesn't make sense. No? They allow you not to wear mask because you're going to eat. But in other words, despite that rule, wala namang spike. I mean, yesterday, I was in a restaurant na punong-puno. Despite that, is there a spike? No, because now you can see the futility of the mask.
Okay, so Doc, eto na. Yung mga health tips para sa ating mga katribo. Assuming wala ng COVID-19 and assuming nandito pa rin. I mean, whether it's here or not or here to stay or we have to live with it. Yung mga safety protocols and health protocols that you would recommend in order to ensure a stronger immune system.
Yeah, for the immune system, really it's about sugars, avoiding sugars. Never have an excess sugar. Dati nag-recommend sila you can actually just take a maximum of 6 teaspoons of sugar a day. Pero siyempre, that's just parang rule of thumb. If you're diabetic, if you're diabetic, I would even say just 1 tablespoon a day. So sugar is really a big problem. Next is sunlight or getting vitamin D. It's such an impactful vitamins kasi it prevents viruses, yung hospitalization from respiratory diseases. Has been shown lately na may randomized controlled trials that it helps fight COVID-19. So get your vitamin D. It can be, you can get it free, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. if there's sunlight. If you can't get that, of course, may mga supplements naman. And I would recommend a little higher dose than what I see that's being given. I actually recommend 1,000 IU for every 25 pounds.
Yung pag vitamin C you're talking about,
So if you're 100, vitamin D as in dog.
So kung vitamin D at least
1,000 international units for every 25 pounds. Yeah, so about 5,000 to 6,000 for the average person. So parang mataas ano, pero this is based on optimal levels of vitamin D studies. Kasi mukhang yung minimum kasi kulang. It might help the bones but not for immune system. Yeah.
Alam po ni Doc.
The other one is
Go ahead, Doc. Sige. Another one.
The other one is sleep. Do your best to get sleep kasi sleep is the time that we repair our system. Everything goes into balance kasi nga we get stressed during the day. And so many hormones come out during sleep that is helpful. And try to get your 8.5 hours a day or a night of sleep. There's so many ways to do it, pero that's a target, really 8.5 hours a night. And finally,
8.5?
siguro
8.5.
Ng 1/2. Naglagay pa ng 1/2 para better more than less.
Ayun.
And finally, yung stress management and exercise. Kasi to me parang both work the same way. You exercise, you lessen your stress. You exercise, you lessen the sugar. So parang kasama yung mga breathing, meditation. To me, isang S na yun. So 4 na S lang naman. Sugar, sunlight, sleep, and stress. Try to manage those 4. And you'll get a good immune system already.
And get a good immune system. Totoo naman yan, Doc. Ngayon, yung pagbababa ng blood sugar, is it better to exercise before breakfast or after breakfast?
Aha! Ano yan? Dapat before breakfast.
Dapat before, ha?
Oo. Kasi if you do it after breakfast, you will actually feel a little down and your blood flow is in your stomach. So hindi siya pupunta sa muscle. So you prefer it before. And believe it or not, if you exercise in the morning, it will elevate your sugar a little bit. Kaya hindi ka talaga hihimatayin kasi akala nila, walang laman ng tiyan ko. Tapos mag-exercise ako, hindi ba ako hihimatayin? There have been studies that show, and in fact, a lot of diabetics know this, that if they exercise and they do take a blood test, ang taas ng blood sugar nila. Because your body responds, yeah, it's normal. Your body responds to the exercise by trying to squeeze out whatever glycogen is left sa muscles, sa liver. So tumataas yung sugar. So don't worry about that. In fact, it's one way to disturb your glycogen stores. Kaysa forever na sa glycogen stores. Disturb it, change it. So go down.
Shake
Iba
it up,
fasting.
shake it up.
Yeah, you fast, you don't parang eat every time na mag-exercise ako, kakain muna ako. Don't worry too much about that. Our bodies were designed to respond to hunger, to stresses.
Totoo yan, Doc, ha? There was a time nung intermittent fasting ako, IF. Dumating sa punto na hindi ko na alam kung gutom na ako o hindi.
Which is good,
Talaga, Doc.
diba? Kasi dapat ganun eh. Our bodies have already communicating to our mind na you don't have to eat, boss. You have lots of stores. Dati, wala tayong connection na ganun eh. Because we never felt hungry. We always wanted to feel the same way.
Oo.
So we tend to feel na dapat parati may laman ng tiyan ko. And that would lead to being overweight, diabetes, etc.
Pero may warning lang ako sa mga nag-IF kasi pag masanay na po kayo sa fasting, and it's good, we're talking about fasting, still Lenten period ngayon. Para sa akin, kayang-kaya ko yun. Kaya lang, it will reach a point na parang hindi mo na iniisip kung anong kakainin mo. Iinumin mo, no? Kasi sanay ka na. Sanay ka na.
Di ba si Celine Dion? You know Celine Dion, di ba?
Oo.
You know, she eats only when she's hungry.
Yeah.
Kaya lang, she's not hungry, so payat-payat niya. So, I think naman the extremes naman yon. So,
masyado. No.
Yeah,
kasi sumobra naman ang
correct.
pagbagsak ng weight ko. So, ngayon, kumakain na po ako.
Ano lang, I think you just should watch out yung talaga sugar eh. We really are excessively eating sugar. Kasi imagine lang, like 100 years ago, siguro we were eating like less than 5 tablespoons of sugar maximum na yun. Nowadays, more than 10. Talagang grabe tayo kumain ng sugar today. Practically every restaurant uses sugar to enhance the taste of their food.
The food.
Yeah, donuts are so much available.
Naku, Doc, matanong ko ka, pag nagfa-fast ang isang tao, tumataas ba ang blood sugar nila?
Pwede. Kasi ganito yun eh. If you fast and it's stressful, tataas ang blood sugar mo. Especially if you exercise. Kasi your body still stores some of the sugar. So it will try to find it, and if there's no stress, okay lang. Pero pag may stress, tataas yung sugar mo. Kasi it will try to find it. So it's not impossible. Kasi natataka nga ibang pasyente ko na fina-fast ko. I monitor, meron sila mga monitor. Tataka nga sila bakit naka-fast sila for 15 hours na raw, tumaas pa rin yung sugar nila. But that's very, very possible, and I observed that a lot.
Is that normal?
Yeah, it's normal. Kasi parang para bumababa kasi yung sugar natin when we fast. And yet we're not converting the fats fast enough. So it will respond by trying to look for more sugar. So sometimes meron period na hindi tayo sanay mag-fasting, nahihilo tayo masyado. Because hindi pa sanay convert yung ating fats to ketones. Because most of the time, we don't use our fats. Yun yung tinatawag na ketosis, na healthy yun actually. It's a healthy ketosis. Once in a while, we should always go to a little bit of ketosis para mapalitan yung fats natin.
So, Doc, do you recommend the keto diet for a certain period, limited period of time?
Actually, ang answer to that is, as much as I would like to extend keto diet, and I would even say you can go for 1 year, no one can do it because it's just too tempting. There are just too many temptations anyway. I would in fact tell you na it is the other way around. Can you really go on high sugar for the longest time? And we are doing that already, and it's causing diabetes. So now if I tell you to go low sugar, we're now trying to look for a problem na pag low sugar ka, that's also bad. So to me, parang ang hirap lang talaga mag-go low sugar because of all the temptations everywhere. And I'm not going to say na mag-ingat kayo kasi tingin ko almost impossible to go low sugar with everything around us. And the pressure of peers, pagkakain sila, may rice sila, ako wala, parang ang hirap.
Deprived.
Diba? But I think our bodies are able to go without sugar for a long period of time, but still unknown yun eh. Unknown talaga yung exact period. And it might be different for different people.
Yun. No two people are alike. So, Doc, when it comes to COVID-19, mukhang mas relax na ang mga tao ngayon. Mas relax na sila. Lumalabas na yung mga elderly, mga seniors, namamasyal na sila. So, will you answer the question, is it really the beginning of the end for COVID-19?
Well, beginning of endemic, the end of pandemic. That might be the way to state it because we are still seeing polio once in a while. We still have tuberculosis. Hindi naman talaga sila zero. It will never go away forever. It might be hiding somewhere. It could be in our guts. It could be somewhere in our system. Just waiting for us to be, just waiting for our immune system to fail. And hopefully hindi na siya maging pandemic, and it looks like it. This virus has already mutated to a very benign type of virus. Contagious, but apparently not as deadly. So it can continue to be like that in the future, as what happened to SARS, as what happened to Ebola, which are coronaviruses. Parang nawala na, pero I think they're still out there, but in a more benign or in a hidden place.
Okay, so, Doc,
maybe it's gonna
your
be like that.
parting message, Doc, to our mga katribo.
I think this is the time really to go out. We should go out not just to exercise, but to get more sunlight, to be happy, to meet. This is the time to meet our friends again, because even happiness is part of our immune system. And I think everything is falling in place. Maybe our economy will improve. Maybe everything else follows. You know, and all I can say is let's keep praying and hope for the best.
Ayan. Dr. Iggy Agbayani, maraming pong salamat sa inyong mga payo para sa ating mga katribo. Yan po mga katribo ang ating episode ngayon, beginning of the end para sa COVID-19. Mukhang kung makikita natin ang ating mga kababayan, nandun na sila sa labas, may traffic na, economy is now moving, commerce is moving, and people are happier though. People are happier. Based on that, mga katribo, it's the end for COVID-19. We are praying that it's really the end. Yan po mga katribo ang ating episode ngayon. Stay safe pa rin, but always, always be healthy. God bless po.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkulusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Hello everyone in Katribu. Welcome to Kalingang Katribu. I am Vernon Velasco and today we are joined by the CEO of the fast emerging perfume business in the Philippines, CEO Sheila Navarrete Paralejas. Hello Sheila, welcome to the show.
Hello! Good afternoon po sa lahat ng mga viewers natin. Hi, Sir Vern. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi Sheila. How's your week going so far?
So far, busy. Sobrang busy. Diyos ko, kung pwede lang gawin 25 hours yung isang araw o 30 hours, ginawa na natin. Pero, yeah, sobrang busy ng linggo na to.
Ang lakas ba ng
Kasi,
business? Sobrang lakas.
Thank God, dahil talagang kumbaga super sold out kami as of now. Parang April na yung backlogs namin ng order. So, ganun talaga siya ka-busy.
Yeah, para first of all, please introduce yourself. What do you do before you venture into your business, into this perfume business? And of course, eventually, tell us about your business. Parfum Parche. Centur Parche.
Yes. Isa lang naman ang ibig sabihin nun. So, well, I'm Sheila Navarrete Paralejas, but you can call me Shay. A lot of people call me Shay, She. Before I enter this business, parang nasa hosting industry ako, nasa events industry ako. Yun yung career path ko. So medyo hindi ko inisip na magiging businesswoman pala ako. So yeah, nasa events, more on pagdadaldal, more on laway lang ang puhunan. But magandang naging part din ng buhay ko yon dahil nagagamit ko siya sa business, lalo na I took up mass communication from New Era University. Ayan. So, yun lang naman. Wala naman masyadong interesting sa buhay ko. So, that's it.
Yeah, pero Sheila, di ba, parang it's one thing to sort of, have a business interest, and it's quite another to venture into a perfume, specifically a perfume business. So, what sparked your interest in perfumes? And, sort of making money out of it?
Kagaya nga nang na-mention ko kanina, nasa events industry ako, talagang posting ang career path ko. At never sa hinagap ko na magkakaroon kami ng business, perfume business. But siguro, one factor is talagang mahilig ako sa pabango. As in, sobrang mahilig ako sa perfumes. Parang before, kung saan pa kami nakakarating ng husband ko para makahanap ng mga murang pabango. So I think talagang ginawa ko kung ano yung hilig ko at saka kung ano yung gusto ko. Kung paano siya nagsimula, dapat lang siya parang dapat extra income lang siya. Hindi ko siya nakita na bread and butter, magiging bread and butter. Pero yeah, thank God dahil sabi nga nila, di ba, minsan ang opportunity, hindi mo nakikita na yun na pala yung makakapagpabago ng buhay mo. Not unless, seryosoin mo at magkaroon ng something na tinatawag nating divine intervention para ma-realize mo na, para dito pala ako. So later on, siguro mamaya sa kwentuhan natin, malalaman nila kung anong nangyari with that. So, ayun.
Yeah, we were talking kanina, di ba? You said that it's 4 years into the business already. And then you were hit by the pandemic, and then, alcohol shortage, just being reserved for the most basic necessities. And alcohol is just the main ingredients of making perfume. So, can you please elucidate more on that?
Alright, nung tumama yung pandemic, that was parang when pandemic started, alam mo, server, ng time na yon, pag naaalala ko ngayon, medyo natitirid ay pa rin ako. Pero pag naaalala ko yung moment na yon, we thought na it's the end of our business. Kasi sabi ko, actually, ang unang naging struggle namin sa business na to is kung paano siya ibebenta online. Kasi medyo mahirap magbenta ng something na it requires sense of smell. Pag medyo damit, pagkain, kayang busugin ng mata mo eh. But yung perfume, medyo mahirap siyang ibenta online. So, at first, yun yung naging struggle namin. Tapos, nung tumama pa yung pandemic, na lahat ng tao nasa loob ng bahay, naka-lockdown, So medyo isa yun sa naging struggle. And also lahat ng warehouse, halos, bodega, producer namin ng bottles, nagsara rin sila. So talagang tumama, as in sobrang naapektuhan kami for how many months. And we thought, nasabi ko, baka kailangan nang tanggapin na ito na yung end ng business natin, ng perfume business. So we venture into a food business na hindi rin sobrang madali. Server, nagbenta kami ng pandemic ng mga kakanin. Buti marunong akong magluto with the help of my husband. Also, nagbenta kami ng mga kung ano ng putas kasi yun yung basic necessities ng time na yun eh. So, nung time na medyo lumuwag yung IATF and also medyo lumuwag yung mga restrictions, ginamit naming advantage. We're now thankful na nag-pandemic. I mean, it's so devastating. Hindi tayo nagpapasalamat dahil natamaan tayo ng pandemic. Pero minsan, kailangan mong gamitin yung mga pangit na bagay sa'yo and from there, tumayo ka sa sarili mo mga paa. So, siguro malaking bagay na may mga nawalan ng trabaho na nakatulong din sa business dahil nung time na yon sobrang daming naghahanap ng extra income kasi sila yung mga nawalan ng trabaho. So, we took an advantage na kumuha ng mga distributors. So, pag open ng market ulit at pwede na ulit mag-produce, pwede na kami ulit maglabas ng perfume kasi for like 3 months, 4 months, natigil yung negosyo. But, bumalik kami ng mas malakas. Sabi ko, it's about time siguro na magbago ng buhay ng ibang tao. Kasi somehow, nabago niya yung buhay namin. So, maybe tumulong naman ang mission natin. So, madami talaga nung time na yon na gustong maging distributor and reseller dahil sobrang nawalan sila ng work, nawalan sila ng pinagkakakitaan. So, I'm really proud na isa si SPS sa mga tumulong para magkaroon ng kabuhayan yung mga ibang tao.
You know what hit me most is your insight about, it's really hard to sell a perfume because it requires the sense of smell. Pero di ba, how do you sort of market that? Kasi di ba, meron mga scent notes, parang vanilla, ganyan. Pero with you, how do you sort of, master?
So that's a good question na naging challenge ko nung umpisa. Sobrang hirap ibenta kasi gaya nga ng sabi ko kanina, hindi siya kagaya ng damit na parang pag tinignan mo online, ay parang bagay sa akin yung ganitong kulay. Or pagkain na something na maganda yung presentation, parang bibili ka. When it comes to perfume, you need to sell the experience. Kailangan mong ibenta yung experience eh. That's how I started. Siguro sabi nila, yun daw yung gift ko na once na nag-post ako online, ako curious sila na parang ano bang meron sa amoy na to? You need to explain hindi lang yung notes, but yung experience at feelings mo na naramdaman mo nung time na naamoy mo siya. So it's kind of deep, no? Medyo deep siya, but yeah, it feels like parang ka nagbebenta sa bulag. You need to explain every detail na nung in-spray mo ba, parang may dumaan na sobrang gwapong lalaki. Parang ganon. So parang you're like selling sa bulag. Kailangan mong ibenta yung experience mo. So siguro tip ko yan sa mga gustong magbenta ng perfume. Talagang, mahirap, yung typical notes, medyo mahirap anuhin yun eh. Medyo parang, it's fresh, it's something rose, floral, but iba kasi yung pag-experience yung ikwento mo. So siguro, doon talaga nagsimula sa Centurs, Parche, na through experience kami nagbebenta and through feedback ng mga buyers.
Yeah,
so,
you're selling the experience, sabi mo nga. You've mentioned your route to market. It's basically distributors, online. Do you have physical stores also?
For now, wala kami physical store. But hopefully, pag medyo talagang bumalik na yung industry natin, plan namin na magkaroon ng physical store. But for now, wala pa talaga. We are focusing sa online business.
Yan. You are watching Kalingang Katribu with Centurs Parche. We are going to be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang ating damin sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube.
You're watching Kalingang Katribu with Centur's Parshay CEO Sheila Navarrete. So Sheila, before we took a short break, we talked about your business, how it started, and just a deeper appreciation of the philosophy about the business. But please tell us about your latest collection.
Our latest collection ngayon, backtrack lang tayo. We started from 36 cents. Ngayon, meron tayo for about 170 cents. Yeah, around 50 plus na pang lalaki, and also may mga unisex and for women. And yeah, parang every month may mga dinadagdag kami for collection. I don't know kung pwedeng sabihin dito, but we are premium inspired scents kasi. And it inspired siya sa mga designer brands ng, of course, na hindi natin pwedeng banggitin, but at least meron silang ideas. But of course, may touch ng SPS. But mostly, yung iba kasi is parang may mga brand kasi na ang concentration lang nila is cologne, but si SPS, si Centur's Parshay is nasa eau de parfum. So, nasa around, nasa 20 to 30% oil concentration tayo. Kaya, minsan yung mga feedback natin, bakit mas matagal yung inyo kesa dun sa designer brand na sobrang affordable? It's because mas pinapataas natin yung quality ng mga perfumes. So, there.
How do you sort of, everybody is really, when starting a business, let's say perfume, you said it's inspired by designers. So, how do you sort of strive for this concept of authenticity? Di ba ang perfume, meron perfume DNA. So, paano po?
Okay. Paano siya nagkakaroon ng sariling touch niya? Parang ganun ba yun, Sir Vern?
Yes,
alright. At siguro, dahil sa, kagaya nga ng nasabi ko kanina, hindi siya kagaya ng mga designer brands and designer colognes na nabibili sa market. But we make sure na mas mataas yung quality natin kahit sobrang affordable niya. Also, we have original scents na kami mismo ang nag-formulate. Talagang binase namin siya dun sa mga notes na talagang mas hinahanap at saka talagang bagay sa kahit anong weather at climate ng Philippines. Kasi usually, dito dahil since tropical tayo, ang mas hinahanap talaga at best-selling scents for a year is fresh scents. So may mga original scents din tayo na hindi mo mabibili anywhere kay SPS lang. So yeah, actually, it's really the quality and also yung mga original scents natin ang nakakapag-differ sa kanya. Also, yung price din, it's really affordable for only 300 pesos. You can get 60 ml, also 600 for the 130 ml. And yeah, so sobrang dami rin promos ng mga distributors natin. So sobrang may tagline kasi kami na sa murang halaga, amoy mayaman ka. Alam mo yun, yung mga tao na wala naman, I mean, diba, kesa ipambili nila ng mga designer perfumes, ibili na lang nila ng pagkain sa bahay, pang budget nila sa bahay. So kami yung medyo sumasalo dun sa mga tao na yon na gustong maging amoy presentable, amoy mayaman. Iba kasi iba yung ang tawag, impression sa'yo kapag mabango ka, di ba? Kahit hindi masyadong kagandahan or hindi ka masyadong, pero kapag mabango ka, iba yung factor, iba yung feeling nun sa ibang tao lalong-lalo na kapag nagtatrabaho ka sa office or depende din sa ginagawa mo sa buhay. Pero iba, aminin natin, iba talaga yung dating kapag mabango ka talaga. Di ba? Minsan, isa yan sa traits na hinahanap ng mga tao. Parang, anong gusto mo sa babae? Anong gusto mo sa lalaki? Gusto ko yung mabango. Di ba? So, yeah. Pero, I mean, hindi mo kailangan gumastos ng mahal para maging amoy alta. Yan. So, that's the tagline. Parang yun yung talagang purpose ni SPS.
How do you assess po maiba ko ma'am? How do you assess the Filipino market as consumers of perfume?
Si SPS kasi ngayon, ang market namin is above, actually, it's really pangmasa. But for now, nagugulat kami may mga tao na it's dahil super affordable na pag tinignan mo yung profile nila, kaya nilang bumili ng mas mahal. Pero nasa middle to upper class ang target market ni SPS ngayon. So, for now, nasa ganun yung market namin. Pero nagugulat ako, itong mga tao na to, kaya nilang bumili ng mas mahal, but they always chose na hindi. Siguro, dahil ang lagi namin sinasabi is, pag nagpabango ka naman, hindi mo naman dadalhin yung bote na ikikwentas mo sa katawan mo, di ba? Or parang ilalabas mo palagi, hey, I'm using designer brand, parang ganyan. It's not that. It's dahil naaamoy nila sa'yo. Kumbaga, so, siguro, itong mga middle and upper class natin, imbes na parang gastusin sa mas mahal, nag-iipon sila for travel. So, siguro, ganon. Yun yung pag-a-assess namin sa mga clients namin na nilulure namin sila na it's really the same quality. Minsan, mas mataas pa yung quality. So, why pay for the bottle kung kaya mo namang kunin ng mas mura? So, yeah.
Yeah, talking about the bottle, do you also design your bottles yourself?
Actually, for now, we're in the process of making our own bottles na kasi lahat ng suppliers natin came from China, lahat nandun manufacture. For now, sinusupport natin ng local na mga businessman din na nagpaparating ng mga bottles. But for now, may signature look lang si SPS. But hopefully, sinabi ko na, ma-pepper-amp, hindi pa nga pwedeng sabihin. But for you, Sir Vern, sasabihin ko na, sana by next year, nagluluto na kami ng talagang distinct bottle ni SPS. Yes, pero mas murang halaga pa rin. But for now, we're using the not typical bottle. For now, parang kami pa lang naman din ang nakikita ko. But yeah, may signature stickers lang siya, signature na look na talagang tatak ng SPS.
Kasi diba it's very crucial kasi some people actually buy the perfume for the bottles. Kaya nga mas mura yung mga tester, di ba? Sometimes.
Correct.
Tapos at your peak, how many bottles can you sell
Nako,
per day?
per month ba to?
Oo.
Or we're talking per month?
Yeah, per period, let's say.
Oo, baka madaming mangutang. Pero, no, kidding aside, I think 25,000 bottles to 50 a month. I think, mga nasa ganon. Pero naku, baka isipin nila, sobrang dami namang pera pala nito ni na Miss Shea. But you know, when you are a business woman or businessman, wala kaming pera. Nasa, umiikot lahat. So, yeah.
Feeling ko yung challenge yun ng production eh. Saan yung pinoproduce? Diba?
Good question.
Diba?
Good question, Ms. Server. Production, yan. Naging struggle namin yan. Kasi nung pandemic, actually, talagang kinuha naming advantage, no?
Mhm.
So, lumipat kami sa mas bigger space nung pandemic dahil medyo, kung kailan naman nag-pandemic, dun siya talaga nag-boom at dun talaga siya mas nag-out sa market. Yun nga yung sinasabi ko kanina na we're not thankful na nag-pandemic, but ginamit namin siyang opportunity para, alam mo yun, umangat sa kung nasaan kami ng time na yun. Nung time na yun, nung nakita namin yung space na yun, sabi namin ng business partner ko, tsaka ng husband ko, enough na tong space na to kasi may, alam mo yun, may mga small bodega lang na to store all the materials, may dark room. So sabi ko, pwede na to. Nasa around 60 square meters. And thank God, this year, nakakuha kami ng mahigit 250 square meters for the warehouse. So, thank God, medyo nandun na kami, nakakuha kami ng mas malaking warehouse kasi talagang yun ang magiging isa sa problem yung production, na talagang isa din yun sa struggle namin. Kaya mahaba yung pila ngayon. It's because hindi ka pwedeng mag-produce ng perfume na isalin mo, ibenta mo. Hindi pwede. Sobrang komplikado at sobrang selan ng paggawa ng pabango. Hindi siya overnight lang ginagawa na in a snap, you'll have this. Hindi. So may process. So, thank God talaga. Thank God na eto, by April, lilipat na kami sa mas malaking warehouse na. So,
That's very super. That's a very inspiring story, starting from a cramped space and now you're, selling 25,000 bottle per month at your peak. Yeah, congratulations. And what's your advice to aspiring or budding entrepreneurs to, sort of inspired by your passion project, if you will?
Nako, I'm not really sure if I am the one na capable or yung credibility ko para magsabi nito. But sige, siguro magsasalita ako through experience. Sa lahat ng mga gustong maging entrepreneur at gustong magnegosyo, a lot of people are asking me, Michelle, ano bang magandang negosyo? Ang lagi kong sinasabi, it's really depende kung saan ka magaling at kung ano yung gusto mo at mahal mo. Yung isang bagay na kahit anong mangyari, hindi mo pagsasawaan. But minsan mahirap yon. Mahirap pagsabayin. I'm so lucky na sobrang gusto ko talaga ng pabango. Kaya everyday I'm so excited. Kahit nasa bahay lang ako nagpapabango ko. But hindi lahat ng tao nakukuha yung gusto nila tapos business. Ganyan. Hindi yon. May isa kang option pa. Kasi pag gumagawa ka ng business at gusto mo ng negosyo, kailangan may sinusolve ka na problema.
Yes.
So, di ba? So, yung second option mo para ituloy yung pagnenegosyo is ano yung negosyo na makakasagot ng problema ng ibang tao na kaya mong panindigan. Kung kaya mong panindigan sa sarili mo. But bago ang lahat, kailangan mentally ready ka. When you are mentally ready, papasok lahat ng ideas, lahat ng mga concept, lahat ng diskarte. At sa lahat ng mga gusto magnegosyo, kasi feeling nila pag business, kailangan ko maglabas ng malaking puhunan. Gusto ko lang sabihin sa lahat din ng mga nanonood ngayon at makakanood nito, we started from 1,000 pesos. The best, yes, 1,000. It's because siguro parang nag-start lang din ako as consumer, nag-start lang din ako bumili. Tapos sabi ko lang, gagamitin ko lang, check natin kung kayang ibenta. Actually, pang extra income lang talaga siya. But nagulat ako na, nandito na siya. Not really nasa pick, kasi hindi pa ito yung nakikita ko na pick ng SPS eh. But thankful, we're so grateful and we're so thankful na we're here sa kabila ng lahat na pinanggalingan namin. But again, ang lagi ko sinasabi sa lahat ng mga gustong mag-business, start from where you are and what you have. Kung anong meron ka. Pwede kang magnegosyo ng walang puhunan. For example, kunwari kami, manufacturer kami. Talagang nakita namin yung gusto mo talagang magnegosyo, gusto mo makatulong sa pamilya, pero wala kang puhunan. So, nagtuturo kami kung paano siya ginagawa ng walang puhunan. So, all you have to do is, we'll give you the product, ibenta mo, kunin mo yung tubo mo, ibigay mo sa amin kung how much is the product. So, that's it. So, minsan talaga kailangan maging mentally ready ka kasi doon papasok lahat eh. Doon talaga siya magsisimula. Lahat ng diskarte.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, Sheila, you have distributors who are online. So, how do we reach you? How do we reach you?
Through Facebook and Instagram. Also, may Viber group. And yeah, sa Instagram, Facebook, Shopee. May mga Shopee yung distributors namin. So, there. Through Facebook, that's Entours Parche. Also, in Instagram, that's Entours Parche din.
Yeah. You are watching Kalingang Katribu with Entours Parche CEO Sheila Navarrete. When we come back, we're going to read the lighter side of Sheila on Kalingang Katribu. Stay tuned.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito niyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang WhatsApp. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa WhatsApp. You're still watching Kalingang Katribu with Entours Parche CEO Sheila
Navarrete. So Sheila, on this juncture, we're going to play a little game. So we're going to give you 2 scenarios, and then yeah, you're just gonna choose between them, and you tell us why. Okay.
Okay.
First off, would you rather be? Would you rather be?
Medyo kinabahan ako dyan hindi ako ready, pero go ahead, bring it on.
Yeah, very simple lang yan. Would you rather be a cat or a dog?
A dog.
A dog. Why? Because
Bukod sa sobrang mahal namin ng mga dogs namin, iba kasi magmahal yung dogs, sobrang unconditionally sila magmahal. So, yeah. So, dog ako.
So, if you have a cat, it will meow and you wouldn't say ow.
Yeah, correct. Cute cats, okay naman. Kaya lang mas dog lover talaga kami, yung buong family namin.
Yeah, very fancy. Would you rather go to space or explore the ocean?
Space.
What do you want to see in space?
Takot ako sa dagat, so space na lang. Medyo takot ako. Di ako marunong lumangoy Di ako magaling lumangoy. So, maybe, let's fly. So,
But
yeah.
aren't aliens equally terrifying?
Ay, nako, kayo mag-usap ng husband ko. Nako yung about sa alien, medyo mahabang usapin yan. But, let's see, baka mabait naman sila, hindi natin sure.
Ayan. Would you rather smell like flowers or fruits? Notes.
Flowers, I think.
And yeah, why? Why so?
Kasi sabi nila, pag ang flower daw, pwede ko siyang ihambing dun sa kung paano ako. The more na kasi diba tinatanim yan, yung struggles din namin and yung success, tinatanim din yun So, the more na mas dinidiligan mo siya ng pagsisikap, ng faith, mas lumalago, at mas nagbo-bloom. So, in their perfect timing, sabi nga nila. So, feeling ko flowers.
Beautiful. Would you rather be a movie star or a musical prodigy?
Sorry?
Or a musical prodigy?
Or a star?
A movie star.
Ano ba? A movie star. Doon ako sa movie star. Oo.
Sige, if you can take some, kung magiging movie star ka, sino yun?
Siguro Bea Alonso ko.
Parang kapag mo si John
Bea
Lloyd.
Alonso. Oo. Hoy, ako na lang. Ganyan. Movie star.
Yeah. Would you rather be inspired or inspire?
Inspired or inspire?
Yeah. Would you rather... Yeah.
Siguro yung inspire. Siguro kasi dapat lagi mo siyang dala-dala Every day dapat na-inspire ka sa mga bagay na, alam mo yun, kahit sa mga mas maliliit na bagay. And yun talaga yung itunuturo sa amin ng business na to. Ang maging inspire everyday, alam yung everyday na na-inspire ka sa mga naririnig mong feedback, also sa mga tao na, na natutulungan mo. So, dapat dala-dala mo yun everyday.
This one, there should be a polar answer, no in between. Would you rather win the lottery or find your true love?
Naku, teka lang, lalabas atang mukha akong pera. Pero doon tayo sa true love. Doon tayo sa true love. Kasi medyo mahirap hanapin ang true love. Pero yung pera, kayang kitain yan.
Yeah, that's always out of the question.
Pero, teka lang, medyo nag-isip ako Pero sige, true love tayo.
Yeah, last question. Have a lifetime supply of gas or groceries?
Medyo mahirap. Parehas na necessity.
Ang mahal ng gas ngayon.
Oo, super mahal ng gas. Naku, pwede bang both? Siguro doon ako sa akin ba or for everyone?
For you.
Naku, doon tayo sa grocery.
Grocery.
Oo. Pwedeng maglakad pag wala ng gas Pero pag wala ka nang makain, di ba? Medyo mahirap yon. So, yung groceries, pwede mong ibenta, pambili ng gas. So, lifetime supply of groceries. Bawal magutom. Bawal magutom.
Beautiful, Sheila. Aya, it has been a delight having you at Kalingang Katribu. Sheila, final words.
Siguro, final word ko, above all this, medyo sobrang cliche na neto, no? And medyo magiging preaching to, pero, I mean, hindi namin binabrag kung gaano kami kagaling as tao, but we always bragged kung gaano kagaling ang Diyos, ang mga kamay ng Diyos kapag, nag-invest ka ng pagsisikap, pagtsatsaga, at madaming faith sa ginagawa mo. So, sa lahat ng to, sabi ko, wala kaming magagawa at wala kaming maipagyayabang dahil lahat ng ito ay ipinapadaan lang sa amin ng nasa itaas. So, we're very grateful. Also, don't forget to follow us sa IG and Facebook and sabay-sabay tayong bumango sa murang halaga. Thank you so much, Sir Vern. Thank you so much.
Yan again, that's the CEO of Santours Par Shea, Sheila Navarrete Paralejas. Thank you so much, Sheila.
Thank you. Have a good day. At mabangong buhay sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat po, Sir Vern. Thank you.
Yeah. Watch Kalingang Katribo Usapang Business live every Monday at 3:30 p.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube. Once again, I'm Vernon Velasco, hosting Kalingang Katribo. Good afternoon.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Hello Katribu! Welcome to Tribune with Miguel Paltagonan. Today we'll talk about Alfred Hitchcock. A legendary filmmaker known as the master of suspense for the scary scenes in his movies. From the shower scene in Psycho, the attack scene in The Birds, and the many other creepy scenes, Hitchcock knew how to scare the audience of his films. In fact, his works have become a subgenre of horror, still widely watched and studied by aspiring filmmakers and cinema scholars. Pinanganak si Hitchcock noong August 13, 1899 at nagsimula bilang clerk and copywriter bago pumasok sa industriya ng pelikula noong 1919 bilang art title designer ng silent films. His directorial debut was the 1925 British-German silent film The Pleasure Garden. His first successful feature was The Lodger, a story of the London fog in 1927 that helped shape the thriller genre. He also directed Blackmail, the first British talkie film in 1929. Sa Amerika, ipinalabas ang 4 sa pinakamagandang pelikula niya: Rear Window, Vertigo, North by Northwest, at Psycho. Ang kanyang huling pelikula ay ang Family Plot noong 1976. Namatay siya noong April 29, 1980. According to critics, the Hitchcockian style includes the use of camera movement to mimic a person's gaze, turning viewers into voyeurs, and framing shots to maximize anxiety and fear. Tribune know that Hitchcock is afraid of the police and breakfast. Hitchcock's lifelong fear of the police is rooted in an incident in his childhood when his strict father punished him by sending him to the local Leytonstone police station on the outskirts of his family home in East London. His fear of breakfast came from eggs, which he described as revolting. Hitchcock contributed writing in the Motion Pictures Film Production entry in the 14th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Good evening. Do you believe in ghosts? Of course not. I knew you didn't. Noise is the mortal enemy of good motion picture making and television broadcasting.
For past episodes of the show, like our official Daily Tribune and Concept News Central Facebook pages. Like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Tribune Now. See ya!
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat at welcome pong muli sa isa na namang edisyon ng Kalingang Katribu Legal Diaries. Ako po si Elmer Navarro Manuel at ang pag-uusapan natin ngayon, syempre dahil March is Women's Month, yan. Pag-uusapan natin ay ang Magna Carta of Women. At syempre para ipaliwanag sa atin kung ano ito, kasama natin ngayon ang Associate Lawyer ng Aranas Cruz, Araneta Parker, and Faustino Law Offices na si Attorney Ara De Leon. Attorney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sir Elmer.
Yan, happy Women's Month, Attorney.
Thank you. And happy Women's Month din sa iba pong mga kababaihan.
Tama. Kung medyo mahaba-haba lang po ako, baka pwede na rin akong batiin yan. Okay. Alright. Ito, Attorney, syempre, Magna Carta of Women or yung Republic Act number 9710. So, Attorney, para masimulan natin to, ano ba itong Magna Carta of Women na to?
Okay, so Sir Elmer, yung Magna Carta of Women, ito yung mga ito yung isang batas na nagsiset down ng policy and legislation ng gobyerno para sa mga karapatan ng mga kababaihan dito sa Pilipinas. So, dito naman, pag binasa mo naman itong mga batas na to, yung makikita mo kung ano yung policy ng ating government for women. So, kaya to importante, for example, is yung pinoprovide nito is yung women empowerment and yung protection for women.
Okay. So, syempre, itong batas na to is talagang, ano bang tawag dun? Parang designed para sa ating mga kababaihan. Ayan. Ano po yung kahalagahan nito para sa mga kababaihan dito sa atin at saka sa lahat ng kababaihan sa mundo?
Yes. Well, siguro sa modern times, hindi na natin masyadong nakikita yung hindi na kasing laganap sa parang community at society, pero yung discrimination or yung pag-treat differently sa mga kababaihan or sa iba't ibang sector ng lipunan. Pero kaya importante itong Magna Carta na ito kasi i-recognize nito yung kumbaga yung differences ng women and men, and because of that differences lays down yung mga policies ng government as well as mga rights ng babae na designed for them.
Okay, so syempre tama yun, attorney, kasi nung unang panahon talaga namang ang babae nasa bahay lang, housewife material lang, hindi ka pwedeng bumoto, hindi ka pwedeng magtrabaho,
mag-aral,
mabibigat, hindi ka pwedeng mag-aral. Pero ngayon syempre iba na yung panahon natin, so halos kahit papaano pantay na rin, kaya lang meron pa ring mga yung tinatawag na discrimination. May mga example ba tayo nito, attorney, kung ano yung mga discrimination pa rin na nakikita natin against sa kababaihan?
Okay, so ngayon ang discrimination would be defined under the law as parang exclusion and restriction and limitation dun sa rights ng women. Ngayong times natin, hindi masyadong kita parang externally sa lipunan. I would think na mas makikita ito, for example, sa parang internal or mga private sector entities. For example, yung one form of discrimination would be is yung promotion. Yung promotion sa employment ng mga kababaihan, yung kumbaga may mga babaeng magsasabi na mas binibigyan ng pabor yung mga kalalakihan, mas binibigyan ng mas malaking sweldo yung mga kalalakihan for the same amount of work. Or for example, mas mabigat pa yung trabaho ng babae pero mas malaki pa yung sweldo ng lalaki. That's one form of discrimination na that exists in our society today.
Hindi lang talaga siya nakikita ng publiko, pero syempre yung mga tama yung sabi mo, attorney, yung sa mga private companies, ganyan, may mga talagang kahit papaano may konti pa rin talaga na nangyayaring mga discrimination. So attorney, ito under dito sa Magna Carta of Women, ano-ano yung mga rights ng ating mga kababaihan ang guaranteed under sa batas na to?
Well, Sir Elmer, maraming rights na nakalagay dito, no? So, parang I would advise parang all women who are watching this to read the law talaga para alam niyo kung ano yung mga rights ninyo under this law. Pero sabihin ko na rin yung parang three main rights under the law, and then I will enumerate po. So, isa sa mga rights dito na pinaprovide is yung protection ng mga kababaihan, protection first, and then second is anti-discrimination, and third is representation ng mga kababaihan. So, I will enumerate po, no? So, yung mga rights ng mga kababaihan dito under the law is protection from violence. So, hindi lang ito protection from violence mula sa parang within the family but also within the community. So, actually, ang sexual harassment within the community is also parang considered as a form of discrimination under the Magna Carta of Women which deserves protection po. So, other rights are the right to protection and security in times of disaster, calamities, and other crisis situations. The right of women to participate and represent dun sa mga paggawa ng batas sa ating lipunan. Equal treatment of women before the law. So hindi dapat magkaiba ang treatment ng babae at saka lalaki before the law. So meron ding pinaprovide na rights of women in sports, non-discriminatory and non-derogatory portrayal of women in media and film. So pinagbabawal dito yung mga portrayal ng mga babae sa pelikula nang nakakabawas sa dignidad ng mga kababaihan. So, right to health, meron ding, ito specific, may special leave benefit din na pinaprovide for women under this law. Equal rights in all matters relating to family, marriage and family relations. So, ibig sabihin nito is parang yung mga decision na personal sa atin is binibigay ng right ang babae para mamili din in the same way na binibigay ng right ang mga lalaki. And as well as right to decent work.
Okay. Alright. So So ayan sa mga nanonood sa ating mga kababaihan, ayan yung mga sinabi ni Attorney Ara, ilan lang yan sa mga rights nyo under this Republic Act number 9710. So Attorney, pagka sinabi nyo yung mga rights na to, di ba, yung mga anti-discrimination, equal rights, kumbaga kailangan, let's say yung sa mag-asawa, pag nag-separate sila or nag-divorce or naghiwalay, yung conjugal property talagang pantay dapat, di ba? Kasi syempre, equal na talaga. So, Attorney, bago tayo magpatuloy, magbe-break muna tayo saglit at huwag po kayong alis at babalik pong muli ang Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries.
Okay.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas.
Lilipad na ang agila, magtatanggol magmamahal sa ating bansa.
We shall fly, soar, fight, and win!
Magandang araw mga katribo! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelovelo, Attorney Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na mula alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas ng mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magkita-kita po tayo mula Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga at magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Makinig at makisali sa usapan every Friday night at 6 p.m. sa iSpeak Katribo Podcast. Samahan sina Daniel at Alvin na pag-usapan ang mga relevant topic na tiyak kakarelatean nyo mga katribo. At pagdating ng Sunday at 7 p.m., Speak Your Mind with our iSpeak program na sasagot sa mga tanong regarding the latest and relevant issues sa paligid natin. I-like at i-follow nyo ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube para updated ka sa mga latest episode namin mga katribo.
Alright, nagbabalik po muli ang Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries at syempre kasama pa rin natin si Attorney Ara De Leon para sa discussion natin regarding sa Magna Carta of Women. Alright, Attorney, eto, yung batas na to, dito lang to, or ang sakop ba nito yung mga kababaihan lang dito sa Pilipinas or yung mga Pilipina rin sa abroad? Sakop din ba to ng Magna Carta of Women?
Well, may mga provisions dito that would affect Filipino women who are working abroad. Pero since tapos ito kasi it would affect them in one aspect lang because the law provides na for the benefit of Filipino women working abroad, magkakaroon ng isang officer who is trained in gender and development that will provide assistance para sa mga Filipina abroad na nagkaka-encounter ng mga gender-related issues there. So yes, that's one benefit po na pinaprovide ng law na to sa mga Filipino working abroad. Pero as we know, since they're working abroad, yung mga rights, I mean yung mga laws that are na pinapatupad abroad, yun yung mag-a-apply sa mga Filipino women there. Pero full support naman po ang ating government by providing nga po yung particular office na ito that would assist them sa ibang bansa.
Okay. So siguro baka nasa mga embassy to, yung mga
Yes, opo, sa mga consuls. Yes.
Okay. Alright, ito attorney, ang tanong dito, sino ang responsable for implementing the Magna Carta of Women? Sinong nagpapa-implement nitong batas na to?
Well, my primary duty, of course, sa pag-implement ng Magna Carta of Women is the government.
Okay.
Kasi sa kanila, syempre, yun sa resources, machinery, to implement the same. Pero under the law, hindi lang gobyerno yung inaatasan, kundi pati na rin ang private sector at saka yung mga non-governmental organizations na binibigyan ng duty under this law para i-implement yung mga rights of women that are provided here.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin talagang ang specific or ang implementer ng batas talaga nito ay ang gobyerno. Meron po bang mga specific responsibilities ang gobyerno pagdating dito sa Magna Carta of Women? Meron bang parang exceptions or let's say mga parang kailangan pang gawin na or unique na gagawin under dito sa batas na to?
Well, specifically for the government, since sila naman kasi talaga government is yung centralized, kumbaga namamahala sa ating sa Pilipinas, the government, ang primary duty ng government na pinaprovide dito sa law na to is yung ang tawag is gender mainstreaming, which means na sa pag-legislate ng batas, sa pag-lay down ng polisiya, and sa pag-provide ng mga mechanisms for the citizens, dapat kino-consider yung gender differences or gender concerns.
Okay. So, eto attorney, syempre, sabi mo nga kanina, no, hindi ganun kadalas nakikita sa publiko yung mga slight discriminations na nangyayari.
Yes.
May mga sa kumpanya, kunwari, let's say, kung babae ka, o dito ka dapat sa pwesto na to. Kasi parang hindi ka pwedeng sumali sa mga lalaking elite na ano, ayan. So may bibigyan ka na specific na pwesto, masikip, makakramp ka, tapos daadaanan ka lagi ng tao, yung mga ganun. May mga penalties po ba pagka may mga nahuli or talagang napatunayan na nag-discriminate or nag-exclude, kumbaga, ng isang right ng babae?
Well, sir, under the law, different yung penalties na pinoprovide. So, depende kung sino yung violators. So, for example, kung ang violator ay public government agency or isang public official, siya mismo ang mananagot. However, yung mga penalties dito hindi provided under the law. Kung hindi, by recommendation pa ito ng Commission on Human Rights. Kung anong administrative or civil, criminal cases ang pwedeng i-file dito sa violator na ito kung public official siya or public employee. Ngayon, kung private person ang nasabing violator, ang primary sanction under the law is liable siya for damages. So you have to file a case for damages against the private person na nag-violate ng rights under this Magna Carta of Women.
Okay, eto attorney, yung mga, let's say, mga kababaihan nating na-discriminate, na-violate, or talagang medyo nakaranas ng kawalan ng karapatan, kanino ba sila pwedeng unang lumapit? Let's say, for government employees or for government offices, kanino sila pwedeng lumapit? At kung private naman, sa private sector, kanino rin sila pwedeng unang lumapit?
Well, meron tayong Commission on Women, no? As well as Commission on Human Rights na nagpo-provide ng isang office kung saan pwedeng lumapit yung mga babaeng na-violate yung right nila. Kung public yung kung public yung
Kung government o sa public
o kung
talaga.
government agency ang nag-violate ng right nila. Ngayon, kung feeling nila private person yung nag-violate ng rights nila, most probably it would be better kung they would consult with a private lawyer to discuss kung paano na-violate yung rights nila para ma-advise sila.
Okay, so yun talaga dapat ang gagawin. Kung sa government offices, meron naman talaga silang commission or may ahensya talaga na
Yes po.
pwede silang unang lumapit doon. Tapos kung private person naman or let's say sa mga companies, siguro pwede siguro sa HR muna or sa human resources muna.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Mag-ano, kung walang mangyayari, yung kagaya niya, sabi nyo, private lawyer naman. Alright, attorney, medyo masalimutong pinag-uusapan natin kasi talagang medyo maselan yung pagdating sa usapin ng equality between a man and a woman, or kasi talaga namang dumadami na rin yung gender. Siyempre, di ba? Mayroon na tayong LGBTQ, babae, lalaki. So talagang lahat yan naghahanap ng mga kanya-kanyang kung paano nila i-express yung mga sarili nila na hindi nakakatapak ng karapatan ng iba. Alright, siguro attorney, ang gagawin natin ngayon syempre, Tribune na tayo dahil Women's Month ngayon. Ang ating Tribune ay, ang sabi dito, in 2009, the Philippines legalized a gender equality legislation. It is called the Republic Act number 9710, or which is an act providing for the Magna Carta of Women. So 2009 lang pala to, attorney. Medyo bago lang, ano.
Yes.
Prior to this, before 2009, meron na bang let's say pachi-paching batas or hiwa-hiwalay na batas na gumagarantiya sa karapatan ng mga kababaihan? Meron na siguro yun, ano, kasi or talagang basic human laws lang.
Sir, parang no specific law comes to mind. Possibly siguro tama na pachi-pachi. Ito lang talaga yung nagsasabi na specifically for women itong batas na ito.
Kinonsolidate lang, kumbaga. So talagang bagong-bago ito. Alright, attorney, maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw niyo sa amin regarding sa batas na ito, ang Magna Carta of Women, yung Republic Act number 9710. Any parting shots, attorney?
Well, ano lang po, everyone should read the law para po aware tayo sa mga rights natin under it.
Okay, ayan. So, syempre, kailangan kahit ordinaryong mamamayan, kailangan at least meron dapat tayong konting kaalaman sa mga batas dahil siguradong makakatulong to in the long run para alam nyo na rin yung mga karapatan nyo. Alright, so bago tayo magtapos, meron tayong mga shows na pwede nyo panoorin sa ating Daily Tribune's official Facebook page, at you can watch us live, yung Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries, sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune every Friday at 3:30 p.m. and on Tribune Now on YouTube. Alright, Attorney Ara, maraming salamat sa inyo, at sa mga nanonood sa atin, maraming salamat din po sa inyong pagtangkilik dito sa Kalingang Katribo Legal Diaries. Muli po ako si Elmer Navarro Manuel, at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Mahalin natin ang Pilipinas.
Lilipad na ang agila, magtatanggong magmamahal sa ating bansa.
We shall rise, soar, fight, and win!
Maasa, intay, sara, sa'yo.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Magandang gabi muli mga katribo. Nako, nandito na naman kami para makipagkwentuhan at kulitan kasama ang inyong mga paboritong sports heroes and idols. Ako po si Nikki Viola.
At ako naman si Lyndon Mendoza. Welcome to another fun episode of The Athletes Tribune. Napapanood tayo ngayon sa Tribune Facebook page, Tribune Now YouTube channel, and Tribune website na tribune.net.ph.
Ayan. Ako,
hi,
Lyndon. Kamusta naman? Ito, sabi ko nga sa'yo, napakabilis. Lagi ko sinasabi ito, diba, napakabilis ng araw, ng oras, kasi March na. Hello, March na. Ayan. So, diba, parang feeling ko parang kahapon or last week lang nagse-celebrate tayo ng Christmas or New Year. Tapos ngayon, March na, tapos di natin alam ano na. Di natin alam April na. Alam mo yun, ang bilis, ang daming ganap, ang daming nangyayari, di ba?
Ayun nga, Miss Nikki, di ba? Kasi after ng March, April, tas summer na, tas di natin namamalayan, magpapasko na naman ulit, di ba?
Oo.
Ganun talaga. No? Minsan nga nakakalimutan na natin yung araw, kung ano bang araw ngayon, yung date, alam mo yon. Kasi sobrang busy na natin ngayon, di ba? Parang, kumbaga, wala na tayong time na mag-check. Basta, ang alam lang natin is kumayod ng kumayod, di ba?
Totoo yan. Totoo yan. Naku po, Diyos ko. Ayan, pero, di ba, parang, ang daming, there are a lot of things to be excited about ngayong March, di ba, Lyndon?
Yes, Miss Nikki. Pero kahit na ang bilis ng panahon, ang daming mga bagay na I'm so excited for.
Yes!
Tulad ng pagbabalik ng UAAP Men's Basketball sa March 26. Alam ko, hindi lang ako excited at ikaw, Miss Nikki, kundi lahat ng fans, di ba? Nakaka-excite talaga.
Ayan, so, alam naman ng ating mga sports fans, lahat ng ating viewers, na March 26 na nga po ang opening ng UAAP. Matagal-tagal natin itong hinintay. I think, nakadalawang taon din na wala tayong nasasaksihan na any league, diba? At ngayon, nagbabalikan sila lahat. Kaya naman, nagdiriwang yung mga sports fans natin dyan. Ayan. And kung ikaw na-excite ka, na-excite lahat ng mga katribo natin, ako na-excite din ako as a true UAAP fan, di ba? Parang I'm so excited to see sino na yung mga maglalaro, maraming mga ano yan, yung mga veterans, and of course, yung mga fresh faces.
Yes, yung mga
diba?
bago.
And may mga ilang, hindi lang kasi parang basketball yung makikita natin eh. Meron pa rin cheerleading. So may mga ilang sports pa rin. Yung talagang makikita natin at mapapanood this coming March 26. So ilang araw na lang yan ako mga katribo. Kaya dapat pakaabangan nyo po yan. So talagang na-excite ako. And speaking of excitement, na-excite din ako sa guest natin for tonight. Kasi for sure, ito ay hindi na talaga siya makapaghintay sa opening ng UAAP. Ayan, di ba? So, ito, Lyndon, hindi na natin patatagalin pa kasi itong guest natin ay, of course, a part of the UE Red Warriors at Batang Gilas, Pilipinas.
Wow!
Remember, i-welcome na po natin ngayon dito sa Athletes Tribune. Walang iba kundi si Harvey Pagsanhan. Hi, Harvey!
Hello, Harvey!
Hello. Ang pakit na boses. Hi, Harvey!
Iyan ba? Charay.
Okay, go.
Hi, Harvey. Kamusta naman ang pagiging student-athlete ngayong pandemic? Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ba ang benefits and privilege ninyo na nagsimula kayo sa restrictions sa ating bansa?
Opo, tuloy-tuloy pa din naman po yung scholarship namin, and then yung Zoom training. Nag-Zoom training kami nung simula yung pandemic.
Wow.
Ayun.
Tuloy-tuloy pa din ang program, Miss Nikki. Parang kumbaga walang break, 'di ba? Kasi pag
wala.
Once na naging athlete kayo, bawal ka mapahinga. Hindi ba bawal mapahinga? Parang kailangan kailangan consistent yung mga ginagawa mo para pag bumalik ka sa ensayo, tuloy-tuloy pa din at hindi ka mahihirapan sa pagbabalik. Right, Harvey?
Opo, tama.
Yes. And of course, I mean, aside from being an athlete, syempre, nangunguna na estudyante pa rin siya. Kaya talagang for sure yung as a scholar, talagang tinutuloy pa rin nila yung mga requirements niya as a student, ganyan. Ayan. Though for sure, napakalaking adjustment, Harvey, yung ginawa ninyo, no? Na from face-to-face classes, ngayon online classes lahat. Ayan. So, ngayon, ito naman curious lang din naman kami. So, di ba naging naglaro ka for Batang Gilas? Ayan. So,
yes.
Naranasan mo nang makapaglaro overseas, di ba? Because of that experience. So, 2015 yon, tama ba? 2015.
Opo. 2015 and 17.
So 2 years din. Ay, matagal din.
Opo,
So,
2 years.
with that, ipapursue mo ba yung professional basketball career mo sa ibang bansa? Since, syempre, na-experience mo maglaro, di ba?
Opo.
Or locally mo lang balak maglaro? Anong plano mo ba? Anong
siguro sa ngayon, nagkaroon kasi ng idea yung mga Pinoy na yung katulad sa Japan, yung nagre-recruit sila ng mga player from the Philippines. And siguro, para sa akin, kung mabibigyan akong chance na may mag-offer, ganun, siguro tatanggapin ko kasi magandang experience yun eh. Yung dito naman sa local, lagi nang nandito yan sa atin eh. Parang naka-reserve na siya lagi kung doon ka talaga pupunta. Yung sa ibang bansa, minsan lang na blessing yan.
Totoo naman. Alam mo, agree din ako dyan, no? Talagang once in a lifetime opportunity yung makapaglaro ka sa ibang bansa. So, di ba, if ibigay sa'yo yun, iharap sa'yo yun, why not, di ba?
Pag binigay sa'yo, di ba, don't waste it, di ba, Miss Nikki?
Yes! Super true yan.
Kaya yun.
Okay.
Siyempre ngayon, di ba, recent, napapanood natin at alam naman natin sa mga balita na meron tayong pinanlalaban ngayon, which is Gilas Pilipinas. Harvey, kung papalaruin ka sa Gilas Pilipinas ngayon, sino sa tingin mo ang dapat tanggalin para maging kapalit mo at bakit?
Agad-agad!
Ang hirap
Agad-agad din tanong.
Pero kung sino may isasagot mo, please lang, wag po kayo masasaktan.
Hindi, isusumbong natin si Harvey. Charot, joke lang.
Ang hirap kasi parang lahat yun deserving na naka-line up dun. Pero siguro, kung may papalitan man ako, siguro nasa third group na lang yung sa akin para kasi yung mga first group, second group, veterano na yun eh. Siguro kung sino man yung nasa, hindi na ako magbibigay ng name, pero kung sino man siguro yung nasa third group, doon na lang ako papalit sa position nila.
Okay. Safe answer.
Mga kuya ko yan eh. Mga kuya ko yung
Naka-line up doon. Safe answer.
Safe. At respeto.
Okay lang.
At respeto.
So, di ba? Nakakatawa naman na talang unang part pa lang ng interview, medyo nilalaglag na natin to si Harvey. So, sagad na natin din doon. Okay. So, kasi next question ko.
Itodo mo na yan.
Sa tingin mo, kanina, binanggit natin, sino sa tingin mo yung players na
dapat palitan niya.
Dapat palitan. Ito ngayon naman, sino sa tingin mo ang dapat mag-coach sa Gilas Pilipinas in a long-term basis?
Please lang, Harvey, sagutin mo na to na may pangalan.
And siguro dito may masagot na ako kasi parang naman eh. Obvious naman sa nakikita natin sa mga result ng game ng mga Gilas games nila. Siguro para sa akin si Coach Tab talaga. Sa bad game. Kasi ganda nung sistema niya yung simula nang dumating si Tatineo. Tapos nakita naman natin yung result ng mga games nila last few games nila sa ibang bansa. Ang ganda nung naging competitive kahit mga bata yung mga naglaro sila SJ, sila RJ. Nanalo sila sa Korea twice, di ba? Hindi nanalo yung Korea sa atin. Parang mga last past years parang hindi tayo nananalo sa Korea, parang may Korean curse pa nga tayo na tinatawag.
Totoo, naputol yun.
Oo, parang naging basic na lang talunin. Siguro yung sistema talaga ni Coach Tab yung fit.
Totoo yan. Agree din naman ako dyan. Oo nga, parang bata talaga yung mga sumalang nung before yung Gilas na yun. Though, syempre, we're very proud of...
Madami akong kabatch sa Gilas nung time na yun kasi sila Juan, sila SJ, RJ, si Dave.
So, syempre proud na proud kang pinapanood mo din sila for sure.
Diba? Parang maganda yung gano'n, Miss Nikki, no? Yung mga bagets, yung mga yung mga fresh, young, dapat ayun talaga yung, for me parang mas maganda ayun yung sinasalang para kumbaga exposure, di ba? At saka experience, di ba?
Experience.
Mas okay na yung yung binubugbog ka muna ng una, tapos bandang huli, di ba? Makikuha mo
masasanay din kasi sila, di ba? Parang training. Parang lang training din yan.
Eto na, madaming, though, puro issue naman yung mga tanong natin, Harvey.
Puro issue naman yung tinatanong natin kay Harvey. Grabe naman sa'yo.
Ready ka na ba? Ikaw, Harvey, ano sa tingin mo nakita mong problema ng men's basketball national team?
Siguro yung yung sa system na iba yung system ni Coach Tab tsaka ni Coach Chat eh. Parang nung time na nakalaban nila, yung sa India parang normal na hindi sila talaga nananalo sa Pilipinas, parang yun ay nakasanayan. Pero dun sa New Zealand kasi, ibang siya dati, hindi naman siya part ng sa PBA siya, ganun, hindi naman siya kasama. Siguro yung level of competition nila, iba talaga sa atin. So siguro yung sa system na lang. Kung siguro feel ko, kung system kay Coach Tab yung gagamitin, hindi siya ganun kalaking labang.
Okay. Ayan, so, at least naman, di ba? I mean, talagang pinanood mo rin, no? Yung
lagi din ako nanonood talaga.
Nakatuto ka rin talaga. Totoo naman, supporta lang. Ayan, so,
yes.
Di ba? Unang pa lang yan, unang set of questions para sa'yo, Harvey. Tapos na-stress na si Harvey sa atin.
sorry naman, Harvey.
Kinakabahan ako, parang may mga mananakit na sa akin pag naglaro kami, pag nakalaban ko sila.
Hindi naman. Pero, well, eto, for sure, unang part pa lang yan, mga katribo, yung ating mga tanong kay Harvey. Pero wag kayong mag-alala dahil meron din tayong mga katanungan sa kanya. Talagang, we'll get to know him on a personal level. Ganyan, for sure, yun din yung hinihintay ng mga fans ni Harvey ngayon. So, pero bago natin ipagpatuloy itong kwentuhan natin, we'll take a short break. So, just stay with us, mga katribo.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Welcome back sa The Athletes Tribune. So yun na nga mga katribo, nalaman natin na magbabalik na ang UAAP sa March 26. So alam ko naman na madami excited talaga dyan ng mga fans. So, eto ang tanong natin kay Harvey. Harvey, ano yung mga ginagawa mong preparation para sa bagong season na paparating?
Siguro sa akin, ini-improve ko lang yung mga weaknesses ko sa game, yung how to read the defense ng kalaban, kung paano ko matutulungan yung mga teammates ko sa offense namin, ganun. Tsaka siguro yung pinaka-importante yung leadership, yun talaga. Kasi madaming nawalang mga seniors ngayon parang kailangan mag-step up talaga para sa team namin.
Wow. So, parang yung first year mo ba is rookie ka talaga nun?
Rookie. From
Tas
high school po talaga.
From high school. Tapos ngayon, nag-pandemic, tapos parang ngayon ka lang ulit babalik.
Opo. Yung mga natira po sa amin, parang lahat kami halos sabay-sabay kami nag-rookie nun dito sa UE. Kaya after pandemic, ito parang
veteran tayo.
Tapos puro galing din sa high school yung mga pumasok.
So kayo na pala ang magli-lead ng team ngayon, di ba?
Oo nga. Which is exciting,
yes,
di ba? Exciting
yes,
to.
yes,
Mga
yes.
bagong mukha nga naman talaga. Okay, so eto ba, ang tanong ng lahat ng UAP fans, syempre very excited sila to get to know each of the teams na magpa-participate ngayon sa UAP. So, para sa'yo, magiging contender na ba ang UE Red Warriors ngayong season? At ano yung mga bagong ipapakita or ipapamalas ng team ninyo na sa tingin mo ay mararamdaman na ng mga fans at mga kalaban ninyong team?
Siguro sa amin naman kasi simula na nagpumasok ko dito sa UE, lagi ko na sinasabi kung may mga nag-interview sa akin, yung gusto ko lang din mabalik yung winning culture ng UE. Kasi parang medyo matagal na siya na hindi maganda yung winning niya. Yun nga, siguro gusto lang namin may ipakita na kaya namin mag-compete sa UAAP.
Ayan. And excited kaming makita yon. Syempre na ikaw yung isa sa mga mag-lead na ng team mo for the season. Very exciting. So, we're rooting for you.
Yes.
Thank you po.
Abangan natin yan, Miss Nikki.
Oo naman. Ayan.
Ayun na nga, syempre, di ba madaming magpa-participate ng mga schools. Then, Harvey, kung magkakaroon ka naman ng chance sa magkaroon ng teammates sa kabilang team, sino naman ang kukunin mo at bakit?
Kaya pahirapan na naman natin si Harvey.
Kailangan pumili.
Parang hot seat na naman ako Siguro this coming season, gusto kong maging teammates si Kwame, yung import ng Kwame. Kasi this coming season, wala kami import
Okay.
So, sa September pa makakapaglaro yung import namin last season. So, siguro para sa akin, si Kwame yung kailangan namin.
Okay, si Cor. In fairness nga, no? So, meron talaga kayong import, pero September pa siya pwedeng maglaro, tama?
Oo, kasi hindi siya nakapag-enroll last sem kasi kala niya hindi pa rin tuloy yung pandemic.
Yung
So, problema sa papers niya.
Okay. So, abangan din natin yan, syempre.
Lagi mo tatandaan, di Miss Nikki, lagi na sinasabi dito, everything happens for a reason.
For a reason.
Abangan
Okay. Totoo naman yan. Ito naman. Natatawa na naman ako sa tanong natin kay Harvey. Eto, sino sa tingin mo ang pinaka mahinang men's basketball team ngayon sa UAAP? Based sa lineup, coaches, and sa tingin mo kung nasasaksihan mo or nasisilip mo yung preparation time para sa paparating na March 26. Hindi naman siguro mahina. Like, yung tingin mo na least contender mo. Siyempre, hindi natin masasabi talaga, di ba?
Siguro to be safe, ano na lang. I-base ko na lang siya sa sa standing last season.
Okay, sige.
siguro sa akin ni NU kasi sila yung last standing nun eh. So yun siguro yung sagot ko. Wala na akong...
Totoo naman. Which is okay lang naman kasi natin, di ba parang hindi sa ngayon pandemic pa, paano mo talaga makikita din yung preparations nung di ba?
Tsaka ngayon wala talaga, hindi mo sila makikita yung training kasi nga nakababo lahat, di ba? So wala rin nagaganap na tune-up games pa.
Ay, oo nga. So mostly, sorry, curious ako, pag bago ba kayo, nung naging rookie ka for the UAAP, nagtutune up games talaga kayo with other teams before UAAP?
Parang kailangan nata parang nangyayari sa amin ng twice a week kami nag-tune up. Every, iba-ibang school. Even the NCAA school.
Para ma-gauge nyo rin kung ano yung kakayahan ng team na to. Di ba? Okay.
Inaaral, di ba?
Inaaral, tama. Tama naman yun. Tama naman yun.
Okay.
Eto na.
Dahil sinabi mo yung NU. Ay, hindi. Ito, ano na lang, additional question na lang, Miss Nikki, para kay Harvey. For you naman, sino yung parang feeling mo mahihirapan kayong kalaban?
Oo. Excited din ako malaman yan.
Siguro, Ateneo, alam naman natin lahat. Kasi during the pandemic, naglalaro sila, nare-represent nila yung Gilas Pilipinas. So, siguro may advantage sila dun. Tsaka yung mga players nila, magaling talaga. Na-add pa si Dave Ildefonso.
Okay. Totoo yan. Ayan, so...
Pero hindi
actually, para... Go.
Pero hindi natin masasabi, di ba, sa lakas. Bilog ang bola.
Totoo. Bilog ang bola. Naniniwala tayo.
Lahat gustong manalo. Tapos, 2 years pa nga, di ba, hindi nagkita-kita. Lahat siyang gigil na lumaban. Di ba, Miss Nikki?
Totoo. Parang, kaya, that's what makes the latest season really, really exciting. Kasi, 2 taon kayong hindi nagkita-kita lahat. 2 taon nating hindi napanood. And ano yung for sure, iba na yung mga mai-offer ng bawat teams. At makikita lang natin lahat yun. Ngayon, dadating na season, lalo na ngayon, sabi nga ni Harvey, di ba, walang tune-up games, so hindi nila masyadong, totally wala talaga kayo nakikita na ginagawa ng ibang teams. So, exciting to na parang lahat magkakagulatan.
Tama.
Hashtag bulagaan na lang, no?
Hashtag UAAP Bulagaan 2022.
Makikita talaga dyan, Miss Nikki, kung sino yung mga nag-ensayo talaga during pandemic. So, yun na nga, Harvey, di ba? Magbabalik na ang UAAP. Ano ba ang dapat abangan ng mga fans, ng mga manatagal na naghihintay na bumalik ang UAAP?
Siguro yung presence namin sa UAAP, papakita pa din namin. Lalo na ngayon na magandang system ni Coach Jackson Thiago. So, talagang pinaghahandaan namin yung season, this coming season. Kasi kailangan namin ipakita madaming bago. So, siguro mas eager kami na mas maglaro. Tsaka ipakita yung system nila, Coach, talaga.
Ayun. At sobrang sobrang excited din kami na makita ang bagong UE Red Warriors for the latest season. And ngayon talagang feeling ko sa pinag-usapan natin, Harvey, talagang mas na-excite yung mga katribo natin na UAAP fans, di ba? Parang nagkaroon sila ng glimpse kung ano yung mga dapat nilang abangan. Siyempre, ikaw aabangan ka nila, kaya sobrang exciting. Pero siyempre, yung interview natin ngayon na hindi pa dyan nagtatapos lahat ng yan. Kasi sa ating pumabalik, mas kikilalanin pa natin si Harvey on ito na more personal level. Ito na talaga yon.
Yeah.
Ayan. Kaya naman, tutok lang mga katribo at magbabalik ang The Athletes Tribune.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Pababakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, pababakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Muli, nagbabalik ang The Athletes Tribune. Still with us, the famous Harvey Pagsanhan. Ayun nga, di ba? Miss Nikki, di natatapos yung The Athletes Tribune kung wala tayong fun part, di ba?
Yes, totoo.
Ito, Harvey, parang culture na namin to dito na lagi-lagi kaming may mga pag-games. Ito na nga, syempre ang napili namin para sa'yo, ang Fast Talk. Ready ka na ba?
Ready ka sa Fast Talk?
Ready na po, ready na po.
Ayan, ready ni Harvey, parang ready. Pero wag kang mag-alala kasi wholesome questions to. Ayan, so ready ka na, Harvey? Ready na tayo for our first question. Sige, ako na. Simulan ko na to, Lindon.
Go!
Okay, so first thing you do after waking up?
Hey.
Same. Tama, di naman talaga. Let's all start our day with a prayer.
Yes.
Next.
Maganda yun. May guide, di ba?
Truly.
Okay, what is the nicest thing a fan told you or did for you?
Siguro, ang bait mo naman.
Ay, sinabi, uy, Sam!
Mukha naman.
Mabait talaga, Harvey, Ba't di ka ba mabait? Mabait. Okay. So, eto. Next is, what's the worst purchase you've ever made? Yung pinagsisihan mo na binili.
Siguro yung sapatos na na hindi fit sa paa ko, ganun. Katulad nung PG5, ganun.
Talagang gusto ko yung sinabi mo talaga. In fairness ka doon. Totoo naman. Okay. Next, Lendon.
Okay. Greatest pet peeve.
Siguro yung pag ngumunga yung katabi ko, tapos may tunog, malakas yung tunog.
Oo, totoo.
Nangingilo ako, parang gumaalis na lang ako.
Oo, nai-imagine ko na din ako. Totoo naman yan. Eto, mukhang maraming gustong makaalam nitong sagot mo dito.
Yes.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
Yes.
Wow, love at first sight ba si
Yes.
Oh, sure!
Opo.
Ito na naman tayo, Lindon.
Hashtag sana all, di ba?
Sana all. Okay. Game, next.
Ay, yung pagbukas ng camera ko, nalabat, charot!
Okay. Malayo po yung malayo yung camera mo
malayo ba? O, ayan.
Naka-zoom out
Okay lang.
Okay. Next.
Okay. Least favorite subject?
Math and science.
Agree. Ako din.
Math and science.
Math and science, totoo. Next, what is your love language?
Quality time.
Ay, totoo. Ano ba naman yan?
Quality
Tapos naman si
time.
Harvey, in fairness. Okay.
Okay, Harvey. Ito na, last na to. Describe Harvey Pagsanhan in 3 words.
Dedicated, God-fearing, and studious.
Wow, talagang student athlete. Okay, so
Student first before athlete.
oo, tama. So, thank you so much, Harvey, and for joining us tonight. Maraming salamat for sharing your journey with us. Tsaka, sobrang fun yung funny ka pala. Kanina alam nyo kasi si Harvey.
Na-hot seat ako, thank you po.
Na-hot seat.
May isi-share ka ba, Miss Nikki? Oh.
Hindi, kasi kanina talagang siya, funny pala siya. May mga banat siya sa akin. Na tinanong niya, i-share na natin sa mga katribo. Tinanong niya ako bago tayo mag-on cam. Sabi niya, Miss Nikki, ano mo si Wally Bayola?
Yun. Ba't di niya ako tinanong, di ba, bilang dabar ka kung kaano-ano ko si Maine Mendoza?
What?
Charot! Charot lang.
Kambal nga eh.
Kambal.
Lala, baka malito ka ha. Wala to.
Nalilito ako kanina eh.
Si Lyndon lang yan.
Pangalan ako na sure kasi Lyndon yung nag-chat sa akin eh.
Ayan charot-charot ha.
Ayan. Diba? Funny. Pero masaya yan. Diba? Dapat ganun lang. Smile lang. Okay. So, ito, bago natin tapusin tong interview na to, is there anything that you would like to say sa mga fans mo, sa mga colleagues mo, team? Kung gusto mong bumati ka rin. Ayan, bigyan na namin sa'yo ang floor. Let's go.
Siguro masabi ko lang sa mga UE supporters namin na gagawin namin lahat yung makakaya namin this coming season and gagawin namin lahat na para maibalik yung winning culture ulit ng UE. And yun lang, yung binabati ko yung family ko sa province and yung girlfriend ko.
Yun eh. Okay na, sige na. Single tayo, Lyndon.
Ayoko na. Charot. Maraming salamat ulit, Harvey, at sa ating mga katribo na lagi sumusubaybay sa amin every Monday night. Again, I am Lyndon Mendoza.
And ako naman po si Nikki Viola at samahan niyo muli kami next week para sa bago at exciting na episode ng The Athletes Tribune. Bye, guys!
Bye!
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 Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapa-local man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Makinig at makisali sa usapan every Friday night at 6 p.m. sa I Speak Katribo Podcast. Samahan sina Daniel at Alvin na pag-usapan ang mga relevant topic na tiyak kakarelatean nyo mga katribo. At pagdating ng Sunday at 7 p.m., Speak Your Mind with our I Speak program na sasagot sa mga tanong regarding the latest and relevant issues sa paligid natin. I-like at i-follow nyo ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube para updated ka sa mga latest episode namin mga katribo. This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Oh, vaccination, isolation. Gotta keep up with my nutrition. Gotta maintain my body condition. Then I can take my vaccination. What do I choose? What do I take? As long as it is not a fake. AstraZeneca, Moderna, BioNTech, even Sinovac, okay na. Babakuna ka ba? 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 Vaccination for the nation, no more isolation. With vaccination, babakuna ka ba? 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 Paturok, paturok, paturok.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM. Magandang araw mga katribo! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chirk Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na mula alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magkita-kita po tayo mula Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 8 hanggang alas 9 ng umaga at magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Q. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu!
Magpabakuna kayo.
This public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Ang bayan kong Pilipinas, hirap ang dinadanas. Sari-sari ang problema dahil sa pandemya. Matapang ang Pilipino, matapang tayo. Kakayanin natin to, kaya natin to. Like Andres Bonifacio, he is our hero. Hindi atakbo, hindi atakbo. Nandiyan na ang bakuna. Magpapaturok ka ba? Sugilin na ang pandemya. Magpapaturok ka ba? Huwag ang pag-asa.
May pag-asa.
Malapit na ang ginhawa.
May ginhawa.
Mawawala ang pandemya.
Mawawala na rin yan.
It's gonna be okay na.
Okay na, okay na, okay na.
Nandyan na ang bakuna. Magpapaturok ka ba? Subilin na ang pandemya. Magpapaturok ka ba? Nandyan na ang bakuna. Magpapaturok ka ba? Subilin na ang pandemya. Magpapaturok ka
This
ba?
public service advisory is brought to you by Daily Tribune and 100.3 RJFM.
Magpabakuna kayo.